we is streaming. Let's go to see if we connect. And well, it says an excellent connection, but I'm not seeing any image. Hopefully that resolves. All right. So it resolved, which means we go to the YouTube and we go to the homepage. And we see if that presents itself. There we are. Excellent connection, but I'm not seeing good. Any image. We can also hear myself. Got a good echo there. Everybody hit that upvote. And we are now going to go to the inbox and see if we're going to be informed about being on YouTube. That should be happening any moment. In the meantime, I will start the infinite call. Okay, let's take a look at the infinite call. And let's... you press the button that gets it started, and with that we check again the email, now live on your channel. All right, good. Let's check here with everybody and hope somebody responds. And with that, okay. There we are, dear Aristides, my main man. How are you?
Hello.
You sound the way I feel.
Yeah.
That's
I just stepped like in the door. Little
that's great.
Bit of a winter wonderland out
Welcome
there.
home. Welcome home. Did you need to shovel? Little bit of a winter wonderland? A little bit?
just a little, and yeah, there's gonna be more of that.
Oh man.
But you know, no rush.
Yeah. Oh, at any rate, I'm so glad you made it home alive. There.
Yeah, I did. I was just on foot, but I mean,
hey, all the more reason. Yeah, that too. Oh.
I really just wanted the dog to pee. I mean, you know, we're being honest. That's it.
Well, you're the man, and you made him pee. You made him pee. Let's put it that way.
I don't know. Something happened out there.
Oh my God!
Shit in somebody's garage, but we won't.
So, are you in the mood at the moment to do the blurb, or do you want me to want me to hold the stage for a few minutes?
No, I could sit down in just a moment and do that.
Sure, take your time. There's no rush. I mean, honestly, I want everyone to know that I got discombobulated with a number of activities today. And so I've had no sleep for the approximation of 24 hours. And I will conduct the show for as long as I can tonight, host it for as long as I can stand it. Other than that, you know, after that, I'll turn in and go to sleep. Oh, you're but there's so much to talk about. I mean, they're just determined to make as much news as possible. So yeah,
no shortage of news.
Yeah, there's no fucking shortage. Yeah, it's we're living in hell. The one thing about hell is there's no shortage of stimuli. And so all that being said, I hope my voice holds. And we're going to just work with it to the best we can. And, you know, obviously, I'm hoping some other people join Aristides and I to buy me a little bit of time to, you know, get my act together, my mind together, and then go into stream of consciousness. Otherwise, I'll just have to jump into it and do the best we can. But yeah, just let me know whenever you're ready, Aristides. No hurry, no rush. If you want, you know, 15, 20 minutes, I can just shoot the shit. There's no problem with that.
No.
People can hear me slurp my tea, and they can take you know, whatever entertainment value they can from that. And
let's not do that. Let's see, get situated here. And about this time, since you don't know how long you're gonna stay on here, and you know, ask for people's support. Let's start by saying Douglas does this only if enough of you give him your contributions.
That's right.
Doing so. That's right.
Yeah.
This is his job. So, you know, he's not, you know, begging, so to speak, as working, and he works for your donations, but that is yet his actual job, in addition to bringing you so much fascinating information, historical perspective, humor, and so many other eye-opening and mind warping items and subjects. Hold on, I'm just drinking a little hot coffee here.
No worries, dude. You were outside. You need to warm up.
So the easiest, most preferred way to do that is on PayPal, and we're going to put that link right in the live chat. That should take you right to his PayPal, and from there you would have to be logged in there. We hope you have a PayPal. You and I will have to talk about the from what I could discern, you need to generate like a just instant pay link, where the person doesn't have to sign into PayPal.
Oh, okay.
I think you have to use your business PayPal.
Oh, okay.
Not the personal one.
Yeah. Okay.
But it should be possible. I think with that, it did say though that you need a business account for that. So.
Okay. Yeah.
So we're working on that. I would tell people, you should be able to click something and just pay. So that may have been the case in the past, but I think currently you need to set up an instant pay link. We'll work on that. But in the meantime, hopefully you can get yourself logged in and you have a PayPal. You can get to that link and you can send him whatever it is you can afford.
Whatever you got,
yeah. Everything you can afford. Everything someone else can afford. If you've got access to someone else's money, you got like a rich husband, and you don't necessarily like him so much, but money, because he doesn't have all this fascinating wisdom, historical perspective. You kind of come here for that,
and he can't get it up no more either.
Yeah. Well, we can't help you electronically there, but well, let's see about that. Not currently a service we offer, but anyway, get to the PayPal there. There's the link. If you can't find the link or only hearing this audio, don't see anything, ever forget or just get a whim to send money, you don't need the link. All you need to do is get to PayPal, log in, and type Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word in the search, and you will get there. That's the best way. Type Douglas Dietrich, there's a possibility you might find other Douglas Dietrichs, and there are many like him, but this one is ours. So
yes.
And this one is half Asian. Make sure it's a half Asian looking man's picture. Yes. And then send him all the money that you can afford. Now, one time recurring payment is also great. Say, I never really have that much free, but maybe every time you get paid. Hey, you know what? Even if it was $20 every time you got paid, but every time, you set up your auto payment. Hey, that's something. That's some drinks. That's like 3/4 of a slice of pizza in San Francisco.
You know us too well. Yes.
But he needs those things because he does have a degree of an assistance program, duly deserved, as the disabled veteran that he is. But he also needs things like decent food and non-poisonous water and such.
That's right.
Keep going, because without these things, man just starts to lose his love for life. And
indeed.
So send some money. Send it to Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word, at PayPal. So how about that? And then.
Yes.
Once you've done that, hopefully you're also signed in to YouTube. You don't have to be to listen, but you have to be to interact with the YouTube features, such as the of course thumbs up, like button, which you should hit just instinctively and mechanically as soon as you show up.
Yes. Yes. That's
right. At some point, you can try all the other buttons besides the thumbs down. Such as if you see subscribe, hit that. If you don't see that, it could be because you have subscribed in the past, especially if you remember doing so. If you want to check that, go to his main page. Don't click out of the window right now, but his name there in blue on probably the left. Computer, you can right click it, or you can just click there later on. Go to the main channel, make sure it says subscribed. turn on the notification bell. And then if you even click the bell, and there's options for that where it can say, personalize. That means it decides when to send you a notification. If you click all, it will notify you every time program comes on. We recommend that, of course. Although for the longest time I had it just at whatever the default was, personalized, and it would always send it to me. Maybe that's just because of interacting with the page so much. It realizes, oh, this one is important to you, so it sends you, everyone. Whereas pages you don't interact with as much, once in a while, right?
Yeah.
But don't take chances there. Click all
That's
notifications.
right. Thank you.
And try some of the other buttons there. The share button can generate a link if you see that button. You can also grab it right out of the browser bar. But this is all for the algorithm, basically. The thumbs up and any of these things. And that is important, not only because it dictates how likely he is to reach people, be shown high up in search results, suggested content panels and such, that competes with thumbs down, or what do they call it? Dislike, unlike, thumbs down, jerk off button that some people hit because they just don't have anything productive and constructive to go do. They have to tear down the work that others do.
That's right. Yes.
So anyway, that's sad, but that does compete with that, and YouTube does not show that. So please hit the upvote there, and you do need to be signed in. Hopefully you have one. If you've never signed into YouTube, like, what the hell is even that? If you have a Gmail, you should be able to just natively sign in with the Gmail. If you don't, you could easily make one. And the cool thing is, once you're signed in, you go to your little account menu there, a little up in the corner, and create yourself a little icon or something. I'll probably just show your initial and whatnot. And look for the menu there. Something says switch account. You can switch between different logins or Gmails, or even within the same account, you can create sub channels. And that is not a different login, but with the sub channels, normally they would be for publishing different kinds of content. You don't have to publish anything. You can just basically set up dummy channels, as many as you want, I think. And each of them can upvote separately, so you can switch real quick, throw another upvote, and what I call it, the Dietrich democracy here. More than once. So
it's the best
kind.
kind.
We can do that everywhere, right? If you were just with a little bit of effort, it can make a difference. So, right. Yeah, I just threw another upvote there. You can do the same thing.
Excellent.
Easily there. While you're in there, check restricted mode is off, because we're hoping you're not a child or minor. If you're an older minor child, we won't tell. Just see if the computer will sign into your parents' PayPal and send everything you can, because they've probably scorned you in the past and looked for ways to. No, seriously, we don't condone doing anything truly wrong here. But if they want, no harm, no foul. If they don't notice, maybe your family's rich. I don't know. And so don't do it to an extent that it would take food out of anybody's mouth, or anything. But hopefully you have your own money to send. We're just kidding, of course. Most of the time. So okay. What else to do while you're in there signed in? Yeah. Oh, well, this is a live. After the live, it will turn into a regular video or a replay. When that happens, comments below the window will be enabled. They're not on now. Only the live chat is on. That will usually replay depending on your display. But the comments will come on afterwards, and Douglas will always leave a comment, which he might not be able to pin, but you'll always see it because there aren't that many comments. And maybe you can help there. You can leave a comment of any kind that you want. Just nothing where the language would be automatically flagged by YouTube. We don't care if you act out, but YouTube does.
But by the way, it doesn't hurt me any if you get flagged by YouTube. It's on you if you're leaving obscene comments. I assure you.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, but either way, we want the algorithm to see the interaction with the positive interaction, or at least not flagged interaction with the with your channel. That helps the algorithm. So leave a comment.
That's right.
Like Douglas's comment, he's going to leave his important information there as a website,
Yes.
PayPal, etc. Contact, you probably put the contact, or I don't know if you put your email or whatnot, for people that say, they don't have PayPal, they just have all this extra money, but they just, for some reason, they don't have PayPal, want to find another way to pay, they can get in touch or leave a comment in the chat. Send Douglas an email. Was it Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, right? Gmail.
That's right. See, yeah, you
Yeah.
got it down.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's Dwayne, Duane, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's correct. See,
Yeah. Well, I know. Of course I know. I mean, but other people need to know. You should have that somewhere. That should be like somewhere, especially, I mean, you're already, the haters already know how to find you. So you might as well.
They do. Yeah.
So you might as well have it for the people who want to find you for good reasons, somewhere right up front
Yeah,
there.
yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be afraid to give it out. And anybody who's listening, remember what Aristides said, write it
Yeah.
in every public bathroom stall.
Yeah. So yeah, and you want to share. So at worst, here I'll put make sure that should be the right. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, put it in the chat.
Make sure that's right. But yeah, if you can't contribute, then distribute is what we say. So share hit the share button, get the link, post that anywhere you can. You can find free QR code generators online. You create a QR code, print it out or whatnot. Yeah, stick it up in the bathroom stall. Anything, make a paper airplane, send it into windows in your. Well, they won't be open in your neighborhood, but yeah, please share his work however you can during the replay. If you on the PC, if you right click on the window, while it's playing at a certain very interesting point, you can generate a link that brings the person right to that point in the conversation, if that's something you would like to do. What else? So the description there for the show is always filled up, and then there's always quite a lot of explanation there below. There may or may not be footnotes where it breaks out individually, but either way, you want to read that whole description. Get your exposure to many languages of the world sometimes, and
that's right.
See the various multicultural holidays and other historical anniversaries or whatever it is Douglas wants to acknowledge there. So make sure you say click read more. Check that out.
Thank you.
And what else? Give me a moment here, because I got to check if there's
sure. I mean,
honestly,
we couldn't do this without
here, but...
Aristides. We couldn't do this without Aristides. He makes all of it possible, and obviously, he's so good at the blurb. His dulcet tones help everyone. Basically, a jest. It's kind of like compressing us for a deep dive. So this is kind of like the pressure chamber where we prepare for that deep dive, and we've got to get our bodies acclimated to the enormous pressure of Doug Dietrich going at full blast. Once I get into that zone, of course, I suck all the oxygen out of the room, and everybody in the area dies. But for all of you listeners, you get enlightened and informed in a manner that you never would anywhere else. And this is all thanks to the incredible help of people like Aristides. When he's ready to talk again, I'll show him a little something on the YouTube channel, and we'll, by the way, Matt2277 says, Dear Douglas, please put address, Greed Street, zip code for the shoes. Love ya. Okay, right now, here we are. So, okay. Okay, infinite gratitude. Here we are. Let me make sure to get that all in caps. Infinite gratitude at Matt. Okay, here we go. And this is an incredible individual. I really look forward to receiving what he's going to send. And so let's give him that address now. Douglas Dietrich. Everybody listening, take your notes. Douglas Dietrich. Jesus, why did I do that? Okay. Oh, here's why. So just bear with it. 1242 Green Street. Okay. San Francisco, California. San Francisco, California. and then 94109, 94109. Okay, and that will get it there. So there we are. Infinite gratitude at Matt K 2277, Douglas Dietrich 1242 Green Street, San Francisco, California 94109. And that'll do it. So thank you so much for your patience with that, everybody, because that's got it. Yes, you are the man. So bless you, kind sir, a millionfold for your incredible generosity. And I really look forward to this. I look forward to putting on those shoes and to reviewing them, reporting how they feel. Honestly, I know it's going to be great because this man is it's one of the best. Okay, and okay, Matt K 227, and let me make certain to give him that hug emoji. And with that, okay. Checking in with Aristides again. How you doing there? You got enough
Okay.
coffee in you? Yeah, yeah.
No, never. But I think I have. I think I have most of the important things said.
Oh yeah, you
Uh,
did. Let me show you the channel dashboard. Just wanted to show this to you. So let's take a look at this. I'm going to do a screen share. So I guess I need to go back to the call, and then we do the share. Okay. So can you see the cursor moving? Can you see the screen? Share. Okay.
I have to switch to there, but I'm sure
Take
I
your
will.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you can see the cursor moving, so here's
Yeah.
from my YouTube channel. New
Uh,
achievement! 5,000 views! With the little bug eyes. Looks like your videos are getting more attention! Yeah, no thanks to YouTube, where I still have active community guideline strikes. But current subscribers, 3,450! That's pretty good, considering we had -4 in the last 28 days. Okay, so let's build that up towards 3,500. Spread the word, everyone. And yeah, so things are looking up. Couldn't be done without Aristides. And of course, the rest of Team Dietrich. So glad to be able to show that to you, dear Aristides. And see your efforts.
Congratulations.
Yeah, your efforts are not in
Yeah,
vain.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. 5,000
Yeah.
views, huh?
Yeah, well,
Nice.
that's when since we're getting like how are they even tabulating this? It's like because Brendan Zoget brought up before that when you take a look at the just the statistics that they give you. I mean, hell, I mean, let's go back to the channel again, and we could take a look at some of these puzzling statistics. And oh my God! So here we are. Let's take a look at this. Now they've added a new wrinkle to it. Let's see if I can get back on the screen share here. Okay, screen share button. And here we are. Look at this. So can you see this, Aristides? Cursor moving around. And
Yeah,
maybe this gives us a little more detail. New
yeah,
achievement. Nice smiley face. People are getting hooked on your channel.
yeah.
Congrats on reaching 3,000 hours of watch time. Keep giving them
Wow.
what they want. Yeah, well, I can't keep doing that if you keep giving me active community guideline strikes. But yeah, that's yeah, other than that. But here's where things get puzzling. So we take a look at some of the stats here that are clearly, shall we say, contradictory to the number of hits we get per each video. We have 5,100 views. We have a watch time of 3,000 hours. So we've got 5,100 people in a watch time of 3,000 hours. So
Mm.
yet the average hit on
It's
the last
three
episode.
three
Yeah,
fifths of an hour per person. Is that-
I have no idea, but
yeah.
when replayed, we got 289 views. Average viewer duration 38 minutes 23 seconds. I guess that's all they could stand. Peak concurrent viewers 24. So they seem like comparatively low numbers per episode. Yet when you divide the number of 5,100 viewers within 28 days, within a period of 28 days, the number of days in the shortest month of the year is what they use as their minimum, as their standard for whatever reason, like every month was February or something. I guess that's because the shortest month is February, and this way they make certain they don't ever overcount or something. I don't know, but it's altogether it adds up to a lot more people than is indicated by each individual episode. So it's obviously the math shows we've got a lot more people watching, and I encourage all of you that are watching, just hit those upvotes and leave a comment. You just, even if it's just hi, or hi, my name's Billy, or oh, I'm Jane, and I listen because your background noise or something. We don't care. Just leave a comment. It shows interaction and it helps. And of course, as Aristides said, share, share, share. Those are the three things you need to do. And that will help us immensely. This is a guerrilla war, and we're fighting from the worm's eye view against trampling cavalry. So the only way we could get above this is by you to participate in the fight, and it's your war. I'm fighting your war, and if you don't join in that fight, you're not gonna win. You're just gonna lose. They're going to depopulate you, which is their ultimate plan. And believe me, remember in the old days, you had the stupid lunatics, like oh my God, but Ehrlich, that son of a bitch, who were saying we were gonna suffer from overpopulation. We're all gonna die because of overpopulation. And it's the population bomb. It's we are going to lose population by the fucking billions. It's like we don't even need to help it along with warfare. It's going to happen through all of the dislocations, climate catastrophe, plagues. Paul Ehrlich was just one of these maniacal genocidals who's responsible for literally well over 100 million deaths. Personally responsible. They could be laid at his feet. Paul Ehrlich was the man who was the advisor to Communist China and Deng Xiaoping, who started the one-child policy. And of course, he's proudly Jewish. And the Jewish people are the most genocidal people on earth. And he killed over 100 million Chinese, all in the womb. 100 million abortions and more. China is 75% male now. They are dying. Big China is in big trouble. You can thank the Jews for that. Paul Ehrlich in Berkeley lives right across the bay from me. And he still says, oh, you got to kill more people. The biggest problem is we're not killing enough people. That's his mantra. And guaranteed, within this century, in fact, within the next 25 years, we're going to have so few people on this planet, we won't be able to do anything. There won't be enough people to get anything done. Everybody's dying. Everybody is fucking dying. All of the people everywhere it's all elderly people. All over the world. Nothing but the elderly. The number of young replacing them is non-existent except in the poorest, most illiterate, impoverished countries on earth is the only place where population is increasing. Any place where it's educated or developed, everyone is dying. And the end result is, of course, the end of the world as we know it, because the people in the impoverished areas are illiterate, and there is no way to educate or train them in time, even if we wanted to replace the people in the north with the various skills it takes to run an industrial society, a post-industrial society at that. We are no longer an industrial society. The last great industrial revolution was in China. India does not have that. India is not industrializing, not like that. And they can't because, well, they don't have the technology or the skill or the education levels in order to even handle that. So all they do are service industries, where they basically call you on the phone and lie to you that they're the IRS and ask that you send them money. And I don't understand how anyone in the United States even believes that. It's like, how do people in the United States fall for this? When some guy calls you up, have we been so inured to bureaucrats in the government who can't speak a word of English that people honestly think the IRS would call you at home with some Joe who can't speak a word of English, asking you, should we own your money? And they send him all their money. Here I am. I speak English.
Yeah. If they spoke, like an American, it'd be believable. And even then, you shouldn't. Even then, it's only the boomers that fall for it.
Yeah, the elders. It's like
because they grew up in a high trust society. So
yeah, something like that. Yeah. Oh God. Anyhow, I can't go any deeper into that because of these community guideline strikes. We'll leave it at that for now. Yeah, but at any rate, okay. That having been said, yet people send them money, but they don't send Douglas Dietrich money, who speaks perfect English. And here I am articulating all their problems and the solutions. And I say, hey, I need money, and only a proud few among you stand up and deliver. Only a proud few among you. And some of you send incredible gifts. Again, the Lady Lieberman, incredible human being, Marquis benefactress Jessica Lieberman, sent the outrageously generous gift of a health monitor, an incredible gesture of care, the Hume Health Smart Body Composition Analyzer. I have no idea how to use it. It'll probably take me weeks to decipher the instructions. It looks like a weight scale. I have no idea how it would, do what it does. But I'm almost afraid to try it. I would hate to become like Brian Johnson and become obsessed with my stats. Like, I can imagine myself becoming obsessed with my stats on a daily basis. Oh my God! I've got to go to the monitor and see what's changed in my numbers. Oh my God! A thing like that can drive a person to a sense of what do you call it? You think you're sick all the time.
You think you're sick? Is that a hypochondriac?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. A thing like that can drive a person to a sense of hypochondria. Oh, but at any rate, other wonderful individuals like Brooke Hagberg, who instituted an auto payment, which again, there you go. Take it away from there tell people, everyone, do auto pay. Good thing to try. Just even if it's just $25 a month, just auto pay. That's the way to really support me, is institute an auto payment. It's easier on you. It's easier on me. Be like Brooke Hagberg in Canada. Another wonderful individual, Claudia Romberg in the Austria. And she sends money. And yes, by all means, there are incredible ladies out there. I hope to meet them all personally at some point. Oh yes, we've got an image from John. Here we are, the body pod. That's what this is. By the way, we've got a heavy downpour of sleet in Abilene. As the storm moved, where the fuck is Abilene? I've never heard of that's what she sent me, the body pod. Yeah, that's he found it. Our man T Take Berry, he found it. It's a body pod. So I stand on it, and somehow it knows everything about me, more than even I want to know. Oh, it shows up on my cell phone. Okay, great. So then I get the report on my cell phone. Oh God. That way, because my cell phone is monitored, that's not paranoia, by the way. My cell phone is monitored. Yeah. That way, the deep state knows everything about me too. Last thing I need to know, but yeah. Okay, there you go. At any rate, dear Aristides, what strikes you as important domestically and abroad. But obviously, people care about you as a person. Just a single sentence. How you doing as an individual before you go into, things that should be grabbing
You
our
know,
attention domestically and abroad.
I'm doing okay. Just I don't know, weather and waiting various things out. Sometimes it's just
Oh.
hurry up and wait for some things to get better. But I'm doing okay and staying warm and not working too hard until I get to shovel. It wasn't even snow. I think a lot of this event that happened, it was sleet basically, which better than freezing rain because that sleet doesn't stick to everything. Freezing rain will stick on things and
Okay.
bring power lines and trees down and power outages. Sleet is just little chunks of ice instead of snow. But the thing is, it's compact. But so much of it fell. It's like you think pushing a foot is a lot of snow, but and then I was walking out and the stuff is like much denser than snow. It's like 3 feet of snow pushed into 1 foot. Pretty heavy out there.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's so got that going on. I think a lot of people are in the same boat.
Yeah.
Way
That,
there was
yeah.
a
Go on.
large weather event, across the country.
Yes.
What else in the news? Well, I'm sure we'll touch on the domestic situation. We can get to that. Let's see. TikTok is now fully taken over. What do they call it? Under the Larry Ellison takeover. And yep, they're
That's all we need.
clamping down on that one, and you know what I mean. On certain speech of certain protected types of people. So now they're plugged into many organizations that are constantly feeding them guidance, just like everyone else. Yeah. Let's see. Nick Fuentes' LGBTQ sister identifies as a Sephardic Mexican Jew. So he was adopted.
Say that again. So he's
Nick Fuentes' sister, supposedly. No, I just like to see screenshots and posts. I'm not looking up news, so I take it as something to verify on your own. But she picture her here giving a talk. Identifies as a Sephardic Mexican Jew.
but she's LGBTQ plus, right?
Yeah. So, yes, he was adopted, and because he certainly, he's a white supremacist, right? He's a Sephardic Mexican.
No, he is probably the exact same ethnicity as she is. He looks ethnic.
Yes,
I always thought he looked
No, it's a joke, and it's there's the whole thing of him running around with his guys in the club and all that, and it's like, the types that they propel up, into visibility. It's almost like a humiliation ritual. It's like, it's like they take the most degenerate, shits like him and be like, and so look, this is a white supremacist. Meanwhile, real white supremacists like, oh, gee, God, they're like, they're just writhing in pain. They're like, no, no, I'm not with him. It's just a circus. It's just they just put him up there and oh God. Let's see.
What did she say? What did she say aside from identifying as this?
I don't know. She's given talks and identified that way. That's the only thing I gleaned.
Well, thank God. I mean, this is actually it's exactly what these people deserve. It's just like Elon Musk's son being transgender.
Yeah.
It's right. Like that's what these people deserve is to have a relation who stands up to them and becomes the exact thing they hate because that's what they need.
Yeah. Anyway, so let's see, and world world military geopolitics news. Let me see. I have a picture here. The Iran, the USS Abraham Lincoln might be. Looks like it's headed there. At least there's a picture indicating such. That is a aircraft carrier, but looks of it, I'm not familiar with all the ships.
Yeah, sure it is. A flat top.
Let's see. And in addition, there were some indications they're sending, other, aircraft F-15s, and they're ramping up there. What was it that I saw? There's like the regime change, like attempt didn't work. Is that the take you got?
Yeah, it's no, Iran got through its time of troubles with the regime, and it's just still there.
Right. Didn't quite knock them out, right?
Yeah, they killed everybody.
Yeah, what was it? And I had some picture where they uncovered, because who's going to go in there and and support the opposition or portray themselves as being people of that country. I don't know if I can find it, but there's a picture of all the just boxes of brand new what's the fucking Elon's fucking internet Starlink or whatever it is.
Yeah,
boxes of Starlinks, that they confiscated, that were going to be used against the regime. So yeah. Anyway, they're moving stuff there. There's something's gonna it's on their list. They'll find any reason to knock that final one off.
But here's what they're moving assets into position. So they're maneuvering would be the term. They're maneuvering assets into position. But the ironic thing here was the time they should have struck was when the riots were ongoing. And they didn't strike because Netanyahu told Trump not to, because he said two things. One, he didn't have confidence that without the kind of military buildup they had before, that Israel's Iron Dome alone could withstand a Iranian counterstrike, because he felt that once the Iranian regime knew it was up against the wall, once they were balls against the wall, they were going to go all out and launch to take Israel down with them. So he wasn't confident that the Iron Dome could handle all those incoming Iranian missiles without the kind of backup they had last time, with the French and British and American and other navies offshore, including some German ships that fired counter-missile strikes that took down all incoming missiles. And as a result, he also he dissuaded Trump from doing anything. And beyond that, he said pretty much he liked to watch Iranians die. So just for his gratuitous satisfaction, Trump held off on doing anything when he could have and should have. And it's too fucking late now. But yeah, there you go. That's what we're dealing with.
Generally, I mean, they could really, it's not a power, it's not a might issue, right? Because in general, whenever they wanted, they could just flatten a place, pretty much.
Yeah, granted,
you would think. But you look bad. You look bad. Right. So it has to be, excusable. Right. According to the.
Well, that was an excuse, wasn't it? Don't you think that was a good excuse?
No. Yeah, no, but I mean, it's not that we lack the, the oomph to really crush her, I don't think. But it's just, turning places into glass is generally doesn't make you very popular.
Look, I appreciate what you're saying. Yeah. I will say this, however. I'm certain the Americans could do an enormous amount of damage. And believe me, I don't think that would bother Trump anyway. But I will, however, caveat that Iran is not Venezuela. I presume,
right.
I might be wrong, but I presume it'd be a lot more difficult. But such being said, they were at a very vulnerable moment during the riots, and that would have been the time to strike. After all, not many people would have complained. Nobody in the West, who would have complained? Nobody in the West really would have. They would have said, you would have heard some weird shit and stupid shit, but nobody really would have backed it up with anything. You know that, right? I mean, so, but now they're positioning anybody in. So, but what do you think? trigger them to do anything. If they're maneuvering,
I'm
yeah.
not so well versed on the delicacy of the situation there.
Yeah.
It's something's gonna happen. They didn't get all dressed up for nothing.
Yeah. Well, they've done plenty of times in the past. Let's hope that's not the case this time.
Right.
Yeah.
Every time a little more frustrated, you just kind of feel blue balled, and you're like, look, can we, just do it or not? Like,
Yeah, no kidding. Seriously. And
not to condone them, with their, but it's they have a goal, and they're gonna get more and more insistent that it happens.
well, all I can say is that in the case of Iran, this should have been done a long time ago. Seriously, the Americans. It was insane that they didn't do something years and years ago. That they just tolerated this mulacracy to do all the damage that's done forever. I mean, why? And everybody bear with me because I was outside all day and apparently I caught a cold. So it's obviously frigid in most places. San Francisco would probably be considered much warmer, but it's, believe me, as I said, it doesn't matter whether it's a few inches of water or an ocean. You can drown in a few inches of water if you faint and fall and your face falls inside of a bowl of soup. And certainly many a drunken man has tripped and fallen into a mud puddle and drowned. So just being out in the cold the way I was enough to give me a cold that you're hearing the results of. Now, everybody, bear with me while I look at some of these messages here. Let's see what's been sent by our... So, okay, funny image here of Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes commiserating how gay it is to have a wife. That is fucking delightful. Okay, we are joined by Holly Kiefer and Brendan Zogi. Good to have you both. I
got a social studies question for you, Douglas.
So, well, shoot.
What's up with Xi firing all his generals?
Oh, it's a purge. It's what the communists call a purge. It's kind of what Trump has done. Like Stalin.
Well, I didn't think his generals were like radical fringe or anything.
Yeah.
What's his issue? Is he worried they're going to rise up against him?
It's a combination of that with just sheer out corruption. Well, there's that, but
Okay.
it's honestly, his generals all proved to be quite corrupt, and they were stealing everything basically. First off, well, this is something that people need to understand, that is the catch-22 of the Communist Chinese Army. At some point, the Communist Chinese, in a fit of insanity, did to the People's Liberation Army, and when I use that term, please understand that that includes all of China's armed forces. China is probably the only nation in the world that has a monolithic armed force. It would be what in the United States, back in the days of the 1950s, Harry Truman seriously considered uniting all of the armed forces into a single military. The other services rebelled. They called this concept purple uniformism, that they felt they'd all be put in purple uniforms. I have no idea why they came up with that stupid term. I presume it's because they thought it was quote unquote gay that they all get united under a single branch of military service, but whatever the fuck it was, they rebelled, and he didn't succeed in this concept. The Communist Chinese started off with that concept and have stuck with it. So the branches of service are disambiguated only as extensions of the People's Liberation Army, because it was a revolutionary ground force that started off as a guerrilla force and expanded into a massive army in the field. They consider the Navy and the Air Force to be just extensions of that army. So it's People's Liberation Army Air Force, People's Liberation Army Navy, and the People's Liberation Army itself. But all of them are effectively one single branch of service. Now, when it comes to the generals who are running this branch of service, at some point in a fit of bureaucratic modernization, as they called it, the Communist Chinese Party decided that their military had to turn a profit. It's what the United States did to its post office. So just as the United States fucked over our postal service by saying, oh, well, even though you're a federal service, you're going to have to turn a profit, which destroyed the United States Postal Service. Just destroyed it. That's what the Communist Chinese did to their army. Now, they thought, oh, well, it's cool because our army can make all kinds of money through piracy, through human child sex trafficking, through weapon sales, through narcotic smuggling, and they turned their entire army into a criminal enterprise. So the Communist Chinese army, complete with its navy and its air force, spends all its time abducting women from all over the world to bring back to China because China has a 75% male population. And I mean, like, literally abducting women from every surrounding nation that they can break into. They commit piracy on the high seas. They sell weapons. They smuggle goods. And they deal in a lot of narcotics. Well, once you've committed an army to criminal enterprise, what do you think the generals are going to do? Well, they become corrupt, and they become criminals, and they begin to do things like take all of the fuel out of the strategic rockets that are pointed at the United States, and they sold the fuel on the black market because their government said, well, you're on your own, you got to turn a profit. So what are they going to do? So they sold all the fuel out of their rockets, and all these rockets, like literally hundreds of thousands of rockets pointed at Taiwan. Well, it turned out they were all filled with water. And they did the same with all the strategic missiles that are pointed at the United States. They took out all the fuel and sold it, and they filled the rockets with water. So when all of this was found out, well, Xi Jinping said, you're only supposed to be kidnapping other people's people, and you're only supposed to be, smuggling weapons to make money, but you're not supposed to be ripping off your own forces and compromising our national security. That's not the criminal blank check that I signed. I gave you a letter of marque to do this unto others, but not unto us, not unto ourselves. And it's like, well, it's not enough to make profit what we're doing criminally. It's we had to start, so he fired them off, and probably had a number imprisoned and probably had a number executed, and you're not hearing about that. But the others are as good as dead anyway. So altogether, it's a royal clusterfuck, and it's a problem of Communist China's own making, and it puts Xi Jinping directly in charge, personally in charge of all the military forces. So you know how bad things
that
are
works.
Oh yeah. So if he launches an invasion against Taiwan, yeah, well, you can imagine how bad it's gonna go. You've got a fat cat bureaucrat who's going to be commanding military forces, and he won't know what to do with anything. How is he going to even know what's what? But there you go. Anybody who thinks Communist China is a challenge, or Russia is a challenge, I mean, you're out of your fucking minds. All these people who think that these are powers to be afraid of. These are like super giant Irans. They're just giant Irans. And it's honestly, the United States could wipe all three of them off the map just within a single year of operations. And that's being ultra conservative about this. I'm being ultra conservative about this. It would take just months to literally, if we just went in straight for Moscow and Beijing, we'd be there within days. Weeks at the longest. These people are just truly straw giants, paper tigers. There is nothing to them. The only reason that America respects them is on the basis of insane levels of propaganda. And in World War II, you remember what I said about World War II? That compare that to the Republic of the Army of Vietnam, the AVN. the Army of Vietnam. They fought for the Republic of Vietnam, and the Americans blamed them for everything going wrong in the Vietnam War. They said, "Oh, it's all the Army of the Republic of Vietnam fucked everything up for us." But we Americans, we were the, we were fighting hard. We were winning all the battles. But these fuckers, they lost it all for us. That's all bullshit. It's the Army of the Republic of Vietnam that was doing all the fighting, winning all the battles, and the American Army was getting its ass kicked. And the Republic of the Army of Vietnam kept having to come in to bail their asses out and save their asses. So when you think about what happened then, and you reflect on it, just ask yourself how many people in the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, if it was so bad, how many of them ever surrendered? And it turns out none of them ever did. It was right down to the collapse of the Republic of Vietnam when the North Vietnamese deployed entire mechanized divisions to blitzkrieg into South Vietnam. That was at the only time they were forced to surrender. It was during the 1972 offensive when the ARVN, the Army of the Republic of Vietnam 3rd Division, collapsed along the demilitarized zone. Only one regiment surrendered. That was the only surrender of a South Vietnamese unit in the entire history of the war, except at the bitter end when the North Vietnamese had this multi-divisional, fully mechanized, armored sweep into Saigon. Yet at the Battle of the Bulge, when the Germans advanced at Christmas time, 2 entire American infantry regiments surrendered immediately to men who weren't even soldiers. Just draftees who were Volkssturm. Just literally men who were literally drafted and given absolute minimal training. And the reason the Americans surrendered was because Hitler was copying Russian tactics, Russian operational methodology, and he had General Vlasov's Cossacks leading a number of these attacks. And the Americans thought the Russians had switched sides, and then they immediately surrendered. They would say, "Oh, it's Russians! They're the master race! We must surrender!" And they just threw down their guns and said, "Oh, we surrender, please, we love Stalin! We love Stalin!" And they were all taken to the Soviet Union, and they were never seen again. They never returned. Just entire divisions were left behind when the Soviets came in and swept around areas of Eastern Europe, and wherever they met American units, the Americans would surrender, and the Soviets would just take them all prisoner, and they'd go to Siberia, and you'd never get them back. And Eisenhower never tried. He didn't care, and in a sense, I don't blame him. I mean, can you really blame him? I mean, these fuckers surrendered. I mean, why should you even take the time to even get them back? It's like, if they're that fucking chicken shit and that fucking stupid, if they worship the Russians that much, let them die working for the Russians in the goddamn salt mines in Siberia. It's what they wanted. Or they wouldn't have surrendered. They would have fought until they died. It's what I would have done if the Russians were coming. But no, Americans are fucking just... They'll kiss a Russian's ass the moment they see him because they think they're the master race. Because all that programming during World War II from Roosevelt, the Russians are the great ally. It's only through the Russians we'll win this war. It's the Russians that make it possible. That's all shit. The Russians couldn't do shit. The moment the Americans pulled out all their mechanized support and logistics for all the weapons they were giving the Russians, all the trucks, everything stopped in Russia. Everything stopped. It just nothing worked again. They couldn't fix it again. They had no parts to replace it with. And they didn't know what to do. And it all fell apart. And it took them years to rebuild even facsimilacra of it. Like the Americans who were stupid enough after bombing Japan in the Doolittle raid and then landed in Russia because they're America's great ally. They never came back home. They were stuck there helping the Russians rebuild their planes into bombers that the Russians could use, and they were there for the rest of their lives. and the bombers took like half a century to build before the Russians got them ready. I mean, like literally 25 years, a quarter of a century. It's like, this is how, and yet Americans keep pushing these people as, oh, they know it all, and their weapons are the best, and they'll never lose. And this is what we're stuck with. It's all riding on propaganda. Communist China and Russia and Iran. So yes, by all means, send their fucking fleet in, take out Iran, do something, do fucking something for once. At least they'd be doing it right. But no, Trump wants to concentrate on Greenland. Wants to, anyhow. So, Holly, any other
Thank
sociological
you.
questions? Yes.
No, that was good.
Yeah.
Good answer. I feel better about my understanding.
Yeah. Well, bless you. And
Yes.
so give us a little status report on yourself. How are you doing?
Trying to, it's overwhelming for sure, all that's going on, and trying to do the right thing minute by minute, and succeeding pretty good at that. I have my moments,
Yes.
but yeah, it's really a crystal clear lesson what's going on in Minnesota about the power of the effect, say, of what a completely state-run media has. And it's really a glass, a laboratory level experiment in, now that there's, from occasion to occasion, I don't think the majority, but there have been enough citizen taken video to put up next to what the official line is, to see how dramatically different they can be right in plain sight.
Yes.
I mean, now with the phones and everything, I don't think you can ever completely lock it down anymore. Like, say, I understand it is in Russia.
Yes.
Because, I mean, if we didn't have footage of this last murder, nobody would know jack shit.
That's right.
And so all the murders they've described in those terms, oh, they tried to run me over, blah, 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 you just know what pure bullshit that was, but how effective it was to be able to do that and maintain your power.
But
So
that you mean in the old days before the advent of cell phones, right?
Right, or even now, these murders and assaults that have gone on that nobody got footage of.
Oh, got it.
But
Got it.
we hear the stock reason, oh, they were terrorists trying to kill us.
Yeah, yes.
And that's completely ludicrous, you know what I mean? But I don't understand how they can, Noam and them can sit right next to that footage and spiel their lies out. I mean, it's amazing to see that, to witness that.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's, by the way, our dear friend Samuel Romero says the Soviets probably gave those United States soldiers to the half-ape hybrids in the Dyatlov area, like at Dyatlov Pass. Yeah, well, good. He says good.
Or tried to machine them into something that would work for them.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Processed meat. Yeah, processed meat for the ALMA.
Or maybe they tried to gas them up to be, indiscriminate fighting brutes.
Yes, something of that nature.
They could experiment on them to their heart's content.
Yeah. And
were there did MIAs not start with Vietnam?
Oh no.
Was it any kind? There was a citizens movement before that.
Well, there wasn't a citizens movement until Vietnam, but the phenomenon of MIAs are missing in action started with World War II.
You certainly described that well. Yeah.
And but it's ironic,
Okay.
of course, that the Americans never complained about it. They never made a fuss.
Huh?
They really didn't give a shit. And again, I could understand why to a degree. It's like, well, it's like, why did you surrender? It's like if you didn't want that, it's hmm. I don't care if you were outnumbered and surrounded and the situation was hopeless. It's why would you surrender? Considering who you did you really think these people are allies? Did you honestly were you that insane that you bought into that propaganda? Obviously they were.
Probably so. Yeah, and thought Big Daddy Uncle Sam would never
Lied to
let him
them.
go.
Yeah. Would
Yeah,
never
never
lie to.
lie to them.
Yeah, and also retrieve them, make certain they got home. Yes, an incredibly asinine
Oh
assumption.
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, all I can say is, well, Uncle Sam saved us a lot of money with that because every single one of those guys would have gotten a prisoner of war pension, which is, the highest in the world. It's if you don't if you join the military and are in there for a single day, 24 hours, and you get captured by the enemy, you automatically, if you live and recover, a big if, but if you live and recover, you get all the benefits and a full retirement pension the rest of your life. It's
Wow.
like that's and it's like 100% guaranteed. It's 100% because
Uh-huh.
there's levels to the benefits, and I would hear guys in the VA screaming about it like, if I'd have known that, I'd have surrendered to the enemy a long
Yeah.
time ago.
Right.
Yeah, and so it's like so they saved us a hell of a lot of money by not getting those bastards back, and that's
Yeah.
it's there you go. All that being said, Brendan has joined us. So dear Brendan, if you're able to come on, give us a little status update report about how you're doing, and let's see if he could come off mute.
Oh, let me say one more thing. You
Sure.
should take that body scan to the estate and play with it with the blood boys. Screw around, get real high and see what it says.
Oh my God. I'm afraid of where that'll go, honey. Look,
I mean, they'll know how to work it. Let's face it.
yeah, that's true.
They're
I mean,
not tech
oh,
stooges.
honey, they could just automatically, without even reading
Yeah.
the directions,
No,
they would,
no.
they would just know how to work.
I know that.
Yes. But
And I'm sure they want to know.
yeah, that's part of what I'm afraid
All
of.
your weaknesses. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, they already know that. At any rate, that's it's all I can say is
Oh, well.
I got some innocent questions about this where for people were asking about the blood boys and drugs, and I don't think people understand or they've miscommunicated what I've said in the past. Just so people understand, yes, I do drugs at the estate. Yes, those are really big at the parties. The blood boys do not attend the adult parties where narcotics
Right.
are used. Please understand, everybody, the common sense here. Use your logic. Obviously, Sugar Daddy and certain other members of the estate partake in blood transfusions from these young boys. The blood is to be maintained as pure as possible. They are not allowed the abuse of drugs. They are extremely monitored in what they intake in food. Most of them prefer to be vegetarians, and that's encouraged. Indeed, the majority of them are vegan. So understand that these young lads are really kept protected and sheltered from aberrant behavior that is prevalent in the adult parties that do take place at the estates. These are very large campuses, modeled on, of course, technology campuses elsewhere in California. The Blood Boys have their sector, and adult parties are held in a completely different sector, far away from them, far enough away where you would need to take a golf cart kind of affair, or other transportation to get there conveniently. They just want people to understand that because people have asked about some people just have this image that, I'm getting high in front of the Blood Boys, or that,
No, and I didn't
yeah.
mean that.
No, no,
Yeah,
no.
I
I knew
didn't
that.
mean
I
that.
know that.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
That's understood. That's understood.
Okay.
I do appear in front of them hung over.
That's when you get on the scale there.
Yeah. So that's, yeah. Believe me, they understand that drugs impact people in a negative sense. They
Yeah.
see the negative residue. They see negative repercussions. So yeah, just so everybody understands. So aside from that's a great idea. Anything else come to your mind, honey? And by the way, how let me get to Matt here. Matt in the
Yeah.
chat says, I am well versed on Persia. Sent a donation from Persia with love. Goddess bless you, sir. Okay, I'll tend to that in
Huh.
just a second. I'll look that up, see what happened with that, and see if that's received yet. And with that having been said, by all means, Brendan, say hi if it's possible for you to come off mute. He might be in a working situation. I know it's a weekend, but you never know. He might be doing overtime. Let's see if there's a
When the
income.
freaky stuff happens.
There we are. Well, I see here Matthew Bush sent 25 United States dollars. He says,
Aw.
I need your show. Thank you. This is from Matthew Bush. Goddess bless you. Bless you, Matthew Bush. Sorry, my cold. I'm slurring. And at any rate, that's the contribution I'm seeing right now. So Goddess bless you, Matthew
Nice.
Bush. You're an incredible human being, and Goddess bless your mother. I hope she's still with us. Do send her my love. And I pray she's alive and well. Let us know her status. And but definitely, okay. So that being said, we've got a good number of people listening, and but dear Brendan, let's check in on him. Are you okay, Brendan? See if he can come off mute. Got a nice haha from Amy, who sent us a interesting letter on radiation fog in San Francisco. I don't know if you can
Oh
make any
God.
sense.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
I'm
tough.
here.
Yeah,
Doing
Brendan.
all right. Everything is normal.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Could you explain to people a little bit about this radiation for fog? I almost said frog.
Yeah, I mean, the radiation fog is just coming into the valley and impacting the Bay Area as well in California. And it's just, by radiation, it means it's just sticking around, and, like, it'll emanate literally out of the ground when it gets cold
So it's
enough.
naturally
And
occurring, like radon and stuff. It's
no,
naturally
it's not
occurring.
radioactive. It just means radiation, like it just radiates out from the coastal areas into, it's not radioactive. So
It's a
Ah.
meteorological term meaning it's expansive.
yes, thank you.
But what's expanding?
Moisture, I guess. Condensation.
The fog.
Fog.
Yeah.
The fog.
The fog. The fog. Oh hell. Yeah, sure. Everybody knows that. That's what it does.
Yeah. It's an unusual. It's. I think that for some reason,
Okay.
the term was unusual enough where people freaked out about it.
Got it.
Yeah. But other than that, Brendan, how are you? Are you safe?
I mean, safe as I can be, I mean, other than people around me. But yeah.
Why do you hang out with such people, Brendan?
Oh, well, because something's wrong with me, honestly.
Oh, but we worry
Something's
about
gone
you
terribly
working.
wrong.
We worry about you working lonely nights at the school all alone.
I
Oh,
think the
yeah.
problem is that he's not alone.
We don't
right?
like that.
Brendan,
Yeah,
tell her the
almost alone. If only.
Yeah, I would prefer to be with the ghosts and the spiders at this point
Right on.
than
Yeah.
all these
Okay.
crazies, but it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank God I to the pizza house or the the soup kitchen. It's a much better gig.
Yeah.
Like, food service is way easier in the long
Yeah.
run. It's hard on body,
Yeah.
but it's like you just get to chop your vegetables and go home.
Right.
Oh my goodness. So Brendan, what do you think is going on? Well, certainly there must be something you want to cathart or vent about. There must be all kinds of things you want to cathart or vent about. Cut loose. Consider this your therapy.
Well, nothing off the top of my head, actually. I'm
Really?
just dealing with my current situation that's going
Yes.
in front of me that I can't really describe right now.
I can't wait to hear about that.
It's, yeah. Yeah, so it's just, we're just working through that.
Are
But
you
everything's good.
yeah, are you willing to share yet the story about what happened at the school the other day? Or is that wait for later? That can wait for later.
Which time? Which time?
The attempted setup. We don't need to say what kind unless you're willing to.
Setup. Oh,
Yeah.
there's so many at this point. It's like they're just trying to.
This could be a good comic book,
Yes,
a
it's
series,
a comedy series. No, a situation comedy. No, it's awful.
a graphic novel.
Well, I'm not sure about a graphic novel, though it could be, but definitely a
Hell
situation
yeah,
comedy.
black and white and grays,
Yes,
and
yes.
shady shadows and
Well,
It
definitely.
has to
weird
be like,
people in them.
Get a good artist.
Yeah.
The schoolyard at night. Yeah, shit.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
Sounds on the roof.
Yes, yes. And we had another sketchy coach with a camera coming by and saying, "Oh, I left something." What did he say he left? He said he left something, binoculars or some shit.
Oh, his headphones. He said
His
I left headphones. And then they were like on they were on a ledge above the door, which is like, who puts headphones up there? I mean, it's not possible.
No, not only that, but when he went to go for them, it's in a completely black stadium, and you said, "Oh, let me turn the lights on." No! I know where it is.
He said, "No, I'll use my phone light. And I said, "No, I'm turning on the lights."
Right.
Like, fucking weirdo. Yeah, it was weird.
Well, he didn't want
Like, who says that?
because he didn't want the cameras to film him, because that would be evidence of where he hid the camera, which is what the headphones are. They weren't headphones, were they?
No, they were like headphone shaped, but they were blocky, like two squares connected to each other with like two squares connected by a string, and it like vaguely resembled headphones, but no company I've ever seen made headphones like that. So it was strange.
Oh God, they're little spy cameras out of the catalog.
Yes.
That's what I'm wondering, because on Amazon you could buy cameras in the shape of anything because there's no regulation on it.
Yeah.
So it's just super suspect.
But the reason that that's actually a useful shape is because it gives a binocular vision, almost like three-dimensional. Yeah, like
stereoscopic.
Yes. And he just put it in a different position from the other guy who put him under the bleachers so he could look up all the girls' skirts. This guy wanted to, look down their cleavage. That's what that was for, to look down.
Or running around in shorts or something.
Yes, everything else. Yes, in the stadium. Oh, God. It is
so vile.
That's wild. I mean, that place is infested, man.
It's
to say the least.
Where do pedophiles work? Where kids are. Where else would they work? And they all know each other. Yeah, go on.
Maybe you need to bury a statue of St. Francis or something out by the front door.
Man,
Something.
it needs all the blessing it can get.
Yeah.
They need a full.
Oh, damn. They cut him off. They got you, Brendan. Yeah. You need to repeat that, Brendan. We need a full. Were you going to say exorcism? What were you going to say,
He's
Brendan?
probably dead.
Yeah, I said they need a full exorcism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we are. Cool.
Yeah.
And so, what's going on domestically and internationally, Brendan, that you feel should be grabbing our attention?
Well, other than the execution, I think everyone's heard their fill of that by now.
I
think you guys already talked about it.
Well, not really. When I get into it, I'll get into it. But in terms of, aside from that, Brendan, you had some I believe you had your own observations about that. Share those observations with us.
Oh, they're totally justified.
He's trying to stay out of trouble. He's trying to stay out of trouble, people.
Yeah.
He's got enough trouble in life, so
Yeah.
yeah.
So I really appreciate what our president is doing. And I'm glad we're gonna get our golden dome. I'm glad that we're gonna have, a 7-front war, including a civil war. That's a good touch. Spice things up a little. It's like
MAGA
it's
can
like adding
count
a
you
bunch of
in, baby.
spices.
Actually, tell them about Cuba. Tell them about Cuba, Brendan.
Yeah, apparently they're going to blockade Cuba. They're currently amassing a
Wow.
quote-unquote armada to blockade
Oh,
Cuba at the moment.
jeez.
But it's like, what do they even trade? They're not trading anything. What are they going to blockade fishermen? It's very odd.
It's like little boys
cigars.
playing war
Like,
with different
we
colored
caught a whole
plastic
boat of
soldiers.
cigars. Caught a whole boat of
Yeah.
You're killing me.
Well,
Jesus.
I mean, it's a practical question. What exactly are they exporting that they need a blockade? It's just they're just going to starve them out,
Yes. Just in all fairness.
Again, that was certainly they're living in the 50s, man. Before the hippies ruined everything
Oh yeah.
and got uppity.
Yes. Now, just in all fairness, this is what I would presume. I would say first off that Cuba needs to be understood as a very aggressive. I'm quite serious here. So everybody, bear with me. Cuba is historically, believe it or not, a very aggressive colonial power. During the height of the Angola conflict, the Cubans literally invaded Angola. For anybody who looks at the map of oil-rich Angola, you may
I always
not.
thought that was weird.
It was.
Yeah.
It was incredible. It was incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, the Cubans were all over Africa, but in Angola, it got to the point where the Cuban expeditionary forces were so large, literally, there were more Cubans in Angola than there were native Angolans. Okay, that's extreme. And then what happened was with the collapse of the Greater Soviet Union, then Cuba went rogue. And what they did was they basically established, with Hugo Chavez, the Bolivarian alliance that became known as ALBA. You can't look that up alone. If you look up ALBA alone, all you're going to get is Jessica Alba. So you need to look up ALBA Alliance, and then you'll find ALBA, which, believe it or not, was a communist alliance in America's backyard. And Hugo Chavez was very charismatic, and he was nowhere near as corrupt and incompetent as his successors, but nevertheless, he did things that were debatable. One of them was he nationalized all of the American corporate assets that were producing oil. Okay, you can understand this. You can even sympathize with it, but it's something you really need to plan ahead before you do something like that, because he really didn't take the time to train personnel to replace the Americans who were working those facilities. So their output in oil decreased dramatically because they were unable to make those facilities work without the American technicians to the degree that they could have otherwise. And the end result was that they had a great boondoggle because they nationalized all the money, the stuff, and kept it for themselves. But then, unfortunately, what happened was with the assassination of Hugo Chavez, the Cubans took over and they effectively colonized Venezuela. This is why the Venezuelan presidentress, or at the time vice presidentress, Delcy Rodriguez, made a deal with Trump and begged him to invade. She said, "You get the fucking Cubans out of here and I'll give you anything you want. Bring the Americans back in, develop the oil again. I'll give you Maduro on a fucking platter." But Maduro was given everything to the Cubans. All the oil that Venezuela was producing was going to either communist China a little bit to Russia, but the majority of it was going for free to Cuba as a colonial occupier. Cuba effectively occupied, through Maduro as a puppet presidente, Venezuela, and was draining it vampirically. I hate to use that term, parasitically. Instead, I'll use that. Parasitically draining it of all its oil for free. And so what Trump is trying to do is make certain that nothing gets into Cuba. And if he blockades it, he's hoping to starve out the regime, force the people to rebel and overthrow the regime. But if he's willing to play those games, why didn't he help the people rioting in Iran? I mean, seriously, it's like there's no sense or rhyme or reason to anything he does. And strangely, he's doing this while simultaneously sending a fleet over to Iran. Now, one of these sites, or both of them, is going to blow at the same time. And what's this fucker going to do? He's going to be, like Xi Jinping, in charge of his military, unable to decide where to turn. We can only see what happens at that point. But yeah, everybody respond to that, please. And yeah, by all means, because...
Well, Pete Hegseth will be no help in the matter. We know that.
Oh, Brendan, tell them about Pete Hegseth. Oh my fucking...
Oh, well, barring some of the personal stuff, apparently the boys in the force really love Hegseth, and they are really pumped up about his speeches and his bringing back, all this like workout culture and exceptionalism and being white and cool and stuff.
Warriorism, yeah.
That's the best
Lethality.
They're all pumped. Yeah, they're all pumped. And apparently, before he put in all these requirements about working out every day, it wasn't required for some reason, even though they're supposed to be disciplined, it's body and mind.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So he brought back this this kind of like workout regime into the force. So at least he did something. Doesn't mean they're doing it, but
Right.
He's Richard Simmons. He's Richard
yeah,
Simmons.
he's basically the bro version of Richard Simmons. Brosive, tattoos. Damn, we gotta do push-ups every day. Yeah, okay.
Well, last I heard, it didn't matter because he'd be working a desk job, most likely.
Oh, what
Yeah,
you mean?
that's what they are. Most of them, like 90% of them, are just sitting there.
Yeah, like
watching
fat guys
YouTube.
welcome.
Yeah.
Look, we're not going to give any names away, but let's tell them there's someone we know who was on an aircraft carrier in the Med, and tell them about the drone swarm. Tell them about the drone swarm.
The hell?
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know if we can talk about that too much. I mean,
Oh, why not?
Yeah.
Come on, why not? Oh, what are you afraid? Oh, they're gonna. Oh, that's a state secret. Oh my God!
well, this was 10 years ago at this point. Whenever, this was literally 10 years ago. But
Okay.
but let's just say they, some of these American, personnel, or what would we call it? These flotillas got swarmed by drones, and they couldn't identify the drones, and they had to scramble their security force, and the security force didn't know how to use the anti-drone equipment because they never used it before.
Right.
And so they were surrounded by enemy drones for over an hour without being able to identify or counteract them.
Do a thing about it.
And they basically said they were sitting ducks. So that's our force. That's our boys.
Yeah.
I'm hoping they figured that out by now, how to defend against that.
Oh, actually,
Oh boy.
I've always complained about. Here's the issue. Brendan Zogit, and other people on Team Dietrich, you've got to learn to be storytellers. And it doesn't mean that you're embellishing. It simply means you've got to learn about the descriptives. It's like when, Brendan suffered that horrible accident, no fault of his. Woman came out of, what was that old woman who crashed into you? That old biddy came out of, left field and just like careened into your car, and the airbag.
She made a U-turn in front of 4 lanes of traffic. Yeah. like
Damn.
crossed over 4 lanes of traffic while traffic is going. Yeah,
Wow.
and then yeah,
And then when she crashed into Brendan, his airbag explodes, just hits his nose so hard it shatters the frames of
I
his glasses.
fear them. Yeah.
Yeah, and when I asked him to describe that accident, there's much more we could describe. He was just like, it took prodding and cajoling to get the details out of him, because I understand he's blocking out a lot of that pain. But when it comes to what happened in this case, this is what I can tell you. This individual was a member of the United States Navy. They're in the Med. They are on an aircraft carrier, which is enormous, a floating city. They get swamped by a horde of drones, literally a swarm. It's like enough to truly put the fear of God into every sailor aboard. They call out the experts, who they call them Ghostbusters. You forgot that detail, Brendan. They call them Ghostbusters.
Well, I'm not trying to give too much ops.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I don't understand why you're so respectful of these security issues when, as you say, it's a long enough time ago where this is almost certainly all defunct equipment anyway. And we're going to presume that our men in blue have proven themselves up to the task and updated their tactics and techniques. But at any rate,
So Douglas,
True.
wait, are
Yeah.
drones actually bombing these Venezuelan fishing boats, or
No.
are the drones just finding them?
No, those are just Patreon. They're just surface to air.
Yeah.
Because they have when they have the footage, like those black and white footage,
Yeah.
that's surface to air.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a heads up.
Okay. So boats come and do the shelling.
No. What is
Or-
going? Oh, continue.
Basically, they're attached to jets,
Yes.
and then they're just watching them strike. They just fly.
Yeah,
over.
yeah. They
shoot them.
find the target, maybe.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
I believe it's case by
Okay.
case, but from what I understand, some cases it's American warships that are simply vaporizing these boats. In other cases, as was noted by Brendan, one of them was a case of clear perfidy, which is a war crime, where the Americans had a plane that was painted to be a civilian airliner and
Oh,
therefore
God.
came in really low and then machine gunned, like Gatling gunned, like thousands of rounds a second.
Good God.
Vaporize these people from an open
That's
gun
like
port.
cartel style. I
Yes,
mean,
thank you.
Jesus.
Thank you. Yes, outrageous. Literally outrageous.
Outrageous.
Yes. But at other times it's air to surface missiles, or kind of the reverse of a SAM, a surface to air missile. It would be an
Right.
air launched missile from a plane that just, this is beyond overkill. I mean, a missile that's meant to take
Yeah.
out literally.
These are scows. I mean,
Yeah,
Jesus.
literally, these are like rowboats. These are like,
Little workboats.
yes, their motors are simply a backup for when the guys get tired of rowing. They don't even have sails.
Jesus.
They don't even have sails because they're not big enough for a sail. So you're talking about skiffs. What's called a skiff? SKIF.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a better word.
Yeah, so these little skiffs, most
or
of
a
the,
little workboat,
yeah,
because they work on them, they cut fish.
yeah, you couldn't work on these boats. They're not even that big. You couldn't. There's no room to cut fish on them. There's just literally,
Wow.
they're just literally a couple of fishermen that are literally like trying to bring home a day's catch. That's all they are.
Jesus.
Some of them have boxes. Now, bear in mind, sometimes the fishermen are commanded by cartels to deliver these, goods. And then they'll pile their boat up with as much as it can take, and then they're paddling along, just trying to reach the other side. They're hostages. They're doing this under duress because their families will be killed if they don't do it. And then, Uncle Sam comes along and vaporizes them and
treats them like the problem. Yeah, the threat.
Yeah, beyond insane. But at any rate, so the Americans are just using whatever method. But in this case, the Americans were in the Mediterranean on an aircraft carrier. They're swamped by drones that number apparently in the hundreds. I mean, hundreds of drones, like a swarm of mosquitoes, just blanket this aircraft carrier. They bring out the Ghostbusters. They call them that because they have big, what look like leaf blowers on their backs. And then
Oh,
these
shit.
guys go up to the deck and they,
That's hilarious with
Yeah.
a giant drone leaf buster.
yes,
Leaf
Yes!
blower. Oh my
Yes!
god.
and they
Right
pretty
in the
much,
water, you fuckers.
and guess what? So they turn on their leaf blowers and, hey, the drones aren't going away. It's
Oh
like,
shit. They got
it-
claws,
yeah,
baby.
imagine that. Imagine
Oh,
that. You
shit.
can't leaf blow drones away. Imagine that. And so, on discovery of that, they batshit panic and say, we don't know what to do. And everybody basically takes shelter. Everybody goes inside the ship.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'd be going below.
but it's not going to help. That just means you're going to die.
You're
Right.
retreating, yeah.
yeah,
Steel coffin or iron coffin.
Mm.
yeah, you're all just going to
Oh
be
god,
buried.
because then they'll run around out there like a bunch of bugs and do shit,
But at any rate, the drones,
wreck your boat.
if they had been armed, if the drones had been armed with ill intent, that carrier would be at the bottom of the Mediterranean. Because they swarmed over it over an hour with all of America's sailors cowering in that giant sarcophagus.
God, yeah, I forgot it was an aircraft
Yeah.
carrier.
Yes. And then finally went
God.
away. And they have no idea to this day who sent them. They have no idea.
Well, and you're saying that's 10 years ago, and there's been weird drone swarms steadily ever since.
Yes.
Nothing
yes.
to that scale. I wonder if that was some secret billionaire's
It's not
little
fun impossible.
time.
Yeah, it's not
It is not.
yeah.
It
It-
is most certainly not
It-
impossible.
yeah, and
Seeing
so
if he could do it.
yeah,
Oh,
and just laughing the whole filming it all. Filming it all. Yeah.
That's a real life game show right there. I mean, not game show,
Yes. And,
video
yeah.
game.
And so when it comes to the Americans, I would say that in some ways you can claim the Houthi attacks on the Americans in the Gulf of Arabia, or it's just before you go into the Red Sea area, Gulf of Aden. And in the Gulf of Aden, the Houthis' exchange of fire with the Americans in some ways could be defined as the most intensive combat the Americans' Navy has seen since World War II. So
Yeah. Chilling.
yeah, it's something that the Americans didn't necessarily respond to without getting hit. They took a few hits, and so they are definitely have their own vulnerabilities. I don't think that we are giving anything away by saying that. It's something that I can say as an analyst with complete confidence that Americans, of course, are just what experience they lack, they're going to gain fairly quickly, apparently.
It does seem like Europe is kind of quietly, politely folding up their napkins and leaving the table
yes,
to go to the after party
yes,
that Trump ain't invited to and doesn't know about.
yes, yes. Yes, well, definitely
The 100% tariffs on Canada.
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. We'll cut down our own forests to build your stupid fucking house on. It's just brand new. Jesus, don't get me started.
Oh yes.
Oh God.
It's incredible. So
It's wild. So, but they're, I guess, coming to the realization that it's real.
Yeah, thank God.
And it's deep seated.
Yeah.
The problem,
Oh, wait, it's intractable. That it's essentially the problem.
Yeah.
The problem goes beyond Trump.
Yeah.
The problem goes beyond Trump.
Boy.
At this point, it's
Oh,
America.
boy.
It's America itself.
Trump's just the lens of it all that caught it aflame.
Yes.
So The haunting sound of those whistles rising up
Yes.
will never leave me,
Tell
like
me
a
about that.
wailing.
Okay.
Just even seeing the footage. I'm not in the thick of anything currently,
Yeah.
but that sound to me is signature of this time.
Yes. Could you tell me what we're speaking of specifically? I'll understand as soon as you give me a
The
place.
whistle, the
The
sound of
whistle
the whistles
from where?
rising when the goons are coming.
Ah, that's what you mean. The
That
ice.
sound.
The
Yeah,
ice troopers. Yes.
that specific sound
Yeah.
is what I'll always remember.
Yeah.
And it's weird because somebody was just saying it today, due to this horrific storm that
Yes.
is coming through up there. I mean,
Yeah.
they hype it on the news, yeah, but it is seriously, seriously cold and snowing and sleeting. And so all those streets with, like, did they say 100,000 people
I believe it. I believe it. It's bad.
are slick as an ice rink,
Yeah. Yeah.
actually coated with sheet ice.
Yeah.
So ice, man.
Yes. Ice
It's a
during
weird
ice.
thing.
Yeah.
It's a cottage industry of shorts where you get to see the ice agent fall on his ass
Yeah.
because he slips. Whoopee.
Yeah.
Slip and falls.
Yeah,
Oh,
they've
yeah.
made music videos of that, haven't they? Oh,
I'm sure
yes.
that footage is worth something.
Yes, it is, and it couldn't happen to a more deserving group of idiots. So when it comes to that, now, Brendan, you had some observations to make about the individual who was killed by ice. Do share them if you would be so kind. Let's see if we can get him off mute again, if he's still on the call. If he's not, I'll ask Holly to fill that role. There he is. So, Brendan, tell us about that individual.
No, I didn't really have anything to say about it other than what
You had plenty to say about it. You noticed. Well, share it with us. Come on now. You noticed, of course, the Second Amendment aspect. Tell us a little bit about that.
Oh, no, I don't want to get into anything controversial.
I love it. Okay. How about, okay. I understand.
I'd rather not. Let's
I
put it that
understand.
way. I'd rather not do that.
Okay. I understand. How about you, Holly? So tell us, Holly, what do you know about what happened to this?
I think it's pretty apparent what happened.
You would hope. You would hope. But remember, we've got one half of America that doesn't get that. Yeah. So
And
Holly,
still don't,
yeah,
I fear.
yeah.
And that's the main thing to come out of it. Boy, oh boy. Awful. I mean, what can I say about the footage? It's fairly clear. The guy was no threat.
Yes. Yes.
You saw the full body block the fucker did on the lady
Yes.
into the ice bank.
Yes.
And so, yeah, he stepped over. Nice guy. He's a fucking medic.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And
If not for footage, you know the drill. I mean, they sit right next to that footage and say this guy was berserk.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
And so now it's become just a matter of fact. I mean, it just happened, like I say, in Marina. Traffic stop.
Okay.
Guy was black. Guy was trying to be good. Seriously. Everybody knew it. But he was high. And they shot him.
Yeah.
I forget what the tail light or something. Killed him.
And when was this? Today?
No, a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's something like that is common enough where I didn't even hear about it. That wouldn't make the national news.
Well, and he was black and high.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's a death sentence.
Yes. Yes, it is. And
but now it's white people,
Yeah. Well,
because he was white as hell.
Yeah.
So, dedicated public servant and shit, helping the lady off her fucking broken elbow from hitting the icy bank. Jeez, it was ugly.
Yes.
So ugly.
Yeah. Oh,
But I think they're loving it. Those are the ones that love what they're doing, love their job.
yes. Yes.
They haven't had this much life in their lives.
Yeah. Sadly, yes.
This is it.
Aristides, I'd like to ask you to join in on this. Certainly, you have some observations about the latest ice shooting, and anything you can share about that, Aristides, please. You're a man with a sharp eye and a engineering mind. I'd really like to hear you address this.
Oh boy. I'm aware, of course, and I've seen, a couple renderings of video. I don't know if I want to get into these situations with this, and the first one that happened, I still think it's I don't know. There's a lot of filters people put on it. Most of the takes I see are very based in how the person already feels politically.
Of course. Yes.
So that's why some see it one way and some see it another way. So I don't know, and people at different angles, trying to zoom in. This is exactly what happened. Every month, a little
but I
faster. Just
never
like
saw one with him with his sidearm in his hand. That's for sure. And so that's got the NRA all pumped up because, hey, you telling him he can't walk around with a registered unconcealed carry permit,
Yeah, well,
so they're all worried.
Also, there's that, but I mean, there are a number of people there who are actively looking to insert themselves, in these situations and to run, resistance to, presumably federal officers in their duties, whether you agree or not. Like, they did take that in their hands, so things are gonna not go well. be misinterpreted in the heat of the moment, and people are gonna get hurt. So that's part of the risk they take.
But by the way, with what our man Aristides is saying, I will say this: the individual in question, Mr. Preddy, I believe his name is.
Yeah.
And
I think so.
Mr. Preddy is someone who, this is just based on a vampire's judgment of human prey. I'm pretty much a reader of human pathology, and I would say that Mr. Preddy he was working at the Veterans Administration, and I think that
I knew
alone,
that would be a strike against him. Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying that that's a strike against him. One of my best friends was an individual who worked at the Veterans Administration. By the way, we're joined.
You got to have a lot of compassion to do that shit. That's for sure.
Well, there was that. Dave Zamlik was my friend's name. But by the way, Sabin Yushe says, greetings from Germany. Welcome aboard, honey. And thank you so much for joining us. Matthew Bush says, my mother died in April. I took care of her for 13 years. Thanks for remembering. Blessing to Matthew Bush. Hugs, Am. And so thank you so much, Matthew Bush. And thank you so much, Matt K227. Yes, my condolences. So let me write that down, my condolences. Dear Matthew Bush. And just really, that's so hard. It's got to be very, there's no words. I mean, after all, she brought you into this world. So that having been ascertained, when it came to Mr. Preddy, I do get the impression of someone who seemed to be very depressed. And I think that I think that as Aristides reads it, there's a lot of validity there, that he did, in a sense, feel very, very driven to take a stand. And, but he obviously inserted himself in harm's way for helping a woman who they had brutalized.
who was closer than he was, and I mean,
Yeah.
100,000 other people out there too.
Yeah. The at some point, because they had
But
brutalized this woman directly in front of him, I believe that provoked him to draw his gun. But he was not
no, hell
waving
no,
it. He was not waving it. The gun was
no, no,
taken.
no,
The gun was taken from him. I know that much. So they
out of
could have.
his holster.
There we are. There we are. But
He was
just by
waving a cell phone camera.
that's it. Thank you. He was waving the cell phone. Like I
That
said, I
was
did
what
say he was not
he
brandishing his gun. I did say he was not
no,
brandishing his gun.
no.
Yeah. So he,
And he
if
was legally armed and
yeah,
licensed to
no, he was
carry.
legally armed and licensed in every respect. But after they disarmed him, they executed him. So that was
Yep.
absolutely bizarre. It was, but then again, it was kind
Yeah.
of almost like I did feel there was a suicidal impulse in him. That doesn't make what they did right, but I do feel that.
I
I
don't
saw
buy it.
Uh,
I don't buy that.
I saw some indication that once they took his pistol, that there was I think an unintentional discharge of some
Yeah.
sort. Like
It gets even
like
more Keystone.
no, but not that they said they grabbed it from him and then one guy was like, okay, and then shot him. It's like I think depending, I don't know, I only glanced, I didn't sit there.
He
and
shot the
analyze.
road. He
No,
shot
well,
the
no,
road.
the someone one of the you know, what do you
Keystone
call them,
Cops.
officers
Yeah,
or
Keystone
whatever?
Cops. Just say Keystone
Yeah,
Cops.
one of them grabbed it, but then
Mhm.
it kind of looked like while he was holding it, you know, kind of pointing at the ground,
Yeah.
it went off. Like, but
Accidentally
in that case,
discharged.
but in that case, as soon as everybody else, they don't know what happened in that moment. All they heard was a gunshot, and they think, you know, the guy pulled it. You know,
let's
they don't know.
pump
Right, they don't know. They think it's
18
on.
bullets into this guy.
Yeah, they think
One guy
it's on.
was
Did he pull
face
another?
down on the
right.
ground. The only guy that couldn't possibly be shooting at them. I mean, there's 6 guys on
Right.
top of them.
Yeah, but
So
like in those moments, it's not thinking with like reason. It's like, you know, it's very charged and like, you know, like okay, they're trying to
trained and
they're trying to de-escalate. No, well, I mean, it happens
and
to
it's chaotic.
it happens to regular cops too. It's like
Every day. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
shit
a problem.
happens, and you know, you think you're getting it de-escalated. You hear a gunshot, you don't know where it's from, but shit, it's on, man, and everybody, you know, then, you know, it's,
see, to me,
it's
that's
panic.
like complete nutty time.
So
Something's wrong with the training.
It could have happened,
regimen.
you know, because
That's
because
not
of that.
humans are capable of not pumping bullets into the guy face down because they heard a loud bang behind him. I
don't know. I didn't even see if he was
believe
face up or face down. I didn't.
Yeah. Oh well. Anyway,
Still, nonetheless,
what's
you know, the guy's got
done
his
is
finger
done.
on the trigger, and you know, hear a gunshot, make a gun. You know, it's nobody knows what happened until it's over. It's just.
And
Yeah.
so
Apparently, I agree. That's for sure.
well, the one
That's
thing
the truth.
the one thing, of course, is that obviously these are not trained officers.
I
Granted,
mean,
yeah,
Douglas, you
yes,
went
go.
through police training.
Yes, I served
I
as
get the
a police
sense you
officer.
wouldn't
Yes.
react like that.
No, I would
Would
not. No, I would like to think I would not. No, it's one of these things that let's put it this way: unless you're in the situation, you don't know how you're going to respond. But it did
I
look
get that.
obviously, it did look so obviously incompetent to myself. But then again, I'm a harsh judge on these people. So when it comes to
because you wouldn't
yeah, I'd like to think that.
support
Yes.
yourself like that in a
Yes.
million years.
Yes, I'd like to think that.
Please.
I'd like to think that a woman wouldn't wind up with a broken arm due to my manhandling her the way that woman did with these cops. And he felt compelled to intervene, and he kind of put himself in between her and the cops in that sense. His gun was seen; it was drawn out, and then
He was already down.
and then they executed him
When they were punching him in the head.
Yeah, when they mistakenly
You saw
discharged.
I
Yes.
did watch the footage. Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, it's
Punch it and kick it up.
by
Then
the
they
way, it's
wouldn't
hard to
let the
watch.
ambulance come.
Yeah, it is hard to
Yeah,
watch.
very hard.
And I'll do my
It's
best to.
stone cold snuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll do my best to put it into context, and I'll
Oh
do
my
put it into
God.
context in terms of both domestic and international relations. So let's get started on that, and I want you all to interject whenever you
Please.
feel like it. Yeah,
Yes.
and
Thank you, Douglas.
thank you, love you dearly, honey. And just jump
Love
on
you.
whenever you wish, and
Okay.
yeah, and interject.
Okay.
Now, I do want to thank Amy Como for her shoes. Amy Como says she's sending either shoes or a kind of like a gift card to buy shoes with. So I'm not quite sure what.
Fabulous.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Amy's arranging, but definitely I do need shoes from different people, and more than one pair is really necessary because it's just the way things are. And so thank you, Amy. I love you dearly beyond expression. Thank you, honey. And I'll definitely try and speak to you privately sometime soon, catch up with you. At any rate, I want to remind people today is going to be Australia Day. It's Australia Day already in Australia. Won't be till tomorrow here this side of the Pacific because Australia's like 17 hours ahead of us. But 125 years after Federation, Australia remains one of the world's most successful societies and one of those that's most uneasy about itself. The evolution of Australian identity is one of a self-conscious nation with an enlightened beginning. Reflecting on the founding of Australia as a free land, it becomes evident that the First Fleet was the world's greatest experiment in criminal rehabilitation. Something is clear. The world's largest powers are once again cutting deals and making arrangements outside the reach of middle powers. The end of globalism means that many European nations, along with Australia, must now learn to fend for themselves. A tough call for those almost wholly dependent on global markets to feed and power their nations. Since the start of the year, Trump's campaign to upend global politics has been in overdrive. From the United States military action in Venezuela to Trump's apparent willingness to risk a trade war with Europe and the future of the NATO alliance to acquire Greenland. Meanwhile, even as Vladimir Putin has negated all peace talks via massive Russian strikes on Kiev and Kharkiv that hit the negotiation table as well as people, the United States Central Command Chief is in Israel to meet with officials ahead of a possible Iran strike. A massive aerial bombardment by Russian forces knocked out electricity for more than half of Kiev earlier this week, as thousands of buildings had their heat cut off due to the strikes. It was Russia's second major attack this month, targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure amid a historically cold winter, with temperatures in Kiev falling as low as minus 20 degrees Celsius or minus 4 degrees Fahrenheit. And yet against the backdrop of all that, a short but momentous state visit by the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney to Beijing might be the most important harbinger of long-term changes in relations between the American empire and our liberal democratic allies around the world. This side of the Pacific, the historically massive monster winter storm has impacted more than 172 million Americans, over half of these United States, even as tensions are escalating in Minneapolis after Alex Jeffrey Pretty, a white Euro-American United States citizen, was murdered during an encounter with immigration officials yesterday morning. Yet another killing by a federal officer that only deepens Trump's self-inflicted political nightmare. So this weekend, we're looking at power. Who wields it, who resents it, and who demands it. A dizzying thread that is coursing through politics, celebrity, and culture right now. The first 3 weeks of the year will reshape the entire fucking world. To quote, "There are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen." That quote, oft attributed to Vladimir Lenin, aptly describes the first weeks of 2026. Over the last generation, several assumptions undergirded international relations and commerce. Shared values would always unite the United States with Western democracies. The global production of everything from semiconductors to oil made economic independence unavoidable, and an independent United States Federal Reserve and an infinite supply of Asian savings would keep world finance on track. This month, a series of proverbial earthquakes have shaken all those assumptions with the potential to reshape the political and economic landscape for years to come. Though the fog of uncertainty still hangs, a radiation fog, ever expanding, we might say, to use a meteorological term. Here's my take on what happened and why it matters. First, the American empire uncoupled from Europe. Years from now, we will look at President Trump's declaration from Davos that the United States must acquire Greenland, the way previous generations looked at the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. Just as the walls collapsed symbolized the triumph of the West, Trump's Greenland grab will come to embody the end of the West as a collection of nations united by values. In the days before Davos, Trump promised to wage trade war against Europe unless he got Greenland, a territory of Denmark, a fellow member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. His maladministration refused to rule out military force. By week's end, he had withdrawn the threats without formally renouncing his ultimate objective. An American imperial seizure of Greenland will effectively spell the end of NATO. That Trump was prepared to take that risk left international leaders looking at the American empire in a new, more fearful light. This is the culmination of a profound schism between Europe and the American empire over what should unite them. For Europeans, it's democracy, freedom, and human rights. For Trump officials, it's history and culture. Europeans rightfully see their biggest threat as the Russian Empire. Trump, as his own national security strategy puts it, thinks it's civilizational erasure brought on by mass immigration and low birth rates. By the way, we've just got an incoming notification that the extreme cold has turned deadly. Multiple bodies have been found outdoors before the snow even started in New York City. I don't know any more than that, but I am sadly not surprised. For now, NATO remains intact and trade peace is holding, but the turmoil in markets, just this last Tuesday, when stocks fell and bond yields and gold rose, hint at the anxiety that awaits as the political and economic institutions that bind the West completely unravel. It all starts with the decoupling from the dollar. For now, at least, Trump has backed off from his aggressive push to take east over Greenland, opting for a negotiated deal instead. But for global investors, the episode was just another illustration of the mounting risks of continuing to hold United States dollar-denominated assets, accelerating a trend toward diversification in many parts of the world. In Northern Europe, large pension funds and asset managers are offloading United States assets, concerned not only about geopolitical risk, but also the state of America's finances. And Asian India has reduced its United States Treasury holdings to a 5-year low. This is a new Monroe Doctrine built on resources, not finance. Raw materials. As if we were industrializing all over again. In 1823, President James Monroe declared the Western Hemisphere off limits to European colonization. Market Leninist China is Definitively, this era is equivalent to European colonizers. In search of markets and resources, it has extended its influence throughout Latin America. By removing the Venezuelan dictator, Nicolás Maduro, Trump has exercised his own corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, depriving the monolithic communist Chinese superstate of a key foothold, a Dietrichonic edgeway into Pan America that could have cut us all in twain, forever separating the North from the globalist South. Numerous United States presidents have meddled in region, but whereas they prioritized the installation of a friendly government and, in Venezuela's case, democracy, Trump prioritized control of Venezuela's oil, while leaving its dictatorship otherwise completely intact. Yet communist China is coming in from the cold. Trump is driving Canada and the European Union into market Leninist China's arms. American imperial foreign policy is benefiting the communist Chinese empire of the East. Even Trump's fiercest critics credit him for opening their eyes to People's China. Western leaders no longer see it as any benign partner, but as an adversary whose ambitions and values are fundamentally at odds with their own. This brought hopes of a new global bargain in which the United States and other free market democracies deepened links while decoupling from the communist Chinese empire. In 2024, Canada got on board, hiking its tariff on Commu-Chinese electric vehicles to 100% to match the United States. But when Trump returned to office, he showed no interest in such a bargain. He hit Canada in the gut with tariffs and kicked it in the balls with talks of annexation. A fortnight, that's the olden English, fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks agone, Canada completely recalibrated. The Prime Minister, Mark Carney, struck a deal with the monolithic communist Chinese superstate to slash the EV tariff, while commu-capitalist China reduced duties on Canadian canola oil. Though small in the scheme of things, the deal showed how third countries must swallow their misgivings about the centralized, single-party state capitalist China if they want to hedge their dependence on these United States. As Carney so noted in Davos, not every partner will share all of our values. Canada must not delude itself. America, on its worst day, is more democratic and law-abiding than Hong Zhonghua, Red China, on its best. Geography dictates that the United States is Canada's natural economic partner, and changing that will be costly. Trump has set out to demonstrate just that, threatening 100% tariffs if Canada proceeds with the COMCAP, the Commu-Capitalist China deal. America's technological autonomy is advancing amidst all of this. Semiconductors are often called the new oil, and rightly so. If so, then Trump's deal this month with Taiwan ranks up there with the development of shale oil 12 decades ago. The Commerce Department said Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing, as part of a $250 billion United States dollar deal in new Taiwanese investment, will add to several chip factories, microchip manufactories, in Arizona. In exchange, the United States would cut tariffs on Taiwan and exempt companies like TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, that invest in these United States altogether. These aren't just any factories. They will make the advanced microchips essential to the artificial intelligence, communications, mass communications, satellite communications, submarine cable communications, and mobile applications designed by NVIDIA, Qualcomm, and Apple. Production of such microchips has long been concentrated almost exclusively in my Taiwan, and only peripherally otherwise in South Korea. And the American lack of such capabilities is a Dietrich, that's Die ꜶSTRALIÄ, or the German speak, for ꜶSTRALIÄ, our master key, vulnerability. This deal showing that manufacturing can be reshored under the right conditions. My Taiwan will remain the dominant supplier of these microchips for the foreseeable future. But just as shale made the American empire energy independent, and thus less invested in keeping the Middle East stable, having some degree of microchip autonomy makest it less invested in keeping my Taiwan free and independent. This brings us to the war at home between the president and the Fed. Many presidents have sought to pressure the Fed on interest rates, but none as much as Trump. After months of his attacks, his Justice Department took the most drastic step yet, initiating a criminal investigation of the Fed chair, Jerome Powell, ostensibly over his testimony on building renovations. Powell, who had previously declined to respond to these attacks, came out swinging, calling the investigation a pretext to neuter the central bank's independence. The outcome of this battle matters immensely to investors around the world who have long assumed the Fed would act in the long-term interests of the United States economy and global stability. Trump wants a Fed chair who puts his own agenda first. Id lower rates, faster growth, and a higher stock market. There are still institutional guardrails. The Supreme Court signaled this past week it is not inclined to let Trump fire a Fed governess, Lisa Cook, over alleged mortgage misrepresentations. The Justice Brett Kavanaugh having said that such a removal sans due process, judicial review, or remedy, in his own words, would weaken, if not shatter, the independence of the Federal Reserve. But even if these guardrails do hold, the Fed will never be the same. Its next chair, to take office in just 4 months, risks the same treatment if he defies the president. That brings us to Fortress Japan and the end of easy money. While Trump's Greenland grab roiled the markets, events half a world away, fed the turmoil as Japanese bond yields shot up and the yen fell. For decades, the Bank of Japan used both zero interest rates and government bond buying to combat inflation that was too close to zero. Inflation is now comfortably above zero. As the bank has slowly raised rates, bond yields have marched steadily higher. Then this past week, when the Prime Ministress, Sanae Takaichi, called a snap election with a promise to cut taxes, she crystallized fears that Dai Nippon, or Greater Japan's already massive debt, will become unstable. The entire world has a stake in this, because Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, is one of the world's largest, if not the largest, creditors. Its government and investors hold 1.2 trillion United States dollars worth of American Treasury debt. The Imperial Japanese corporate-shogunal superstate increasingly needs those investors to buy its own debt. Marcel Kazumovich, a senior advisor to Evenflow Macro, a research firm, calculates that, adjusted for exchange rates, markets think the Empire of Japan will be paying much more to borrow than the United States, the United Germany, or Switzerland in a decade's time. The market is telling the Bank of Japan to hike rates a lot. As Japanese rates rise, debtor nations will feel pressure to offer higher rates to keep Japanese investors buying their bonds. The United States, whose government is the world's largest borrower, is especially vulnerable. Now, this list I've just articulated is not even exhaustive by any means, or by far. Federalism is under strain from aggressive immigration enforcement in Minnesota and counter-protests. Trump has already suspended some funds to the state and threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act to send in active duty troops. Any of these events alone would be a game changer. In combination, they will reshape global economic and political patterns with consequences we don't yet fully understand. And it's only January. At the World Economic Forum in Davos last week, Donald the Disruptor Trump seemed to be enjoying all the chaos he has created, doubling down on his long-standing obsession of Grönland. Dozens of mental health experts warned that aspects of the United States president's personality could pose a danger in high office and would ultimately, inevitably, inexorably do so. A year into his second midterm, after a chaotic and erratic week, all of these observations feel more relevant than ever. One of my Asian sisters, the social psychiatrist and editress Bandi Zenobi, has addressed about who, if anyone, is left to rein him in her book titled The Dangerous Case of Donald Trump. Meanwhile, in another bizarre speech on the world stage, Trump appeared to want other world leaders to refer to him as Daddy. It isn't the first time he has used that term, and Trump's daddy fixation has shaped his personality, misshaped it, and all the other issues it's obviously hiding as ill. This all matters because Trump's second midterm ambitions are bigger than ever before and potentially more dangerous. Nowhere is that clearer than in Trump's plans for the Gaza, which were presented at his newly formed Board of Peace as a beachside property opportunity. Trump called all the shots with his Board of Peace designed to oversee the Gaza's future. France infamously declined membership, either out of fear of the billion-dollar entry fee or because it is concerned that the United Nations is in danger of losing its relevance. Nigh all the world's rulers congregated in the Swiss Alps for the World Economic Forum's annual meeting, and yet their backroom handshake power seemed significantly diminished. Looking at the backroom business deals being done, Trump and his transgendered son-in-law, Jared Kushner, aren't building any peace, but a property deal on the mass graves of Palestinians. Which brings us to Iran. The United States Central Command Chief, General Brad Cooper, arrived in Israel on Saturday to meet with Israeli defense officials and coordinate in the event of a possible United States strike on Iran. A senior Iranian official told Reuters that Iran will treat any attack as an all-out war against us, ahead of the arrival of the United States military aircraft carrier strike group and other assets in the Middle East. Same official, speaking on condition of anonymity, said, "This military buildup, we hope it is not intended for real confrontation, but our military is ready for the worst-case scenario. This is why everything is on high alert in Iran." Air France and the Dutch airline KLM canceled their Friday and Saturday flights to Israel amid the tensions. And amid all the escalating tensions, Norwegians fear that their quiet nation of Norway will be the next targeted prize in Trump's looming Arctic power struggle between Europe and the Rus-American axis. This week last on this side of the Atlantic, President Donald Trump and his maladministration seem to belatedly come to the realization that their immigration and customs enforcement operations in Minneapolis are going poorly. Trump appeared at a briefing Tuesday and bemoaned his team's messaging. He and Vice President J.D. Vance began to acknowledge that ICE has been making or will make mistakes. CNN reported Friday that it was all born of a fear that the issue was getting away from them, a fear that is certainly backed up by polling. What Trump and his team notably did not do, of course, was signal any real shift in the tactics that have landed them in their predicament. And now the situation risks truly spiraling out of control, both on the ground and politically speaking. The fatal shooting of another person, 37-year-old Alex Preddy, by a federal agent in Minneapolis, in many ways conjures the episode 2.5 weeks agone, when an immigration and customs enforcement agent shot and murdered Renee Nicole Good. It also comes amid a snowballing series of politically problematic maneuvers that suggest things are only getting worse for the maladministration. It remains to be seen how the country will react to Preddy's killing, but what's clear is that Americans are very much predisposed to believe ICE troopers, well, ICE itself, as an entity, goes too far. And the details suggest we could be seeing a repeat of what followed in the aftermath of Good's murder, when already negative views of ICE hardened and expanded. For one, the maladministration has again leapt to defend the federal agents involved and attack the person killed in ways that are premature and strain credulity at best. As with Good, the maladministration has painted Preddy as not just causing the agents to fear for their lives, but as deliberately targeting them for death. The Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, wagered that Preddy had been trying to inflict maximum damage. Her department speculated that he was trying to massacre law enforcement. The White House advisor, Stephen Miller, even went so far as to summarize the event as an assassin tried to murder federal agents. Now Preddy was armed. Per the Minneapolis police chief, he had a permit to carry the gun, and engaged in a scuffle after agents sprayed toward him with a chemical irritant. But no evidence has emerged to support the static accusation that he was trying to kill them, and nothing in the videos we've seen so far shows him even touching his weapon. Indeed, the video shows an agent pulling the weapon from Preddy shortly before the man is shot, conclusively proving that he did not even have his gun when he was killed. And while DHS, the agency that includes Border Patrol and ICE, claims Preddy approached the agents, the events on video record were set off by an agent shoving a woman next to Preddy. If Preddy had aimed to massacre the agents, he sure was waiting for a precarious situation to launch his plan. And this prejudging of the situation is part of what made Good's killing blow back on the maladministration. Polling shows Americans simply don't buy what the maladministration is scrummeting. Only about 1/4 agreed with Noem that Good was engaging in domestic terrorism. Another parallel lies in the maladministration's actions after the killing. It clearly tried to avoid any full-scale investigation of the ICE trooper who shot Good, and instead began trying to investigate Good herself, a posture that led prosecutors to resign. In Saturday's incident, the Minneapolis police chief testified that federal officials tried to prevent local police from accessing the crime scene, and the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension said DHS is not cooperating with the state agency. But in many ways, Preddy's killing is a crescendo rather than a singular event. Even as the maladministration has begun to fear the politics here, they have likely gotten worse as Americans' patience gets tested even further. We've all learned this week that the maladministration has claimed the power to enter people's homes without a judge's warrant. We're all learning more and more about the United States citizens being caught up in immigration raids and people programmatically being racially profiled, according to local police. We're all learning about ICE making mistakes in the peoples it's targeting. And then there are the young children, ages 2 and 5, the maladministration has mass detained and put on aeroplanes with their parents. While Americans already disapproved of ICE for much of last year, the agency's numbers have trended even further in the wrong direction this month. CBS News YouGov polling shows the percentage of Americans who say ICE has been too tough going from 53% in October to 56% in November to 61% in a survey released last week. That 61% was echoed in a New York Times Siena College poll this week, which tested a similar question. Those new polls were arguably even worse for the maladministration than in the immediate aftermath of Good's death. In both of the newer polls, we're now seeing 7 in 10 independents, and even 2 in 10 dumbass buttfucker Republicans saying ICE has gone too far. That suggests it will be difficult for Americans to give the federal agents the benefit of any doubt in Preddy's killing. And yet again, we have a flashpoint that adds urgency to an issue Americans were previously more passively unhappy about. Beyond that, the new situation seems to add some political difficulties that didn't exist with Good. Minneapolis is a Second Amendment wake-up call. Some Second Amendment hawks, including the National Rifle Association, are balking at what they see as the maladministration talking as though Preddy, being armed, gave the ICE trooper more of a right to kill him. The Border Patrol's killing of Alex Preddy in Minnesota sends a message that masked federal agents can commit murder simply because an American citizen is exercising their Second Amendment rights, and that scares the shit out of them. In response to a Trump-appointed United States attorney's comments, the National Rifle Association stated, "Responsible public voices should be awaiting a full investigation, not making generalizations and demonizing law-abiding citizens." Now, this brings us to a black African-American male named Tyler Austin Harper on American freedom. I'm going to read what he wrote. This is not Douglas Dietrich talking. This is Tyler Austin Harper as read aloud by Douglas Dietrich, the son of Adolf Hitler. And Tyler Austin Harper starts by saying, I'll try not to do a black accent that might caricature this, but I might fall into something like it. If I do, bear with me. Last week, as rumors swirled about an impending ICE surge that would target the Somali population in Maine, where I live, I called my barber shop to schedule a last-minute appointment. I didn't want a haircut, but I worried that I needed one. I am a light-skinned black American. My hair and beard are thick and curly. On Thursday, I had both cut extra short in an effort to look less like someone ICE might find interesting. That is to say, for the first time in my life, I tried to look a little whiter. I had seen video after video of federal agents occupying Minneapolis, flagrantly racially profiling innocent people on the street, demanding that American citizens, including police officers and Native Americans, show their papers, and even detaining some, and it seemed that the same chaos was coming to southern Maine. I also made another change in advance of ICE's arrival. I stopped carrying the 9mm compact handgun, a Glock 19, equipped with a Holosun red dot that I keep underneath my shirt most days, in full compliance with Maine's concealed carry laws. Although it is completely within my rights to carry concealed in my state, a practice I began a little over a year ago after having gotten several death threats for my political writing, the past few weeks have made it apparent that ICE and Border Patrol don't put much store in the law or Constitution. When I heard news that Maine was about to get the Minneapolis treatment, a fear gnawed at me. What happens if I'm harassed or grabbed by an ICE agent for walking down the street without my passport, and an agent feels the pistol beneath my sweatshirt? What happens, God forbid, if my Glock dislodges from my appendix holster while I'm being roughly detained? I worried that, in such an event, ICE troopers, poorly trained, trigger happy, might panic and shoot me out of fear, even if I was doing nothing illegal or threatening. I worried, too, that they might not even bother to learn Maine's gun laws before descending on my state. Today, Border Patrol's killing of Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a 37-year-old intensive care unit nurse who the Minneapolis Police Department believes possessed a legal carry permit and was armed in the lead up to his death, made it clear that my paranoia was justified. It also made it clear that it is not only minorities who are having their First, Fourth, and now Second Amendment rights trampled by the federal government. Preddy, like Renee Nicole Good before him, was white. And while new facts could certainly emerge that complicate what we know so far, existing videos of the incident show that he never reached for his weapon in his fatal encounter with the feds. It appears to have been removed by agents before they shot him dead, after first pepper spraying him in the face as he tried to help a woman who had been knocked to the ground. Apparently, the federal boot heel is now colorblind, one of the Trump administration's more notable anti-DEI achievements. Although the administration claims that its immigration enforcement operations are meant to protect Americans from an invasion of foreign-born gang members, federal officials have now killed 2 American citizens, specifically white American citizens, the kind Donald Trump and Stephen Miller tacitly signal they care about the most, in less than a month. It is plain that Operation Metro Surge and Operation Catch of the Day, yes, that's what ICE actually calls its main operation, are not about protecting the good citizens of Minnesota and Maine, and they are certainly not about protecting our rights guaranteed by the Constitution. I've spent nearly my entire life in American gun culture. My father was a combat veteran turned state police officer. I come from a hunting family. My first job was at a gun club. I regularly invest hours at the range and burn through 1,000 or more rounds of pistol and rifle ammo every month. By the way, I have to pause here. This is Douglas Dietrich interjecting with an observation that this guy is incredibly wealthy. This guy has got to be an incredibly, fabulously wealthy black man. If you have any idea how expensive bullets are, it's like a bullet is like several bucks. This guy is expending 1,000 rounds a month. That means he's expending easily $2,000 a month just blowing his load at the range. This guy is batshit fucking crazy. And he's filthy fucking rich. Ladies, take note. At any rate, Sabin Yush says, "You 3 are amazing. Great when people with sharp minds, thoughts come together. Wonder where this is leading us as a collective. Pray for peace and respect each other. Also twisted. Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. And of course, the Zerofinity Show 546 says, hello, everybody. How's everyone tonight? Can you guys see me in chat? Please let me know. Thank you. Okay, we see you. There you go. And so with that, let me respond to Sabin Yushi first. And so kisses at Sabin Yushi. Here we are. And there we go. And press the enter button. And so welcome. Here we are. Welcome. Welcome at the TH. There we are. All right. And here we go. Let me see if I can get the right human face up here in the emojis. And there we go. Okay. Okay. That being addressed.
Wow, Douglas.
Yes, honey.
That was a whole lot
I'm still going with this
in
guy's
a
letter.
short time.
Uh,
No, I'm going to get off the call is all. But
Oh,
I wanted to just say thank you, my Lord in heaven.
well, I
You
love
are.
you. Thank
That
you,
was
honey.
really something.
I love you.
So I'm just going to break the call, but everything's fine.
Okay.
And we'll talk again soon. But
Well,
I'll
you're
be
going to stay
listening.
on YouTube, right? You're still going to continue
Yes,
listening?
I will.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Goddess bless
All
you.
right, dear. Thank
right.
you and all.
Okay.
Okay. Good night.
And you heard what the reader said. Sabin Yushi commented you and complimented you as one of the
No, I
sharp
didn't.
minds. Oh, so what she said in the chat, Sabine Yushi, a lovely girl from Germany, says, you three are amazing. Great when people with sharp minds, thoughts come together. Wonder where this is leading us as a collective. Pray for peace and respect
Oh,
each other.
dude.
Also twisted.
Wow.
Yes, there we
Beautiful.
go. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all.
Yes.
And talk again soon.
Well, bless you, baby. All right.
Okay. Good night.
Now, to go on with this gentleman's letter, open letter, he says, I admit that by the standards of some readers, I no doubt qualify as a gun nut. And I have had innumerable arguments with liberal friends about the Second Amendment. My views are unfashionable in some circles in which I travel. I believe, and have always believed, that despite the National Rifle Association's faults, the organization is correct about the core purpose of the Second Amendment, to prevent government tyranny. And because tyrannical governments can be either liberal or conservative, the Constitution protects those on the left and right equally. Sometime before he was shot dead in Utah, Charlie Kirk said, now infamously, that it was worth accepting some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. Many of his critics dredged up that quote following his assassination, noting the irony and suggesting that his manner of death disproved his argument. I agreed with Kirk about very little, but about this he was right. The blight of gun violence is a uniquely American tragedy, but the Second Amendment is a uniquely American freedom, and in fact is the very thing that makes possible all the others. By the way, again, I have to interject here. This black guy is batshit fucking crazy. The name Tyler Austin Harper is his name. And the only reason I'm reading his open letter is because Tyler Austin Harper is bringing up points about the Second Amendment that I would not do so based on my own politics. And he's completely wrong. The Constitution does not protect left and right equally because people on the left do not buy guns. Only people on the right, statistically and demographically, buy all the guns. And they use them whenever they can to kill people on the left. And when a gun takes your life, you're deprived of all your amendment rights. Instantly. In the flash that emerges from the muzzle of a gun. So you're deprived of everything. At any rate, back to this idiot. Some pro-gun organizations are already taking a stand. Every peaceable Minnesotan has the right to keep and bear arms, including while attending protests, acting as observers, or exercising their First Amendment rights, Minnesota's Gun Owners Caucus wrote in response to today's killing. These rights do not disappear when someone is lawfully armed, and they must be respected and protected at all times. Gun Owners of America, meanwhile, observe that the Second Amendment protects Americans' rights to bear arms while protesting, a right the federal government must not infringe upon. Despite touting itself as a staunch defender of American gun rights, however, the Trump administration appears to be taking a rather different tone. Thank God for the patriots of @ice.gov, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth posted on X, showing no concern that a federal agent emptied his magazine into the back of an obviously law-abiding, gun-owning American who seemed to have been safely disarmed. You are saving the country! Whether they lean right or left, are pro-immigration, or have more restrictionist views, my fellow gun owners should understand the message that is being sent by this administration. If you exercise your constitutionally protected right to bear arms, masked federal agents can murder you in cold blood, simply because an American citizen exercising their Second Amendment rights scares them. This isn't about politics. It is about the rights that make our politics possible in the first place. By the way, notice the fucking insanity here. Again, this is so fucking crazy that you merely have to listen to the sentence the first time to get why this man should not be allowed to fucking vote. That owning a gun makes all your other politics possible in the first place. He's saying that your politics are only possible through force of arms and the literal threat, if not imposition, of death itself. It's only because you can kill other people that you even have politics. That's what this man is saying. Do you want to live in this man's world? At any rate, he concludes, last paragraph, I promise. It is not yet clear what exactly Preddy's own views were, or what motivated him to be on that Minneapolis street. But he knew what the Second Amendment is for, to affirm that Americans are a free people, and free people will not be cowed by masked federal agents. As this country's gun enthusiasts have long known, freedom means little if you lack the means to keep it. Without the Second Amendment, the Constitution is a piece of parchment. With the Second Amendment, the Constitution is a demand. These rights shall not be infringed. Okay, again, the reason this letter is so offensive, and the reason why I'm reading it, despite the fact that it offends me, not in just terms of sensibilities, but in terms of base logic, is the fact that this idiotic son of a bitch is saying that your Constitution is toilet paper. It is asswipe with shit on it from your butt without fucking guns and bullets. Because, well, talk is cheap, but bullets are cheaper. In other words, just gun them down and you're free. Where are all these motherfuckers? First off, let's get something straight. The one excuse every one of these pig fucking sons of bitches has is Douglas Dietrich. If a man shows up in a store and starts a massacre with his machine gun, wouldn't you want a law-abiding citizen with a gun in area to put a stop to him? And this is meant to disarm you. It is a setup question that is loaded. take that as a pun. It is meant so that you are forced to say yes. Because if you answer no, it's like you're seeking death. That's not the way the world works, because the reality is there is not a single fucking case. Not a single fucking case in the record of all United States history. Not a single one where some son of a bitch with legal carry, concealed or open, has ever returned fire on a school shooter, on a mass shooter, on anybody with a firearm who's kicking ass and taking names. These fuckers don't dare pull their guns out. Ever. There's not a single case. Not a single goddamn one. When it came to Gerard and Mandy Miller, they killed each other. And they pointed their guns at each other's heads, blew each other's brains out. An idiot with a gun who was in the store and cowering like a turd, then pulled his gun out and brandished it as if he had killed them to take the credit. I saved everybody. I saved the day. When LVPD, Las Vegas Police Department, stormed in, they saw this chicken shit motherfucker brandishing a gun. They blew his brains out. Good. Good job, LVPD. Give those boys a medal. Exactly what he deserved. Incredibly vile chicken shit. Not a single goddamn gun owner has ever saved anybody in a mass shooting. Where are they? Where are all these motherfuckers? So, all of them say the same shit. We're here to defend you from government tyranny. Well, this young black man, again, I'll call him out by name. You can tell him the son of Adolf Hitler said so, too. Tyler Austin Harper. Well, you know what's going down. You know the ICE troopers are here. You know they're at everybody's door. You know they're killing people. This is the tyranny you motherfuckers have been waiting for. You fire off 1,000 rounds a month. You could use that money to pay for my surgery. You're using it to blow your wad in this masturbatory obsession of what? The perfect aim? Take that aim now. You know where the enemy is. They're everywhere. Not only that, they're invading your state. Time to stand up against that government. But no, all these guys are going to stay home, polish their guns, and say, yeah, we're protecting you. If it's our gun owners protecting your rights, those rights are trampled right now, dude. Come on, Minutemen. This is your moment of glory. Get out there. Where are you all? Chicken shit motherfuckers. You're all worthless. Your guns are only meant to kill innocent people. That's all you ever use them for. Statistically, all people ever use their guns for is to kill their relatives, their friends, their lovers, and themselves. Statistically, that number goes up to the 99th percentile. You're all a bunch of punks, and you're all fucking worthless. And right now, we've had 10,000 plus flights canceled. A massive winter storm has devastated large swaths of the 100 states in union this weekend by delivering historic levels of snow and ice to major cities.
Yeah, it's like if the
thank you.
feds attack a legal game.
Oh, they're cutting you off. Dude, you need to say it all again slowly. Get into a good cellular reception area because we couldn't hear a word you said.
I'm in perfect cellular reception area.
Okay, they were
That's the irony of it.
Yeah, they were
said-
blocking you. Go on.
I said they they took a legal gun owner's gun off of his body and executed him. I
Yeah.
think that's pretty much the done deal for the Constitution. They
Yeah,
pretty much
thank you.
paper, canned it,
And why didn't any of the other people in the area with legal carry say, that does it? I'm now legally obliged to defend my fellow citizen and take that stand and go out there and start shooting these guys. I mean, why not?
Yeah, I mean, and we're not saying this to instigate. It's literally right. It's like, well, that's what the Federalists say. They say, stand up against a tyrannical government that tries to kill us and take our guns. Well, you guys
just witnessed that with your own eyes. They took his gun and they blew his brains out. And it's like, so this is your moment. Okay, now,
like I said, I don't condone, I'm going to pull the Troy Bellamy. I don't condone or agree with anything on this show, but I'm just an observer, a neutral observer of this strangeness that's happening.
Well,
because it's like, I mean, it's pretty much the whole point of having a militia was to prevent that, and nothing happened.
Yeah, they aren't doing shit. Yeah. I mean, the guy fires off 1,000 rounds a month. This guy who writes this letter. And it's like, dude, and they're coming into your state now. Take that stand, man. Walk down the middle of the street. It's high noon, motherfucker. Yeah, but no.
It's they only do it when it's the Brits. They're like so, mind washed, brainwashed. Like if it was a red coat, they would do it. They would say, "Oh, red coat, taxation without representation." But that's not what and I'm being serious when I say this. I'm not trying to instigate, but that's what Thomas Jefferson said. He said you have to fight back every, what is it, like 25 to 30 years.
He wanted every generation to basically have a Maoist revolution. The fucker was a proto-Maoist.
Yeah, and that was with matchlock.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's right. Flintlock. That was flintlock shit. Yeah, and if that was probably before then, actually. Now you're right. It's more like matchlock. I think it's powder,
it was like
powder guns,
and grain, and shit. You had to like put a wad in the barrel. And
it took forever. It took forever. But let's qualify it this way. To qualify it this way, let's just say this: this is something that the gun owners themselves have stated as their position. They are not acting on their stated stance. So their stated stance is just simply verbal pablum. It was never meant to be taken seriously. And yet they continue to claim, oh, your Constitution, without this Second Amendment, the Constitution is but one.
Yeah, and they say stuff like, and like I said, we won't say names, but like, the people I heard recently, they said, I'm constitutionally carrying. And I said, what does that mean? And they said, it's, the only paper I need is the Constitution, and I can carry wherever, whenever, for whatever reason. And I was like, okay, that's kind of like been in the dustbin for a while now.
Yeah.
Like, you can't just like walk into a building or like an airport.
No. Yeah, that's like, no, that's
like you said, it's just like a convenient thought experiment or something, right?
It's God knows. What are they thinking? I mean, what is their thought experiment?
Like, how do you say it? Like it's just like a fantasy. It's just like I could do it whenever, wherever in my head.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. It's some masturbatory bullshit. Because we all know what goes down here when it happens to just shoot them. Just
and like I said, I'm not against the Second Amendment because it's like you can't undo what you've done. It's just there's no point in taking a stance at this point. It's just what I'm saying.
Well, you have a very fatalist attitude about a lot of things, but I would say that I understand. Yeah, I understand why. I mean, look, it looks pretty hopeless, but I would say this.
Well, I just mean there's not these people. No one has enough skin in the game to go form a militia and fight back. Unless it gets like really bad. And
Well, look, it's bad. It's bad, and
it's a psychological problem more than it is a logistics thing.
Yeah, it's definitely. Let's put it this way: the state of affairs right now is bad. And it's really bad. It's exactly what they said is when men should rise. Now, you and
Well,
I, we're not these kind of guys. We're not the guys who have made this claim. We're not the guys who have been out there saying, yeah, gun rights, man, and it's all to rise up against tyranny. You and I don't have that bullshit to back up. We're not making these claims. We've always been the guys who looked at things differently. But when it comes to these guys, this is what they've been saying forever. Well, the time is here now. And even though we're not encouraging it, we're asking them why they're not taking any action. Because if they don't, they have no right to complain. It's like, okay, like the guy writing the letter, okay, I can understand it. Let's say he makes this statement and then pulls a high noon, walks down Main Street in Maine and confronts the ICE, and, you know, they blow him away. But he goes down fighting. Well, he's made a statement. But none of these guys are going to do that. And none of them are going to do that as militias. Because, first off, these are the people who voted Trump in. We know this for a fact. The overwhelming majority. So overwhelming, it's effectively, for all intents and purposes, again, a 99 percentile of gun owners and gun rights advocates voted Trump in. This is what they wanted. And why did they want it? Because they thought the ICE troopers were going to do this to, you know, colored people and people who were gun owners and people who were like liberals and Democrats. And okay, what happens? Oh, they started taking out a white blonde woman. Well, not too many people cared because all the misogynists out there, people like Tate and Fuentes would... Oh, did you hear what Aristide said earlier about Nick Fuentes' sister came out as a Mexicana, and she's a Mexicale Jewess, no less, and said, yeah, well, we're Jewish and Mexican, and I happen to be 2S LGBTQ IA+. And so Nick Fuentes' sister is to him what Elon Musk's trans daughter is to him. They all so deserve this, having their relations come out and out them for what they are. So it turns out, you know, Nick Fuentes is a Mexicano Jew, and he's got a sister who's, you know, 2S LGBTQ, IA, you know, plus.
I mean, like, I don't think that doesn't surprise me at all,
Yeah, yeah, there you go.
to be honest. You know, like I said, those other people that were making the memes said, "Oh yeah, it was a, you know, a gay Mexican and a what did they call Tate? They said,
eunuch.
Yeah, a tarded eunuch and the goofy Somali guy that hates women and Jews. And it's like, this is the neo-Nazis we have to work with. It's like, we're not working with much. You know? Like, there's not much to work with, really.
Yeah, no kidding. And these are the guys who brought Trump into power. These are the Trumpsters. And, you know, and most of these ICE troopers are distinctively brown. They're quite melanated. They're usually chestnut colored or coconut colored, I noticed, because they need Spanish speakers if at all possible. Plenty of whites, but, you know, the ones who cover the face...
He came out and said it. He said there, a lot of them are Hispanic and they're really good men. He said, I'm serious, he said that. He said most of them, like, as if that makes it cool to just go executioning. Like, oh, and all of a sudden you're all inclusive when it comes to murder and whatever. You know, that's interesting. But like I said, I'm not trying to get into controversies here.
You know what they're telling us? What he's telling us is that America has now imported its own Latin American death squads.
Which is true. I'm sure it'll totally work out at some point in the future.
You sound infinitely better now. Thank God you got back on the earbuds or whatever that is. And so by the way, our dear Sabine Yushe says, Douglas, Nobody is so funny talking about serious topics. Thank you, honey. I appreciate
Well, it's not supposed to be funny. That's the bad
and
part.
and the Zero Infinity Show 546 says, "Terrification without representation 2026." And she says she needs to trademark that. She does. She does. Oh my God. She says, yes, their negative is now in a complete mental and logical cognitive dissonance. Sorry about that. She says, although my main account is hidden due to friendly fire from the past, I can use my new channel to participate in this discourse. Great read. Thank you, honey. Appreciate that. I do believe she's female. Let me know if I'm correct. But somehow I intuit that. Tell me if I'm wrong or right. At any rate, dear Brendan, you've certainly help to put that into some perspective. But yes, we don't need to be encouraging anyone to violence because obviously there's going to be plenty of violence that's going to be waged against the American public. But at some point, you got to ask all you motherfuckers with guns out there who have waited for this moment, that tyrannical government, face it, you always thought it was going to be Democrats to come and take your guns. That was your fantasy. You're sick, psychotic, stupid, impotent, outrageously, how did I say, juvenile, indeed infantile illusion. That was never going to happen. Who's going to take your guns? We've seen it. Right-wing ICE troopers. Yes, and guess what? Many of them melanated. You would think this would be your perfect target. Time for you to stand up, man up, wave that flag. Freedom! Freedom! But no.
Yeah, now's probably a bad time to bring up my theory that I told you earlier in the chat.
Tell us.
Yes. No, it'll complicate things too
I get
much.
I get it. No, I get it. It's don't bring that
Because
up.
I think it could be that. Like almost like I'm that cynical that I think it could be that bad. Because when I first saw it, I thought it was AI. I just assumed,
But how would that work? Is this some party outside of the Republicans? How would that work in Trump's favor? Or how would that work? Or maybe they're trying
No,
to.
they just want chaos.
They just want chaos.
AI,
Yeah.
generate.
Yeah.
AI generated.
In other words, without going into the technical details behind Brendan Zogit's theory, Brendan Zogit is positing that this could simply be a ploy to generate total anarchy, total chaos. That this is an Edomite conspiracy.
Because both of these scenarios have been just, and I know it could organically be this way, but it's just they seem so deliberately like where you could take either side, like you could spin it either direction. It affects both sides evenly to the point where it creates chaos, arguments.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like so suspect, I don't know how else to explain it. I'm very tired right now, but you get what I'm saying.
I understand. No, and I understand
like
that you're
both of these scenarios, or all of these scenarios pretty much that happen and that get blown up on the media, become like that, where it's like, so you can take either direction depending on your previous thoughts and your previous indoctrination, basically.
Well, what is strange here is it's almost, here's where your thesis becomes compelling. It seems to be a graduated escalation of outrage that is designed to provoke the very people who put Trump into power into turning against his tactics, because first they hit a white blonde woman. But then again, everybody got over that quickly because all the right wingers said, well, she's alternative lifestyles. She's 2S who cares?
Right.
And, so then they moved on from that like it was nothing. But then they shot a man. And in this case, he's a gun carrying man. So it's like, it's almost
with
like
a beard. And he
like with a beard. With a beard. Yeah. Which, is like, and by the way, again, as a vampire, I do look at human beings as prey, and I do take in a lot about their pathologies just by sizing them up. And again, this guy did look in his own way, very depressed, very disturbed, and it was almost like he wanted to go out making a statement, kind of martyr himself. We can't make that judgment. I'm not making that judgment, but I'm just saying it kind of looks like he had that potential in him. But all such being said, yeah, I mean, carrying a gun, going near the ICE troopers. As I said before, I've said it in the few episodes back, the episode before last, I told people in great detail, if you are in the physical proximity of ICE troopers, you are putting your life at risk. So, there's no need to up the odds by going near them armed. Either you pull that gun and take them out before they take you out, or they'll take you out first, if you're going to take that risk. Yeah, they saw that gun and they executed him. I was just surprised they didn't do it with his own firearm. But that being said, as you say, it does seem to be almost orchestrated so that it has to ultimately provoke the Trump cultists into reevaluating their stance with this individual. So we'll find out more as time goes on, but one thing we know, there's going to be more killing. The ICE troopers are like, because the government keeps backing them up, they're out of control. And they're just going to keep doing it. They've been told that they have total immunity. They will act with total impunity. And so they will act the role of Latin American death squads, which is exactly what they are. And there we go. Any other thoughts at the moment, Brendan? On there. And if not, more than 230 million people were under severe weather alerts as the storm began into the weekend. By the time it ends tonight or tomorrow, it will have dropped a foot or more of snow and destructive amounts of ice over its 1,500-mile path from Texas to the northeast. At least 10 states declared a state of emergency on Friday into the weekend. God knows how many now. And over 1,300 flights that were scheduled for Saturday were canceled as the storm approached. Widespread power outages were also expected across multiple regions as the system barreled through our country. So, the question needs to be asked now. What will really happen once the United States power grid suddenly collapses? Sans electricity, life as we know it will end. The modern United States runs on an invisible machine of wires, transformers, data centers, and control rooms. If that machine fails all at once, life will not simply get less convenient. It will reorganize around scarcity, risk, and improvisation within hours. A sudden nationwide grid failure will unfold in stages, from immediate shock to cascading infrastructure breakdowns, and, once prolonged, a fundamental test of how long a complex society can function without electricity. And I can guarantee you, we'll have cannibalism within a week. Now, to understand what's going to happen here, I can try and relate to you how power already underpins water, healthcare, finance, and even national security, and then follow those dependencies outward, the radiative effect. The picture that emerges is not any single apocalyptic moment, but a layered crisis in which the basic services fail first. Vulnerable people suffer the most, and our country's ability to recover depends on decisions made long before the lights go out. This is what takes us from blackout to the cascading infrastructure failure that's to come. In the first minutes of a total grid collapse, most Americans will experience something that feels familiar: a blackout. Traffic lights will freeze, Phones might still work on battery, and many people will assume power will return in a few hours. The difference in a true grid failure is that the outage will not be confined to any single one city or storm track, and the systems that normally restore power will be disabled at the same time. Analysts distinguish between localized outages and widespread collapse because the latter disrupts not just homes, but the entire ecosystem. The ecosystem of generation, transmission, and control that keeps electricity flowing in the first place. A gap, that difference between localized makes explicit. Once the grid goes down at scale, the most immediate and dangerous failures are not in the electrical system itself, but in the infrastructure that depends upon it. Water utilities rely on electric pumps to move drinking water into towers and through pipes, and European modeling shows that when those pumps stop, the towers run dry quickly and taps follow. A vulnerability that applies just as much to dense American cities as it does to European ones. Sewage systems face the same problem in reverse, with lift stations and treatment plants losing power and forcing operators to bypass all normal processes, sending untreated wastewater directly into rivers and coastal areas, even in what engineers describe as the best case for a total grid collapse. Of course, it's going to be the hospitals, health, and who gets first? Well, who gets hurt first? And who gets hurt first? Well, hospitals are built to ride out short outages, but a nationwide failure will push them into triage mode fast. Backup generators keep intensive care units, operating rooms, and some lights on, yet they depend on diesel deliveries and maintenance crews that assume the wider economy is still functioning. As power cuts stretch from hours into days, problems spread from the emergency room to storage and ordering systems, disrupting supply chains for drugs, oxygen, and blood products, a pattern already flagged in European work that notes how hospitals quickly feel the strain when electricity is not reliable. The human toll will not be evenly distributed. People who rely on ventilators, dialysis machines, or refrigerated insulin are at immediate risk when the grid fails, and that risk compounds in extreme weather. Research on grid failure during heat waves proves that losing air conditioning drives spikes in heat-related emergency visits. Well, not just emergency visits, but mass deaths, especially among infants and children who are more vulnerable to issues in infants. Older adults face their own set of dangers, from falls in dark stairwells to the strain of climbing multiple flights when elevators stop, and prolonged outages impose heavy burdens on those older adults who already struggle with chronic illness and limited mobility, a pattern highlighted in work on how power loss can impose burdens on, well, all the population groups I've just articulated. It comes down to transport, commerce, and the speed of economic shock for everybody else. Because once the outage moves beyond a few hours, transportation systems start to seize up. Traffic signals fail. Rail networks they lose signaling. And airports cannot safely manage takeoffs and landings without redundant power. Analysts who have modeled large blackouts describe how transportation systems would face significant disruption, with roads quickly clogged by stalled vehicles and intersections where signals are dark and with key routes blocked in many places as accidents accumulate and emergency services struggle to respond, a scenario laid out in detail in all work on the general consequences of blackouts. Commerce will feel the shock almost as fast. Point of sale systems, in supermarkets. Point of sale systems in supermarkets and pharmacies depend on both electricity and network connectivity. And when those fail, stores either close their doors or revert to cash-only transactions that may no longer have the staff or, well, they no longer have the staff or procedures to handle. Engineers who have examined grid collapse scenarios note that even in relatively resilient communities, businesses quickly run into limits on what they can sell without refrigeration, inventory systems, or secure payment processing, and some are forced to shut their doors and accept only cash. The ripple effects extend to international partners as well, since electrical power underpins not just domestic factories and logistics, but also the data links and financial flows that tie United States companies to global supply chains, a web of dependencies that security analysts describe as consequences of outages for commerce. So, in terms of what experts worry about during duration among threats to the grid, how the grid fails matters as much as the fact that it fails. A storm or equipment fault that trips lines can usually be repaired within hours or days, but a deliberate attack on critical components or control systems will keep large regions dark for far longer. Security researchers have warned that during 2026, Kiteworks predicts that nation-state actors will exploit AI security gaps to compromise energy infrastructure, including data containing grid operations intelligence, raising the risk that attackers will manipulate or disable parts of our system remotely. Physical attacks are not, well, they're not hypothetical either, as shown by incidents in Moore County, North Carolina, where damage to substations led to extended outages and highlighted how a handful of vulnerable sites can trigger outsized Moore County disruption. The most extreme scenarios involve a large-scale EMP, or electromagnetic pulse, from a high-altitude nuclear detonation or severe solar storm. In those cases, transformers and control electronics across wide areas will be destroyed rather than simply tripped offline, and replacement times would be measured not in months, but in years. One expert assessment cited in power industry discussions, has forewarned that 90% of our United States population will die when that pulse event hits our power grid, a figure tied to the fact that when a large pulse event hits the power grid and critical infrastructure cannot be restored, cascading failures in food, water, healthcare, and public order will be impossible to manage. That number is not contested. It is only considered conservative. You might think of it as a worst-case projection rather than a forecast, but I can guarantee you one thing. It'll be more like 99%. Only the 1% intend to survive. How they think anyone will serve them after that when no one is left around is beyond me, but obviously they have not thought this through. And it captures why planners focus so heavily on preventing long-duration outages, rather than assuming they can improvise their way through them. So, prepare for strain, adaptation, and I'll try and tell you what preparation really looks like. By the way, Brendan says, the Optimus robots! Yes! Come on and say it. Don't be afraid to interject. Come on verbally and say it, Brendan. Come on. Your voice is so much better than my reading what you write. Jesus, don't waste all that time keyboarding. Come right up and say it. Come on, we need your voice. Can input it here. Yes, it's the Opticon robots. They'll come and save us all. And Holly's back too. No, she's not. Okay, it's just Brendan. Yeah, get off the mute, Brendan, and tell us. Yeah, it's like this is what how the Decepticons won, but yeah, I never watched Transformers. Um, and okay, so he can come on whenever he wishes. We'll leave that as per his discretion. Now, even without a total collapse, the United States grid is under growing strain from new demand and old infrastructure. Analysts tracking power markets note that a once steady United States electricity demand curve has jolted awake as data center build-outs for AI workloads, crypto mining, and new industrial facilities push consumption ever higher, while long duration storage and siting realities make it harder to add capacity where it is most needed, a shift captured in recent work on data and grid changes. At the same time, indeed, residential electric utility rates rose from 13% from January to September of last year, a sign that consumers are already feeling the cost of both new investment and the forces suppressing American energy supply, a trend documented in analysis asking whether our country is headed toward an electricity crisis. Those pressures make it harder to find resilience upgrades even as the stakes of failure continue to rise. Now, let's check into what our man Brendan is saying. Like I said, just jump on and voice it aloud. He says, "Oh, there we are. AI and robotics. Tesla, other Europe, not the real Optimus Prime. Musk perversion version. Got it. Okay, and okay, that's yeah. Well, whatever he produces is shit, and it's not going to work. It's just a whatever he produces is a joke. I mean, that shit's not even gonna hit the field. So, at the household level,
But I'm just
yeah.
saying that's what they said.
Oh,
He said they're going to make $1 billion. He's going to have two. Excuse me. They're going to end up making $2 billion by 2030 of these robots.
Good fucking
claims.
luck. Good fucking luck. That's like, first off, can you imagine the drain on the environment with all the minerals and metals that would go into that? Beyond which, so he wants $2 billion. Well, you said $2 billion?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's this man's out of his mind. He's just spewing. He's just he's higher than
it's not just him. It's not just him.
But this is what okay. So Brendan is telling us that this is what they feel will work for them.
This is their philosophy.
Yeah.
But he's just the most forward of the sci-fi idiots. The other people keep it under wraps. He just goes out there and says, yeah. But this is their goal. They want to make 2 billion robots to replace the people they'll lose in the transfer.
Got it.
But and that's why they're projecting all these memory chips being out of stock until 2027, 2028, because it's not just for data centers.
It's for bots.
It's for both, everything, all at once. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. And so these motherfuckers want to kill us all off, and they can do it. And then
at least 2 billion minimum.
Yeah, and they're going to replace us with 2 billion bots that will do the work of what they feel is 6 to 8 to 9 billion people. And so there you go. That's the world they want to live in. We got to take these guys out. Now, thank you, Brendan. That's very important. Now, of course, it's not going to work.
I don't condone anything on the Douglas Dietrich show. I'm just an observer.
Now at the
I think what they're doing is great.
Yeah, and they're bringing us so many jobs, right? Tell everybody about all the jobs the tech bros are bringing us.
Oh, and yeah, they try and make people feel better. They say, don't worry, there'll be universal basic income for the ones that are left. You won't have to work anymore. Like, oh, thanks.
Won't have to work anymore. You won't be able to work anymore.
Right. They'll just say, yeah, we don't need you.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Oh, thank you. Now, at the household level, preparation is less about stockpiling gadgets because they're not going to work once the power dies. What are you going to do with your super fancy gadget without a recharge? And more about understanding which of your lifelines fail first. Experienced off-grid users warn that in a worst case, you will have significantly more problems than whether you have electricity in your house, because national water pumping stations will go offline and sanitation will immediately deteriorate. A point made bluntly in a January discussion among solar users. Survival guides emphasize that a catastrophic power outage will trigger not just discomfort, but threats from fire, the elements, and, most especially, people. And they frame preparation.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
When is this power outage coming? Or are you just speculating?
Well, it's inevitable. First off, this is something that we know will happen inevitably because of solar storms, solar weather. It was in
Hey,
the
don't blame it on the sun, man.
well, yeah, well, the sun will do it eventually. It's gonna knock us
Yeah,
out.
but humans could easily shield.
Yes.
They just haven't.
Yes.
Or just build the power lines on the ground or underground like you're supposed to.
Yes.
Instead of
yes.
uglifying the world with these stupid 1800s,
Yeah.
style towers.
Yeah, dude.
Transmission towers.
You're preaching to the converted. I stand shoulder to shoulder with you. But a great example was the Carrington event of 1859. And it was the most intense geomagnetic storm in recorded history. It peaked on the 1st into the 2nd of September. During solar cycle 10 of 1859, it created these incredible auroral displays that were reported globally. It caused fires. I mean, the Earth literally set the sun literally set the Earth aflame via the sparking, and it caused fires in telegraph stations. So understand, this was back in a day when our electrical grid was extraordinarily primitive and very well fortressed. We had things covered under metal. And today, and it will happen, the next Carrington event is going to knock down all the satellites. So many of them, you'll think the sky is falling. It'll disable communications by telephone, radio, and TV. It'll cause electrical blackouts over entire continents. This is not a question of if, but when. And for those of you wondering, it was Richard Carrington and Richard Hodgson who observed the large sunspot group independently that were the first to observe a white light burst from the sun on September 1st of 1859 that took out the grid we had then and literally set the planet Earth on fire. Now, once that happens again today, without warning, we're going to lose power grids, internet, and GPS for years. No exaggeration here. Matter of fact, once it descends into cannibalism and barbarism, we ain't never getting that shit back. It's going to cause global chaos, and we're starting from day one. And for those of you wondering what a massive solar flare is, you think of it as a giant flame. It's electrified gas and subatomic particles. But it'll wreak havoc on telegraph networks. Certainly did in 1859. You can imagine what it will do to the extraordinarily vulnerable, unencased, unsheltered shit we've got now. At any rate, as I was saying, you're going to have, if you were talking to survival experts, well, they frame preparation around water storage, non-perishable food, backup heat, and neighborhood level cooperation rather than any lone wolf fantasies. And their perspective is reflected in one that's detailed in a work titled Power Grid Failure. In that sense, what will really happen when the United States grid suddenly collapses is partly already happening in slow motion. Our empire is discovering, outage by outage, that resilience is not a switch operators can flip after the fact, but a choice citizens and institutions have to make in advance. Now back on to far more comfortable ground, power politique, though if people want me to return to the subject of survivalism in the future, I'll always be willing to do so. Our lady in the chat says, I am a Lithuanian man, okay, living in the US, and my girlfriend oftenly gets mistaken as a guy in reverse. Okay. Did you hear how DHS had a memo to avoid using the word ice to describe the emergency weather conditions such as damaging ice storms to avoid online trolls from making memes? Cool. That's really funny. Yes, that is funny. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Let me see if I can give him the right emojis here. And other than that, dear Brendan, yes, my voice is going. Any other thoughts before I go back onto geopolitique? If I can talk at all for the rest of the night, long as I can stand up. Remember, everybody, I didn't get much sleep. Brendan didn't get much sleep. We both have been busy all day doing our various jobs. I had to, yes, so our dear Sabine Ushie says, sci-fi idiots when it comes to the 1%. Indeed, honey, indeed. Now, these emojis are for both, okay, at the, and Sabine Ushie, and at Sabine Ushie. There we go. Okay, and there we go. All right, that having been entered. Oh, and let's see if our man's still there. Okay, Brendan's still on call. Now, on to power politique. The Grunland saga isn't really about Trump. It's about how Silicon Valley multi-billionaires are reimagining sovereignty, territory, and power. Trump's Grunland ambition has Silicon Valley fingerprints all over it. Techno multi-billionaires have been quietly investing in Grunland's rare earth mines, seeking independence from Denmark through foreign investment. The subcontinental super island is only inviting something infinitely worse. By the way, checking in on, oh, there we are. China's top military generals have been nearly entirely purged. So here we go. China Central Military Commission after the 20th Party Congress. God damn. One poor son of a bitch left. Yeah. Well, there you go. A bunch of guys removed for corruption. They're all removed over corruption. And all I can say is, well, thank God we have the genius Xi Jinping to lead us into the glorious future. Yes, that's total sarcasm. Thank you, Brendan. If you have any thoughts on that, feel free to share them. With the glorious leader Xi Jinping leading communist China to victory. I mean, I don't see.
Yes, yeah. Chairman Ping is very good. Hey, I take him over Chairman Trump or whatever we have.
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me.
Well, the other day I sent you that someone had translated and kind of like AI, not generated, but they like buff, how they spruce up those old footages of the old world leaders. So they spruced up some Stalinist speech and it was put on this communist sympathizer website.
Yeah.
So they could hear their zombie leader speak from the past and shit. And I shit you not, it sounds just like what these people are saying in our country right now.
There you go.
They're saying, the proletariat and basically the non-working, what did they call them? They were like, it was like the same trip they're using nowadays, same words, same talismanic words, but it was just, they just flipped the roles, right? I don't know how else to explain it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let me find it and I'll tell you what he said. Hold on.
Sounds good. While you're looking for that, I'll just get dive into well, basically, let's talk about what's on everybody's mind and the questions that everyone's asking. Like, has the past few weeks' dispute between the United States and its former European allies over Greenland now been settled by the January 21st Davos deal? Rapidly agreed after President Trump's unhinged speech earlier that day. And does this mean that NATO is still alive, if not exactly hale and hearty? And by retreating on the threat to seize Greenland by force and foregoing additional tariffs on Europe, has Trump backed down? Tacoed again, as in TACO'd, Trump always chickens out, as many of Trump's...
Also,
yeah,
upon looking at the old, like some of the old things I was sending you,
yeah,
you know how Trump was saying that the Spanish flu ended World War I? Yeah, so the world leaders, or quote unquote, like the educated people, came out and said he was wrong. That's not how World War I ended. And so I sent you, I said, I wonder where he learned that from.
Yeah, there you go. Well, how are they trying to say World War I ended? What are the so-called experts?
Oh, they were saying it was just attrition and everyone signed the Versailles Treaty. Like, it was just no big
bullshit.
deal.
No, that's such fucking bullshit.
No, that's why when you first brought that up, years ago when I heard it, I didn't even know about it.
Yeah.
I was like, what? I was like, I'm pretty sure it didn't end like that. And I guess that's because they didn't advertise that part.
Yeah. And there you go. Well, at least Trump's listening to me. Jesus Christ, give him some credit. That gives him more brains than the so-called experts. And
I mean, until he mixes it with a bunch of other stuff. But
yeah, there you go. Which he does, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah. So
I'm surprised he didn't come out and say we ended it by creating the Spanish flu.
Yeah, no shit. Like something he could be proud of. Yeah, he probably doesn't know that much. He knows the Spanish flu ended it, but nobody's told him the deep shit yet. So then he's not listening to me directly. He's got people listening for him.
Right.
Yeah, and filtering it. But at any rate, thank you for that. But yeah, you've heard the questions I've just asked. Has Trump, has Trump after his lunatic speech, actually, actually dealt any Davos deal? Got something down on paper. And as for NATO, does that mean we're still, going to,
he just does it unilaterally. He just says, yeah, I made a deal. And then everyone's like, no one heard of the deal. He just makes it up.
It's so true. It's
like he's Deus Ex Machina. He just says, the deal's done.
Yes.
And then it all aligns for him,
Yes. For those of you who don't know the Latin, Deus Ex Machina, God of the machine. He's acting as the God of the machine. He can change reality itself by rewriting the Matrix. The program, a ride-along memory program where he rewrites Maya, or the illusion that is reality. But yeah, has Trump tacoed again as all his opponents are now gloating? Or is it, let's just put it this way. Obviously, I'm going to say a much more patient assessment is in order here. In the days before the deal was struck, in Trump's own head or otherwise, the general assessment of the Upper American Commentariat was that the president's brain had finally broken. On Monday, Ann Applebaum wrote this from Warsaw. Donald Trump now genuinely lives in a different reality, one in which neither grammar nor history nor the normal rules of human interaction now affect him. The same day, the former United States Secretary of Labor and UC Berkeley professor Robert Reich declared, Trump is truly, tragically, frighteningly out of his mind. And yesterday, Tina Brown remarked, Trump's surreal gift is the ability to force the entire world to enter his mad, magical thinking and give it serious credence. All of which may tempt these observers and others to assume that the Davos deal has settled this particular crisis and that Trump's manias will now be redirected elsewhere. In actuality, the Greenland issue is not remotely settled, but this fact is eluding most observers due to an incomplete accounting of the dramatis personae involved. Now, last year, just as Vice President J.D. Vance touched down at a United States military base in the frozen subcontinental super island, an autonomous territory of Denmark, President Donald Trump said, "We have to have Greenland!" That visit did not go as planned. Greenlanders took to the streets in protest, and their Prime Minister, Jens Frederik Nielsen, called the whole thing disrespectful. Then Trump cranked it up in early January. Speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One, he reiterated, verbatim, "We need Greenland!" Now, over the past few weeks, the headline-grabbing statement has turned into something far more calculated, a little too quickly. Techno multi-billionaires, AI infrastructure needs, territorial ambition. It's all converging on this supermassive, frozen island most people couldn't find on a map. Vance, speaking to troops at the base, spraketh of security, claiming that Denmark wasn't protecting Greenland from very aggressive incursions from Russia and from China and other nations. He never explained what these incursions actually were. Psychic attacks, I suppose. Troops in the base were having nightmares. Aww. When reporters asked Trump if he would use military force, he refused to say no. Denmark's response? Greenland is not for sale. Period. Nielsen said, "If we have to choose between the United States and Denmark here and now, we choose Denmark. We choose NATO. We choose the Kingdom of Denmark. We choose the EU." Trump's reaction to that was dismissive. "That's their problem. I don't know who Greenland's prime minister is. I don't know anything about him. But that's going to be a big problem for him." Then, shortly after, Congressman Randy Fine introduced the Greenland Annexation and Statehood Act bill, which, if approved, will authorize the president to abuse whatever means necessary to bring Greenland into these United States. By the way, the Gundam 00, or the Universal Century map, shows Greenland with Europe, where it belongs. Now, what mainstream coverage misses, despite public opposition to Trump's annexation threats, is Greenland's official strategy documents actively courting deeper economic integration with American markets. This is what brings us to the multi-billionaire money trail. And yes, I will qualify that when I was talking about Gundam 00 or 00, the Universal Century map, I was referring to a entry by Brendan Zogit. Now, both he and I are familiar with the Gundam saga, and he's just sent an image, so deeply appreciate it. And there we go. Even though I will always emphasize that, okay, this is Power Blocks of the World, and this is more of yes, there we are. This is Gundam. So it's the Human Reform League, is the future Shanghai Pact. The Advanced European Union is what it's called in Gundam. And the Union of Solar Energy and Free Nations Global Economic Union is a loose alliance of the nations of the Pacific led by the United States. But obviously Japan is a part thereof. So also Australia and New Zealand, and of all things, the what looks like New Caledonia, because of the French affiliation, whereas Communist China absorbs essentially all the Southeast Asia and Malaysia, the whole Malayan realm, through New Guinea and the Solomon Islands and Bougainville and all the way out into Nauru Island in the Pacific. It's like, yeah, talk about fucking pessimists. And of course, he shows them as absorbing a little bit of southern Europe, inclusive Greece and Argentina, of all things. There you go. It's all like, the nations aren't fighting each other in Gundam. They're at war with the space colonies, or a specific space colony, the Zionists, in the Mobile Suit Gundam series, a very pivotal Japanese TV series that Americans may or may not know about. But they do know Japanese have big fucking robots. They'll remember that. That was all started by Gundam. Now, as for the multi-billionaire money trail we're on now, here's where things get really interesting. While Trump's been making headlines, a group of techno multi-billionaires, including Sam Altman, Bill Gates, Peter Thiel, and Jeff Bezos, have been quietly pouring money into Greenland for years. Specifically, into AI-driven mining operations, hunting for rare earth elements. Since at least April, these Silicon Valley players have been promoting Greenland as a potential freedom city, basically a libertarian playground with barely any mega-corporate regulations. The idea apparently caught fire with Ken Howry, Trump's Denmark ambassador, who is expected to negotiate any Greenland takeover. Howry's resume tells you everything. He co-founded a venture capital firm with Peter Thiel, one of the biggest cheerleaders for these low-regulation urban cities. The vision involves AI hubs, the literally hub centers, like around which the spokes of a wheel are formed, based around an AI super data center, autonomous vehicles, space launch sites for all their satellites, and micro-nuclear reactors, all tied together with high-speed rail. The Freedom City idea is nothing new. Silicon Valley people have been trying to build these for years, under different names: startup cities, charter cities, etc. Trump even promised to build them in America during his 2023 campaign. Now, Greenland's 2024 strategy document reveals a contradiction. Pursuing independence by embracing the very free trade zones and foreign investment policies that will enable resource exploitation. This is why the Greenlanders themselves are so fucking stupid. They are doing what Lenin said capitalists will always do: sell the enemy the very rope by which to hang them. Now, the subcontinental superisland, it matters. Greenland is massive. It is roughly 2/3 the size of India, larger than Mexico, more than 3 times the size of France, and comparable to Saudi Arabia in land area. Yet its population of about 57,000 is smaller than any mid-sized town. The United States already has a military base there, but the real prize is what's under the ice. Greenland is covered by a vast ice sheet spanning about 1.7 million square kilometers, thick enough in places to reach more than 3 kilometers and holding enough frozen water to raise global sea levels by roughly 7 meters once it fully melts. Greenland has about 12% of the world's rare earth reserves. 17 different metals like neodymium, dysprosium, and lanthanum that are essential for modern technology. But here's the crucial connection. Those minerals weren't accessible until now. As ice melts due to climate catastrophe and the burning earth, minerals that were unreachable are now suddenly exposed all over the place. The same environmental crises behind Greenland's economic problems, shifting fish migration and unstable food supplies, also created the rare earth opportunity that attracts the technovestors. It's why the Freedom City vision only became most viable in the last few years. These rare earth elements go into everything. They are being used in the high performance.
I found the Stalin bid, by the way.
Oh, great. Play it. Yeah.
He said previously the bourgeois allowed itself to be liberal.
Imagine that. That was their first mistake. Go on.
Defended the bourgeois democratic values and freedoms, and thereby created popularity amongst people. Now there's no trace left of the liberalism. So that's Stalin's words himself. Yeah.
Wow.
Kind of sounds like what they're doing now.
There you go.
They were too decadent with all this free money. Now we have to smash them.
There you have it. And
Yeah.
and that's just one element of his speech, correct?
Oh, it keeps going for like an hour. I just don't want to waste my time. He said there's no more so-called individual liberties, in quotes. Individual rights are now recognized. Oh, it just cut out. Maybe it got
I got you.
The video got terminated like as I'm reading it or something.
Holy shit. Well, it says we got an excellent connection. Yeah. Oh, you mean the video you were watching? The Stalin video.
I was watching yeah.
God damn. Well, there you go. They can't let you read that shit out loud. It's like, he's reading our master's words. Stop him.
He says individual liberties, in quotes. Individual rights are now recognized only for those who have capital. And all other citizens are considered raw human material. Fit only for exploitation. The principle of equality among people and nations has been trampled, replaced by the principle of the rights to exploiting minorities and disenfranchising the exploited majority of citizens. Yeah, this is what he's talking about. Yeah. It sounds like eerily familiar. I wish I could get a transcript of this, but they hardly ever translate it.
Yeah. There you go. Man, these people have been repeating his speech ever since.
Right.
Well, thank you for that.
The banner of bourgeois and democratic freedom have been thrown overboard. It's now up to you, representatives of the communist and democratic parties, to raise the banner and carry it forward. There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, there you go.
It goes on for hours. This is a South Indian communist
site.
They're allowed to have a Facebook, but you're not.
There you go. Yeah, but not Douglas Dietrich. Yeah, not the son of Adolf Hitler. Mm-hmm.
And the people are like actually glazing them in the comments.
Oh, of course.
He was a true believer. He grasped the theory and made it so clear and understandable about socialism.
Oh, God.
He triumphed. He thought like a proletariat, but processed like a worker.
Oh,
These are like people in English supporting him.
Oh, God. Well, there's like I said, communism is big in India. And I foresee a good chunk of India going Maoist because the what'd you say it again? Naxalite movement, right?
Yeah, the
Correct?
Naxalites.
Yeah, the
Mhm.
Naxalites. At any rate, thank you for that. I appreciate that profoundly. But yeah, kids being born in that eastern half of India, a lot of times they're given names like Karl Marx or Joseph Stalin or Vlad Lenin. They name after the communist heroes down there. And
This is someone in the comments. It says, "I guess none of you commentators have ever been subject to gulags.
yeah, there you
Otherwise, you
go.
wouldn't be clapping."
Thank you. Thank you. That's one of those sane Asian Indians down there. Yeah,
Yeah.
India's like, it's just too big. That's the problem. And you got people running off in all directions. But
Yeah. I mean, I'm okay with them being Hindusta, even though that's not like perfect
well, like I said,
myself.
a certain part of it, like I've said, I've shown you my map of India and what I wish to see.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
biased. I think they should just completely get rid of. I mean, well, wait, I probably shouldn't say it like that.
Yeah.
They should completely Hindufy the subcontinent just so they stop killing cows. But that's my own personal choice.
I get it. I
Yeah.
get it. I hear you. At any rate, so when I've spoken of the technovestors and why the Freedom City vision has only become viable in the last few years with the burning of the earth and the melting of the ice, these rare elements that are now literally popping up out of the ground as the ice as Greenland defrosts.
Right.
that ice sheet
I
melts.
almost don't buy that it's for rare earths, because you need so much infrastructure and manpower to dig that out, even with machines.
Oh, look, I hear you. Yeah, but Brendan's right. But understand, these rare earth elements, they go into everything. They're being used in the high performance magnets that power wind turbines and electric car motors. They're in smartphones, defense systems, and most importantly, the AI hardware that runs data centers. And according to the IEA, the International Energy Agency, Communist China on the Asian mainland controls the global supply chain. They produce and process most of it, accounting for around 60% of global mining output in 2024. The ecological disruption, it hit Groenland's economy hard. The fishing industry that provides over 90% of export income became increasingly unstable. Facing economic crises, Greenland's government turned to what seemed like the only option: opening up to foreign investment and free trade zones. And the company at the center of it all? Well, cobalt metals. Now, you know what kobolds are from Dungeons and Dragons, right, Brendan? Kobold. Cobalt. People can look.
Kobold.
Yeah,
It's
kobold.
a goblin.
Yeah, a troglodyte. Troglodytic goblin.
Yeah.
And kobold, yeah, tell people about what you know, if anything, about these creatures.
Well, it's a German word for goblin. Like,
There we are. Thank you.
like a gross person. Yeah, goblin.
Yeah. And Cobalt Metals is where the money's flowing. The startup launched in 2018 with a pitch.
Oh, that's the name?
Yeah. Cobalt Metals.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they're going to employ the dwarfs to make this like high technology.
Oh.
It's out of Norse mythology, basically.
Yeah. There you go. The Cho maybe even. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
the Cho can do technology.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
They're a little more rudimentary.
Yeah. True. Now, this startup, it launched in 2018 with a pitch.
But apparently they can make chocolate with technology.
Yeah. Oh, don't even get me started. Yeah, that's the chocolate they were making. Oh, fuck. Tell them about the Somali immortality. Tell them about the Somali immortality.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, you were talking about that one interview. So
Yes.
apparently, according to the statistics, Somalis, none of them go to any hospital and none of them have died. None of those immigrants have ever died once on official records. So they're immortal and never get sick. So according to statistics, it's like an anomalous statistic. And, people were speculating where they all went. And basically, they also control a bunch of like abattoirs and meat processing plants. And they happen to all be working there at the same time. And there's never any record of work accidents or any kind of industrial issues like that happen at normal places. So you can kind of piece together where we're going with this. It's very mysterious. Yeah.
Nothing mysterious about it. Go on.
Well, I can't describe more. I'll get sick. It'll just
So
vile.
basically, everyone listening, understand this. Investigative statisticians and people who are investigating the demographics of the Somali community in America realized that all of the records they were going through showed that they don't die. There's no list of any of them ever passing on, because once they pass on, if you report that, hey, grandma just died, well, all of her bennies stop. That means that all of the food stamps, the checks, all of these, all this good shit she gets is going to be, well, cut off for obvious reasons. So they make certain that their relations never die. And as a result, no Somali has ever died. Instead, when the old people pass on or transition, they take their bodies to the meat processing factories where they process them into hot dogs and hamburgers and shit that you eat. A lot of that is Somali meat. It's aged. It's aged meat. It's aged Somali. So it's kind of like, we figured out where the Cho got their human ganglia
Man.
paste from. And yes,
It's so vile.
yeah. In fact, when Michael Aquino gave me that salad that had that special sauce that I found so tangy, and it turned out later it was human ganglia paste, and he had made myself a cannibal, I assure you, inadvertently. I was not told what I was eating. This was like an induction ceremony into Special Forces. I'm an honorary member of the Special Forces through Michael Aquino. And having passed this induction ceremony of chowing down on Bong Bak Chow, the question then emerges, where do the Cho who prepare this human ganglia paste get their human neurological tissues from? Is it from, morgues or hospital cadaver rooms? Well, it turns out I probably chowed down on some old Somali. The Somalis, of course, take all their senior citizens, who never statistically die, and they keep their checks coming eternally while they take the bodies and dispose of them in a meat processing plant. How all this story broke was basically you're dealing with some of these people get very fat because they spend all their lives on infinite amounts of welfare. How was it that they quadrupled the welfare? Tell us how they had a way of just multiplying the welfare that they were getting. The guy with the glasses, the super expensive glasses, who showed up as a speaking on behalf of his community. And
you're talking about, basically they enrolled all the kids into government childcare and then opened a school, and then they just, instead of running the school and all the food and operational costs, they just gave the kids to all the aunties. So they were just pocketing the money, basically.
Yeah.
While the aunties, they just took care of the kids anyways.
Yeah.
But on paper, it showed they had facilities with like 500 kids, and they were getting probably hundreds of thousands of dollars a month to like feed them and buy, whatever,
school
diapers
lunches
and all
and
that
shit.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it turns out none of that was happening.
Yeah.
And then the guy comes out to defend himself, and he's wearing $5,000 designer frames.
Yeah.
Like it's no big deal. Like he didn't even think twice.
He didn't think twice. About it. So used to this. So used to operating with total immunity and total impunity. And all of this started in the Reagan era, believe it or not, because the Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia was overthrown in a military coup d'etat that was sponsored by the Soviets. And so the Emperor
Oh wow.
Haile Selassie was overthrown by a communist junta. And when he was
The
overthrown,
God Emperor
yes, the God
of
Emperor,
his own religion.
yes, well, he was a descendant, all the way back to Sheba, the
Yeah.
Queen of Sheba.
Right.
But
Yeah.
this individual was horrifically murdered, butchered by his generals. And then what happened was that after they took over and Ethiopia went communist, the Americans supported the Somalis to fight them. And so the Americans supported the Somali tribes on the Horn of Africa to resist Afro-communism. And many of these Somalis, as a result, were transported to the United States as asylum-seeking refugees from this war against communism in the Horn of Africa. And so they were established by Ronald Reagan here in the United States. And at that time, they became the welfare queens that basically gave a bad name to the entire Black African American community. And so, as Brendan said, they got government grants to open schools and daycare centers, but all the kids were being raised by their nannies, well, basically their aunties and grandparents. And of course, they were all homeschooled. And none of these kids were like, they took all that money and they were pocketing it. And by orders of magnitude, this made the community so wealthy. And
Yeah,
because
and
they all,
presumably nowadays they just gave them video games and no one
yeah,
had to watch them.
yeah,
Pretty much.
yeah.
They
At
just
any
cook, they just cook enough food for everyone, and that's all they got to do.
Yeah.
And here's your video game. Or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, and they can afford to buy them the best in video games. And but they, to get rid of the dead, because they want to keep those welfare checks coming. Once Granny dies, you don't want to report her death because the checks stop coming. So they would just take her body over to the meat processing plant and pack her into the processing. And so that's why those hot dogs have that special taste. It's aged Somali meat, people. But this is all true. The story broke when some poor bastard who's pushing one of these big, fat, black bodies, black guy himself, Somali himself, because they're all Somali run packing plants and processing plants. He's pushing, some fat old granny or grandpa into the machine, and that thing just wasn't cooperating, that body. So he basically, you just start getting into the act, like, I better put my energy into, better put my elbow into this. So in applying his elbow grease into it, he wound up leaning really into the machine, and it cut his arm off. So he retrieved his arm, walked out of the store, the plant, carrying his own arm, drops it on the ground, and asks for help. I lost my arm in the machine, hoping that someone could take him to the hospital to have it sewed back on. The first visit by a Somali to a hospital in recorded American history. And, so here we are, Brendan Zogit, the immortal. Read this for us, Brendan. Read this for us, Brendan, please, by all means.
Okay, well, first of all, I got to caveat this and say this was the internet, and I'm just, going off a rumor, and it may be just a dark joke.
No. But go
in
on.
Quotes. Yeah.
Go on.
That's what
better.
the AI said. The AI said, "Oh, it's just a dark joke," but they're trying to say it's a hoax. But anyways, it says, to further explain the scenario, it says the immortal Somali refers to a statistical anomaly, in quotes, identified by some law enforcement and medical responders in the Minneapolis area, where they reported an unexpected absence of cardiac arrest, aneurysm, or strokes amongst elderly Somali communities. Contrary to typical actuarial mortality trends, including just the regular population itself, right? Like everyone here in America.
Yeah. anyone
Um,
else.
yeah, and as well as Somalia itself having a low life expectancy of 55 to 59
Years.
and
Yeah.
extremely high mortality rates. The phrase arose in discussions reported by Alpha News and etc., questioning the lack of elderly Somali deaths in Minneapolis, which have significant populations of, it says nearly 100,000, but it's probably more than 100,000. Actuarial data suggests that in a population of that size, heart disease, strokes, and related natural deaths should be routine, yet responders reported they were not present or extant.
Yeah. Yeah. And all of this is true. And so what I can tell you was the question I had when I was turned
Well, I
in.
think they're
Yeah.
trying to say it's a hoax so the meat packers don't have to explain to everyone
That,
why
thank
there's
you. They
human
don't.
DNA in all the meat.
Thank you. Tell them about the human DNA found in testing in all the meat.
Yeah, I mean, when they test McDonald's, when they test these hot dogs, there's always a statistical, and they say it's like, what do they call it when it's like a statistical, like, it's basically sub-statistical. They'll just say, oh, it's an anomaly. But anyways, every single batch they test has human DNA in it. And they just say, oh, it's because there was like, a sweaty worker or, they just call it an anomaly, like someone's fingernail fell in it or something, and which is
Hair.
sketchy.
They'll say hair, fingernails.
Yeah, hair.
Yeah,
fingernails,
and
yeah.
even sputum, like, oh, someone sneezed. They'll say all this shit,
but for it to show up in
which
large
sounds bad enough as
volumes-
it is. All that sounds bad enough as it is, but go on. Yes.
Yeah, that's already disgusting and makes me not want to ever eat food prepared anywhere. But if you ever see footage of these packing plants, they're wrapped up like mummies, and they got face masks and tape and gloves.
Yeah.
So, you would know if your finger fell off. It wouldn't just be some accident, like, oh, whoops, we lost another one today. Yeah. So, and back in the day, it was probably worse, where people like supposedly the mob was like throwing people into those packing plants.
Yes. Yeah.
But they didn't have DNA testing at the time.
Actually, in all fairness, it was not worse. We had much less of it because the mob was just throwing certain people into those plants to get rid of them, process them into meat, let everybody else
Right.
eat them, and it solves the problem. The Somali community turned it into an industrial scale operation. They made cannibalism a regular
Alleged.
part of the American diet. Yeah, it's not alleged. It's not alleged. It makes sense now because the thought was always with me when Michael Aquino turned me into an unwitting cannibal by handing
Yeah, I
me.
remember when you first said that, I
Yeah.
asked you, I said, where did he get it from? And
Yep.
you said the Cho, and I said, where did they get it from? And
Yeah.
we were like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like we speculated, well, they must be doing this in Asia and they're just shipping it through and nobody's really analyzing the Asian food they're bringing through, right? And but now it makes so much more sense that along with the Cho, who came here literally, it didn't start until 1975. They started coming here, and that's around the same time Haile Selassie was overthrown and Ethiopia went communist, and America started supporting the Somalis and bringing over thousands of them to the United States. So the Somalis and the Cho arrived at the same time. And it was around that time the Somalis started saying, oh, fuck, don't ever report grandma or grandpa dying. The check will stop. And so they just basically started. That's when the immortal Somali evolved. And, grandpa and grandma were just taken into the meat packing factories and turned into hot dogs and hamburgers and all the other good shit you eat. And that's why it all has human.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And that was how the human ganglia paste could easily be harvested. The Cho would have their pick and just,
That makes sense because domestic products would have less regulate. They wouldn't be tested even. They would just say, oh, it's an American company.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And so.
Whereas if it's coming from China, it's undergoing scrutiny theoretically by the regulators.
Just
like
by standard
FDA
operational procedure. Just by standard
Right.
operational. Though in reality, I do remember that in the 90s. Was it? Yeah, it might have been the 90s or the early aughts. I think I was caring for my parents, so it had to be after the year 2000. So I was caring for my mother at the time, and I saw on television the fact that uh, the FDA, the FDA made an announcement, and they did a public service, like, kind of like what you'd call a report, a special report, where the FDA said, we cannot spare the manpower or the time to investigate products sold from China anymore. And they simply said, they were pointing out all these examples, and they said, so much comes from China, please just don't use it. And they were pointing out this, like, they had like Chinese medicines so that your baby would stop crying. And they said, we can't understand why anybody would try to apply something, force feed their baby something that would make them stop crying. And they said, this is a
Oh my God.
poison. They said, this is a neurotoxin, and you are poisoning your baby to death. That's why it's not crying. And they said, and then they said, they have, this weight loss thing from China. They said, it's
Oh
for,
yeah,
yeah,
I
go
have
on.
a video. I have a video from like somewhere on YouTube. I have it
Yeah,
saved in my files
yeah,
that they were testing these these like supplements, these quote unquote health supplements that were being shipped in from Korea through
yeah,
China,
yeah.
it originated in China, and they had literally what they described as embryonic cells in them.
Yes, yes.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
Yeah. Well, they
And
had
it
forced
turns out it was
abortions
a
forever in China, but go on. Yeah.
yeah. So it turns out it was some kind of health supplement they
Yeah.
were using in Asia, but no one knew what it was, so they just sent it over here. They said, yeah, you know,
Yeah.
it's a weight loss or something. It's
Yeah.
some kind of weird
Oh,
tonic.
weight loss is always the go-to. Weight loss is
And
always
then
the go-to.
it turns out that they were human cells.
Yeah.
And so the FDA like put this piece out on like in 2011 or 2010.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, that said don't buy sketchy diet pills.
Yeah,
Basically,
yeah. There you go. And
from China. Yeah.
yeah, but at any rate, a lot of these things turned out to be straight out and out poisons that people
Yeah.
were serving themselves and their families. One of them, like I said, was a weight loss supplement for pregnant women. For pregnant
Oh my
women.
God.
And it's like, and the FDA person said, first of all, I cannot even imagine why a pregnant woman would be striving to lose weight. But they said, we don't have the manpower to go into Chinatowns to police this. And they said, we're just giving the warning now, and just please don't buy Chinese products, because that's, but anyhow. So that was said and done, and you never heard of it again. But with Trump's tariffs and all that, a lot of these things would be pretty hard to get anyway. But then again, the FDA basically just stopped inspecting a lot of stuff. And but the Cho incident I had with Michael Aquino was well before that. So at that time, you would have thought there still would have been standard operational procedure inspections by the FDA and other organizations. But that's why it makes so much sense they were getting the meat from here in the United States. From the Somali community, it was the perfect symbiosis, because the Cho are cannibals. So that makes perfect, the symbiosis speaks for itself. So the Somali community got rid of its dead, whom they never reported, and the checks kept coming forever, and it finally caught up with them. But we're all paying the price now. The Somali community, of course, it is what it is. This is a culture that has produced pirates and warlords, and you can take a look at the movie Black Hawk Down, and it was an example of where the American Special Forces, U.S. Army Rangers, were not helped by the Pakistani United Nations forces, because the Pakistani United Nations forces that could have backed them up with armored support refused to roll in and refused to fire upon fellow Muslims. So the American U.S. Army Rangers were left literally breaking through walls, mud walls, in a maze of complexes to escape from Aristide at the time, I believe was the name of the warlord. Adid, at least. Adid Aristide. It was a name very similar to that. At any rate. This was
He was
essentially
Somali.
yeah, he was Somali. And this was America's first battle with Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden was the man who provided the technical support for that warlord. He provided him the jeeps with the mounted machine guns, so that they used to pursue, hunt down, and massacre the Americans with. Yeah, all of those were provided by Osama bin Laden, and it was his Arab troops that manned those. So it was America's first battle with bin Laden. All of that, by the way, is forgotten to history. They never bring it up. But when it comes to the Somalis, yes, America was doing battle with them in Black Hawk Down, yet was bringing the Somalis over. Look, this is just what is, people. It's just a fact. And so this was an incredible act of community dependence on government largesse, the kind that the Cho have. But in the case of the Somalis, they really overplayed their hand, and they didn't have the kind of, shall we say, a clout that the Cho have. So that America's finally considered them expendable, and is going to, obviously, the
Deport
hammer
all
is
of them.
falling. What's that? Yeah.
Supposedly deport all of them.
Yeah, they're going to
Yeah.
ethnically cleanse them. They're going to ethnically cleanse them from America. And God knows where they're going to send them. I can tell you one thing. The majority of them aren't going back to Somalia. They're just going back to wherever the flight takes them. They're going to dump
Right.
them off in the middle of some African culture that they know nothing about, or in the middle of South America. They are as good as dead. It's a form of genocide. But it's hard to find sympathy. And, it's look, you shouldn't have just gone that fucking far. I'm speaking to the Somali community about that. They really pushed it. But you can understand why. I mean, you're brought to like a place that seems to have infinite largesse. And they went all the way, all out, and milking it. Well, now the cow's biting back, people. It's charging.
Yeah.
And hopefully there'll be a lot less human DNA in your meat from this point forward, is all I can say. Yeah. If anybody... Oh, well. So thank you for that, Brendan. No, that's profoundly important. That is profoundly important. And it's so meaningful, and really explains so much about the dynamics of the demi-monde, the half-world, that's so much a part of America. I mean, boys, girls, you've been all out there eating that shit. Taste the Somali. Taste the Somali. No, Brendan hasn't, because Brendan's vegan. He's way ahead of us. Yeah.
Well, even before that, I never ate hot dogs. Thank God.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. But oh yeah, tell him about the guy we saw with his daughter at this place.
Which time?
Oh yeah, another time. Another time. Yeah.
No,
yeah,
I mean, no, seriously. What was it?
Another time. It was a memory I had about that time. You and I, different time, different place. We'll talk about that another day. That was we saw some guy at a hot dog stand with his daughter, and it was a place that, first off, we didn't think the place was open. We thought the place was fucking... Yeah, there goes another abandoned property in San Francisco. And then... Oh, wait!
You were talking about that weird old burger stand from, like, the 50s. Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah!
And they were, like, waiting out there like it was... Like, they went back in time and they were getting a Tasty Freeze or something. It was weird.
Yeah! No, that was really...
It was like a boarded-up building.
Yeah!
That happened to look like a drive-through. You know, like those old school, like, drive-ups from from American Graffiti.
Yeah.
But it was like decrepit and boarded up.
Yeah.
And there was someone there with his daughter trying to get some food. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
I wouldn't buy from a place like that. That would
first off, it looked like we first thought it was abandoned. We said, oh, there goes another abandoned property. But then as we looked at it, it seemed to be open and operational, but it looked like it would be seething with roaches. It looked like, it looked like...
With rats. With straight up rats.
It
had holes in the wall.
Yeah, dude, it should have had a sign that read, Sumaili Special. I mean, seriously, it should have had a sign that read Sumaili Special is what it looked like. This was like, remember Texas Chainsaw Massacre where the family was selling human chili? It's like, oh, that's what you would expect. Would be Leatherface. You would expect Leatherface behind the window.
Seriously. But apparently it was open.
That reminds me of T-Tank Berry, but we won't go there. Leatherface Residence, remember that?
Oh, yeah, that's...
Got the deed, man! Got the deed!
Oh, yeah, well, we'll have to deal with that privately.
Yeah.
Yeah, no matter how much gold is there, you shouldn't stay there overnight. Leatherface is gonna come out of the bushes. If it's not a cryptid, it's Leatherface.
Yeah.
That's like something, like it's like how a horror movie starts. Like, we got this really good deal for you, man.
Yeah, of course.
But it's just called Leatherface Residence.
Yeah.
So don't go there at night.
Yeah. This abandoned mine shaft, man. A lot of trace minerals left. The trace minerals.
You can get as much stuff as you want as long as you don't stay there overnight.
Yeah. He's got the gun now. He's got my gun now. He's got my gun.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting some updates right now. Silver apparently has hit $108 and gold surges past 5,000. So
oh man.
I think a collapse is incoming.
Yeah, dude, these are not good signs. Tell people these are not good
This is
signs.
apocalyptic. This is apocalyptic. It's the highest it's ever been in history.
Yeah.
Which is not good.
Yeah, it's anyhow, it's like, okay, our world is falling apart around us. So in terms of the company at the center of the Grunland aggression.
Oh my god, yeah. This is bad.
Yeah, tell us.
$5,092.
Oh man.
Gold for an ounce of gold.
Oh man.
Historic metals demand.
And
read a letter from the CEO. Markets have been volatile. Pricing has come down. Well, he's going to have to rewrite this letter.
Yeah.
I showed optimism with a caveat unless demand increases. Demand has increased, putting more pressure on all of our companies. Last week, the order was the fourth highest order in our entire history as a metal bullion company, 40% higher than the week before. And for reference, our average order is half of last week's volume.
There you go.
10K minimum orders.
Man.
So people are buying $10,000 plus. So
at a time. Yeah.
Yeah. Precious metals are going to be hoarded. They're hoarding like dragons right now.
There you go. And tell them about this dragon parallel, the insanity of precious metals. Like, you've got a portfolio. Unless you have those bars in your immediate vicinity where you can physically touch them or access them at a moment's notice, once that grid collapses, how are you going to turn that portfolio into the solid metal that you theoretically own? Where are you going to get it? How are you going to get it?
Even if you have it in a safe, who are you going to take it to exchange? I mean, it's...
No shit. They'll just kill you and take it.
Yeah, people that have food aren't going to trade gold for food right away.
No.
There has to be some kind of order and, civilization for that to work.
Yeah, it won't be useful until civilization begins to reestablish itself. So, until that point in time.
You can't eat gold.
Yeah, you can't eat it. You try to...
Not for nutrition.
Yeah, you try and exchange it. People will just kill you and take it. It's not going to... and if you've got a portfolio that is not physically presenting the material to you in your vicinity where you can touch it, once the shit hits the fan, how do you retrieve it? It's like, I got a portfolio, man. I want to, the electricity's out. How do you contact the people who owe you this gold? It's like, I want to collect. I want to get that gold, man. You can't even reach them.
It's not possible.
Yeah, and yeah,
And if
it's
it's in a bank deposit box, they'll just shut the doors and no one will ever get their money back.
yeah. There you go. There you go.
Especially if there's no electricity, they'll just say, "Look, it's being locked down by armed guard."
Yeah, yeah. Well, they won't even need an armed guard. It's just basically we can't open it because the electricity's out. It's that simple.
Yeah,
The only way to get
exactly.
it out is to blow it.
Yes.
So, and we're not going to do that. It would be unfair to our other clientele. So they'll just hoard it. And, you know, of course, they'll have the ability to get in. But,
Yeah.
yeah. But then at that point, they just take it and run off. You know, those fuckers will take it, distribute it among
Of
themselves, and
course.
take
Of
off.
course.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah. Your people who are
We
investing in
won't
it.
blame it on any group,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
In general, everybody.
You're making me cough. Yes, no, but you're better off investing in beans and bullets than in gold.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but did you hear that black guy earlier when I was reading his letter? I shoot off 100,000 rounds a month. 100,000 rounds a month. It's like $2 a fucking bullet. It's like this guy's expending 200,000 fucking dollars a month just for insanity.
Wait, how much is he shooting off?
He claimed he was shooting up. Fuck, what did he said? 100,000 a month. He said something insane. That's physically impossible. Let me go back up to this idiot's letter. That he was.
He must have a lot of free time.
Oh yeah, no shit. It's like here we are. People will think I'm a gun nut. A second. So let me see now. It's I spent nearly. He says 1,000 rounds. I burn through more than 1,000 rounds of pistol and rifle ammo every month. More than 1,000 rounds.
That's like hundreds of dollars.
Yes.
Of dollars.
No, well, dude, it's thousands. It's thousands because each bullet is more than $1, whether for a pistol or a rifle. You know, it's not the gun; it's the bullets that'll kill you in terms of cost.
Well, it depends on what you're shooting, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's also they're hard to find too. It's hard to find ammo.
Yeah.
Ammo's very hard to find. It's very difficult to get, and so yeah, this guy is insane. And if what he says is true, he's incredibly wealthy and incredibly stupid. You couldn't trust this guy with a budget. He's literally burning through it. I mean, you might as well be
308.
Yeah.
308 for 20 is $30.
Yeah.
Or $35. So that's what? How much per?
Oh, dude, it's like it's just more than you and I can ever afford.
$2 a piece times how many? 2,000.
Yeah, he said 1,000, over 1,000 a month, over 1,000 rounds a month.
That's like more than most people's mortgage.
Thank you.
$3,500 a month.
Yeah, seriously, this guy's out of his fucking mind. Yeah.
Well, some people like go and pick up the brass and repack them, but that can't be any.
No,
much cheaper.
you can't be. You'd spend all day reloading. That's called reloading.
Yeah, some people do that. Those old fogies do that.
Yeah, but this guy's supposed to be like a journalist. He's supposed to be like making a living out of writing. And so, you know, what's he doing? Just reloading ammo and every once in a while churning out an article? What the fuck? Yeah, no,
he's doing like text to speech while he's like polishing his gun.
Yeah, by the way, reloading ammo is something you do sheerly with practice rifles and ammunition. It's not something you're going to do with a gun you truly value. You're not going to reload ammo and use this on a gun that's a collector's gun or a gun you want to work in combat, okay? Because reloading ammo is what you do with practice guns that you don't mind damaging permanently, because you reloaded ammo is not perfect and a lot of times it's going to blow. And you don't want to keep doing it, because if you keep using cartridges and reloading them, at some point, you're going to pay a price for that. And it could be your life, because, you know, those things can misfire and they can fuck your day up. So you'd have to be an expert. You got to know what you're doing. Not everybody can do it. Sure, you save a lot of money that way. Well, how about this? Why are you...
And the brass gets brittle all the time.
Oh,
so
yeah.
There's a lot of people that... they know how many times they reuse the brass.
Yes.
And so you see novices
Yeah.
at the gun range going to collect the brass, and old fogies will have to tell them, like, look, do not reload those because
Yes.
they've already been shot multiple times
Yes.
and you're just going to blow. They're
Yeah.
just going to blow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And seriously, I mean, how about this idea? Why are you expending so much ammo? That's what I can't understand. First off,
It's like an addiction. It's
it's got to be something masturbatory, because seriously, it's like I told you, you don't aim in a gunfight. Snipers aim. But if you're caught in a firefight, you point and shoot. That's what you're doing. You're not, this whole idea of, I'm on the range and, I'm going to get a perfect score. I'm going to get that target group, that tight group, in the center. It's
Right.
like, okay, once you've gotten to that point, okay, sure, you practice every once in a while to maintain it. But, by the time you're reloading, it's kind of pathological. This is like something that, okay, you really got to start questioning what you're doing with your life at that point. Unless you're a
Not.
professional. Yeah, unless you're a professional and this is, you're a
Like you're,
gunsmith.
like you're John Wick or something?
Yeah. Well, John Wick that's a joke. I mean, don't even get me started. I just get, I get so upset by that. So,
Well, it's supposed to be a joke. Yeah.
understood. And, but at any rate, concerning the company at the center of the Grunland aggression, Kobold Metals, Kobold, Goblin Metals, essentially. The troglodyte metals, that's where the money's flowing. And it's a startup that launched in 2018 with a pitch that sounded almost too sci-fi. Use AI to find minerals better than humans ever could. This is in 2018, remember. Their system analyzes geological data, satellite imagery, and old drilling records, and then it tells you where to dig with way more accuracy than traditional prospecting. And by the end of 2024, they raised hundreds of millions of dollars. They've been active in Grunland since 2021, working with Blue Jay Mining on the Disco Newswak project on the West Coast. They're going after nickel, copper, cobalt, platinum group metals, and rare earths. Kobold's technology is perfectly suited for Grunland's situation. Traditional mining exploration requires years of ground surveys in stable conditions, but melting ice has revealed new deposits while making the terrain unpredictable. Kobold's AI can analyze shifting landscapes through satellite data and adjust in real time. The investor list of Kobold Metals is stacked. Bezos, Gates, and Michael Bloomberg started putting money back in 2019 through Breakthrough Energy, Gates's fund for green energy tech. They came back for more in December of 2024. Kobold's Series C round valued the company at almost $3 billion based on a $537 million investment. So the timeline of these events is quite interesting. Bezos, Gates, and Bloomberg first invested in early 2019. That was just months after Trump considered buying Grunland during his first term. Each multi-billionaire has their own reason, but they all need the same thing. Altman needs rare earths to build more AI infrastructure. Gates needs them for renewable energy tech he's betting on. Bezos needs them for Amazon's data centers and cloud computing. So Grunland fits into what Trump's doing with foreign policy since winning. He ran on isolationism, America first, staying out of other countries' business. Then he won and immediately reversed 180 degrees and started talking about annexing Canada and transforming Gaza to the Riviera of the Middle East, after clearing out the genocided, mass-displaced Palestinians. Oh, tell them about the Golden Girls, Brendan! The Golden Girls, Brendan! Predictive programming.
What? Who? The what?
The Golden Girls predictive programming. You know, all those old
Oh,
Jewesses.
the old Golden Girls program. There was one episode where the Betty White character is talking to, the third one, not the other, not B. Arthur, but the third one, and she's saying, she was saying, "Oh, I was on the radio show the other day," kind of like Doug's program. She
Yeah.
was like, "Yeah, I called into the radio show," and she said, "I gave my solution for Palestine." And then the Betty White character says, "You were the one that said to send all of them to Greenland, all the Palestinians to Greenland?" And she was like, "Yeah." And then the other one's looking at her like, come on, you guys are retarded. But
but the other one was saying how brilliant she was. Remember that?
yeah, she was saying it's such a great idea. It's a win-win, and we can just give them coats or something,
Yeah.
something like that.
No, well, tell them what the skeptic said first.
She said they're from a desert. You can't send them, right? Isn't that?
Yes,
I
yeah.
forget exactly the dialogue. It was like, they're from a desert. You can't send them there. And she said, "We'll give them coats. Yeah,
No,
they'll be fine."
yeah, yes, yeah. She said, "You're going to send a desert people into a land of ice and snow?" And then that's when the other older woman said, "Oh, just give them thick coats and they'll be just fine." That benign Jewess is kind of persona. Yes. Well,
and that was in like what, the late 80s.
Yeah, that was the late
Golden
80s,
Girl.
dude. Yeah, that's they've
been thinking about it for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, they've been thinking about this for a while. Now, Greenland is a bit different from the Gaza, of course. It's sitting at the intersection of everything that matters right now. AI revolutions, hunger for materials, Red China independent supply chains, melting Arctic ice, opening new shipping routes, Silicon Valley's ambitions, and Greenland's push to open itself to the world, eyeing deeper economic engagement. Now, this is the trap of postmodern neocolonialism. Countries trying to gain independence think free trade and foreign investment will somehow set them free. Instead, they end up getting exploited in new ways, only this time by megacorporations instead of colonial empires. And noting that global crises, from Brexit to the Ukraine invasion, pushed Greenland to seek closer ties with Arctic neighbors, particularly the United States, Canada, and Iceland, as a hedge against regional instability and a potential Arctic arms race, while underlining that it's not easy to break away from the economic structure of the neoliberal order built on the colonization of the ecological system, human and social life and privacy, the academatrix, Nurkan Ojgur Baklatzioglu, a professores of international relations at Istanbul University, has exposited, and here I quotest she, at length and verbatim, Greenland has always perceived itself as a colonized country, aiming to break away from centuries of colonial trading structures. However, while striving for full independence, Greenland voluntarily integrated itself into the global hegemonic order. Since 2009, Greenland has been seeking full integration into the global market and its institutions, such as the WTO, UN, and NATO. That would be the World Trade Organization, United Nations, and North Atlantic Treaty Organization, respectively. Back to what she says. Also, since 2009, Greenland started to promote China's economic entrance, while Greenlandic leaders have frequently traveled to China to promote the island to potential investors. All resulted in further global competition between the West and East Arctic countries and companies. Lately, the intervention threat by Trump and further militarization of the island. According to Greenland politicians, the melting of the ice increased the potential for ice and clean water export. They argue that the fresh water is wasted into the ocean while it can be turned into revenue and benefit economic growth. Greenlanders also aim for greater competitiveness in aviation, mining, tourism, and infrastructure, and stronger supply security through expanded exports to East Asia, including China, Japan, Korea, and India. Nevertheless, they forget that the export and overexploitation of the freshwater resources by the high-tech and water industry can cause breakdown in the aquifers and overall deterioration in the ecological system. Climate change played a tremendous impact on the overall infrastructure of the Arctic and Greenland as temperatures are rising, permafrost is melting, migration patterns of marine mammals and fishes are changing. At the same time, however, open door policy for foreign companies, investments, and export of natural resources and water can cause colonization and exploitation of the island's human and natural resources, which will lead to further deterioration of ecological security. As the ice melts and access increases. What's that? Well, she concludes by saying, as the ice melts and access increases, Greenland will find itself becoming a chemical dumping ground for global industries. Now, let's take a look at what Brendan has sent us. And here we are. By the way, I want to heart this immortal Sumeli entry. And then take a look at what our friend Brendan has sent here. What's this, Brendan? Oh, ew. What is this? Andrea Dillon's post. I asked ChatGPT if this was a photo of Trump's ever-expanding neck jowls, and it said it's a camel knee. I hardly ever use that crap, but this was worth it. So, okay, there we are. A picture of a camel knee. Yes, and there you go. Okay. So, okay, thank you, Brendan. That is funny. Quite funny. All right, you all right there? I heard you talking to somebody, and well, hopefully he's okay. And let us know, Brendan. Give us a status update. Always want to make certain that you're, safe. All that being expressed. Okay, meanwhile, it was really only a matter of time until this happened. Okay, so we want to have, like, Starfleet. Well, on his path to trillionaire status, Musk stopped at Davos to sell a vision of himself that doesn't align with reality. Elon Musk is no fucking optimist. He's just a goddamn salesman. Elon Musk claimed to be an alien at the Davos summit. And if you're listening, Brendan, don't forget to tell us about the joke that fell so flat when he was talking about the Board of Peace. That reminds us so much of the misdelivery we used to get from Brandon Young. They both have a similar brain injury and suffer the pain of privilege that prevents them from even understanding how to deliver a joke. Brendan's so good. If he's there, let's check in. See if you can come off mute, Brendan. Otherwise, I'll continue. You can always interject whenever you find a moment's time. He's still on call. He's on mute. And I did hear him talking to somebody in the background, which is not unexpected in his environment. Of course, I know a bit more about his environment than most people do. Now, on Thursday, the SpaceX founder and owner Elon Musk spraketh at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, making promises about the future of robots, cars, and space travel that you've all heard a million times before. The chat was uncharacteristically subdued, especially when you remember the multi-billionaire oligarch's flamboyant appearances of 2025, welding chainsaws and spazzing out stiff-armed salutes. Except this time, Elo the muskrat has declared that he's not human. But in fact, he's an alien. No. Really. Musk took to the stage at the World Economic Forum in Davos to discuss tariffs, the future of autonomous driving, and the threat of robots or AI surpassing humans. However, in the process, he managed to make an awkward joke about Greenland in what appeared to be a dig at U.S. President Donald Trump's controversial Board of Peace, which, as Brendan described personally, really fell flat, and nobody laughed. And in that awkward silence that followed, he declared that he is, in fact, an alien. And I will enter that entire interview so you can review this at your leisure, if you're masochistic enough, on your own time. Don't do it now. It's far more important you continue listening to myself. I will also enter it here into our, text box on Infinite Call. And the Tesla CEO shared the stage with Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, an American investment company, and briefly covered the topic of extraterrestrial life. During his interview, emphasizing that if alien life did exist, he is sure his more than 9,000 Starlink satellites he launched into space under his company SpaceX would be capable of detecting UFOs and other alien activity, Musk said to the crowd, "I'm often asked, are there aliens among us? And I'll say that I am one." Fink asked, "You're from the future?" Now get a load of this shit. Why didn't Fink just get up, walk off the stage, and say, "This is beneath my dignity"? Or, "I must have been mad to think that I could hold a sane interview with you." But instead, he, I guess, tries to entrap this guy into making more of a fool of himself. And I must admit, there's got to be satisfaction found in that. Well, Musk replied, "They don't believe me. I think if anyone would know if there were aliens among us, it would be me. We have 9,000 satellites up there, and not once have we had to maneuver around an alien spaceship. Bottom line is, we need to assume that life and consciousness are extremely rare, and it might only be us. If that's the case, we need to do everything possible to ensure that the light of consciousness is not extinguished." Not everyone has welcomed Musk's appearance at the World Economic Forum. The British political campaign group named Everyone Hates Elon voiced its opposition to Musk, calling for the world's wealthiest people to pay tax. Same group unfurling a 400 square meter banner on a field directly below the flight path taken by helicopters on their way to Davos, featuring pictures of Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg, with said banner reading, "Hey Davos billionaires, shut up and pay your tax!" Of course, it nigh goeth sans saying that Musk was not the only one turning heads at this year's summit. The meeting was overshadowed this week by Trump's threats to seize Greenland, followed by a dramatic retreat from that push. He later announced his Board of Peace, which was initially envisioned as a small group of world leaders overseeing the Gaza ceasefire, but has now morphed into something far more ambitious. Skepticism about its membership and mandate has led some traditional American allies not to commit, including the Fifth French Republic and the United Kingdom of Greater Britain and Northern Ireland. Of course, it doesn't help that Trump is being mocked over his Board of Peace logo that appears to invent new landmass. President Donald Trump spent the last several days at the World Economic Forum meeting with world leaders about his Board of Peace, which allows him to serve as the lead organizer of rebuilding Gaza, even after his presidency ends in 2029. And now he's getting mocked over the board's logo. The journalist Seamus Mali Kavzali posted the logo on X, which you can access here via this link that I will provide you in chat, and will also enter into our infinite call. And of course, I hope people have fun with this, as well you should. It's something to make fun of. So, all right, let's take a look at this monstrosity. Well, the journalist Seamus Malikavzali, he has his own laundry list of flaws, and I'll read them aloud. Everything about this is cut right. The gold coat, the UN logo just revolved to America's hemisphere, a UN replacement only made up of states that desperately want to be America's vassals, and good lord, I am 95% sure this logo is AI generated. Look at the borders. He wrote, besides the disgust that this is enabling the colonization of Gaza, and that the hope is to further the occupation of Greenland and the plundering of Ukraine, I have this instinctual relief at being able to finally have a map of who is sucking up to Trump the most. God, losers! Now, social media users were split on whether the Great Lakes were a smear or mountains on the image. Other observers caught that the longitude and latitude seemed to be a bit off. One poster noted that there appeared to be a few giant islands in the Caribbean, with Bahamas nearly attached to Florida. One Dietrich observer saw that the letters aren't uniform either. A brownish smudge runs up from Mexico into West Texas and New Mexico. One commenter noted, "Don't tell me you've never heard of the Rio Grande fault line." However, there was also a question about the only border on the map being between the United States and Canada. The columnist Luke Savage quipped, "Satire hasn't been this dead since Henry Kissinger won the Nobel Peace Prize." The cartoonist Maddie Lubchansky zoomed in on the olive branch crown and that there were pieces of leaves strewn about, calling the image AI, with another observer lamenting, "All those billions of dollars and they won't even hire a professional designer." But one line stuck out during Elon the Muskrat's chat on Tuesday as the most disingenuous spiel of the entire affair. Oh, by the way, Russia looks to India to fill labor shortage. Russia needs workers and is now hiring in India. Why Moscow is shifting its migration strategy now. And what awaits Indians arriving in Russia? Oh, Brendan, tell them. By the way, tell them about the awful joke that Elon Musk told that fell so flat. He's got the delivery of Brandon Young. No, yes, tell him about that.
that was just so stupid. He said, yeah, it's a board of peace, all right. A piece of Greenland, a piece of Palestine, a piece, piece of, I forgot what other country he said, piece of Argentina. They're just gonna take a piece of everything. And he thought that was the most hilarious joke, and everyone just said, "Oh my god, this guy's a hack." And he's bad at jokes.
Oh man! Now tell us about. Tell us what awaits these Indians in Russia. Tell people what awaits them.
Oh, just more hell than what they'd be better off in India.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Fuck
it says
yeah.
Russia needs workers and is now begging India to let them have more manpower. It's Moscow shifting its migration strategy. So it's cool for them to get workers, right?
Yeah.
Even though they're pushing through all these bots and people saying migration is evil and destroying the West.
Yeah, destroying the white race. Destroying the white race. Yeah.
But apparently not.
Yeah.
Because they're going to get 40,000 Indians to come work in Russia.
That Narendra Modi, to just even allow those Indians to leave the homeland, they're never coming back. They're going to be deployed on the front lines. You know that. They're all going to be deployed on the front lines to walk through those minefields. They're just going to push them ahead at bayonet point. And, oh my fucking God, Narendra Modi, you're going to pay for that karmically, bro. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
He don't care. Vedic cares.
Well, he's Vedic, dude, or rather,
Oh, it
he's
says
not. He's
it says
not.
in
But
2022, 127 Indians signed contracts with the Russian army.
there you go.
So at least they're doing it openly. It's not under. Well, I think now
But
they're
these
probably
ones
press
will.
gang.
These ones
Yeah.
will. Yeah.
Well, they'll just press gang them because,
Yeah.
like they did with that American couple, they
Yeah.
just said, "Yeah, we'll give you a job, but we'll give you a job." And then when you get there,
Yeah.
then they just send you to the front line. He's like, "What about my welding job?" And
Well,
they
he
said,
got a job, all right.
"What
He got a job.
welding job?" Yeah.
He
You
got-
march on your donkey straight into the machine gun.
Oh man. Yes.
This is sad world we live in.
It's pathetic. It's pathetic. Now, yeah, like I said, there's this one line that stuck out during Elon the Muskrat's chat on Thursday as the most disingenuous line of shit of the entire Davos affair. Muskrat said, "I would encourage everyone to be optimistic and excited about the future. And generally, I think, for quality of life, it is actually better to err on the side of being an optimist and wrong, rather than a pessimist and right." Now, Elon Musk is trying to represent himself as an optimist about the future of humanity. In reality, his public statements and malactions paint a very different picture. And there's a simple reason Musk wants to be seen as an optimist. It helps him make a lot more money. On its face, declaring yourself an optimist seems like a reasonable thing to say and believe, but contrast Musk's sentiment on Thursday with the rhetoric we've seen since he signed up to publicly support President Donald Trump in the summer of 2024, and it doesn't really give any warm and fuzzy feeling. In recent years, Musk has obsessed over a dark near future and said that illegal immigration was contributing to civilizational suicide. In response to a message from the Pope, he said that the woke mind virus was destroying the country. He said that humanity needs to become multiplanetary or we're facing an extinction event. In November of 2025, Musk wrote, "Western civilization is doomed unless the core weakness of suicidal empathy is recognized and actions are taken that are hard but necessary for survival." An Ayn Randian perspective of nihilism. Musk has spent years warning about the threat of artificial intelligence before founding his own AI company called XAI in 2023. Thursday, he warned about the kind of future that you'd find in dystopian fiction. Another instance where he wasn't painting any picture of the brightest of futures. To quote his T, "We need to be very careful with robotics. We don't want to find ourselves in a James Cameron movie, you know? Terminator, man. He's got great movies. Love his movies. But we don't want to be in Terminator, obviously." But Musk flips back and forth on the threat of AI. Remember back in 2023 when Musk signed a letter that called for a pause on all AI research? The public would later learn he was calling for that pause while starting XAI and staffing up the company. He just wanted to slow down competitors like OpenAI, which had quite a head start. Now Musk's chatbot is embedded in the systems at the Pentagon. It's all too obviously just a show to sell more shit. The multi-billionaire's most bleak predictions are often his most racist. Shortly before appearing on stage at Davos, Musk tweeted, "Whites are a rapidly dying minority." Quote tweeting another claim about a rise in the number of black people living in the United Kingdom on Thursday. Musk wrote, "If this continues, entire cultures will be erased." Oh, Brendan, tell him about the sea of blacks that you had to wade through in Great Britain. Oh my God, you thought you were in Africa.
There's nobody there. I mean, in the city, yeah, there's like some like enclaved groups, but it's nothing. I mean, it's nothing compared to here. I'll tell you that. In fact, they were very polite and helpful, even the thugs. You know?
Wait, I'd take any black in England over George Knight.
I mean, that's not even a contest. Like, they wouldn't lie to you about certain
about any
structural things.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, Douglas. Yeah. Hey, man, I need some help. I mean, I need help now. No, Douglas. No, yeah, it's like.
In fact, when I was there, they actually tried to buy my gas for me. I'm not even joking.
God damn. Damn, where do we
They were
find
like
blacks like that in the United States, man? Damn, they won't even give me a
don't
seat on the
know.
bus.
I don't know. Let's not go there. Let's not. Yeah. So who knows? Yeah.
Oh, damn, so what happened? So you need the gas, and these guys said, oh, you need some help? I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to, like, you know, how many liters, because they don't do gallons. So I said, how many fucking liters do I need? Like, and they were like, oh, we'll help you game it out, you know, stuff like that. So
damn, good man.
I thought they were going to rob me, but they were just helping me.
There you go. Yeah.
Just because I'm used to, like, San Francisco, where they would just say, you know, I need the gas. You know, I know that sounds racist, but it's literally what happened. I wish I was joking.
Yeah, it's not racist. It's just like what we said about George Knight. You know, he came. You know, I thought he was trying to help me. Just
I
the
didn't
opposite.
say anything about George Knight.
No, I am. Remember, you said I thought the blacks were trying to rob me, but it turned out they were just trying to help me. I thought George Knight was trying to help me. Turned out he was just trying to rob me. That was.
It's a topsy-turvy world we live in, I guess.
That's. At any rate,
I guess they're gonna scrap Neom. They're too cheap to finish it.
Yeah, there you go. But they've done enough.
Here we
damage.
go. Here's the latest.
Oh man. Oh, let's click on this link. This is gonna take me to the update.
It says,
on Neom. Oh,
yes. Beit Saud's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's flagship project is set to be significantly downscaled, redesigned as a review of the development nears completion after years of delays and overran budgets. So I guess instead of building an open-air prison, they're just going to kill everybody, basically. It's too expensive to do all that, you know?
Oh shit! Yes, and it's like what you like how the illustration here shows all these cruise ships parked underneath a mirror that would fry everybody on board alive.
Yeah. In the desert.
In the desert. A mile-high mirror. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I like the comments. Who would have guessed? Project that's only meant to exist in PowerPoint. Yeah. What if they rename it the Dot, as in they will have any money left to do the line? Yeah. Did they finish anything?
Delightful. Now,
I'm glad they respect their budget.
It's the only thing they should have been respecting that a long time ago. I mean, dude, it was like that. There's no words for how stupid the very idea was. The idea was so insane. But like we said, it was supposed to be a massive prison, and they're just gonna kill them all now. They're not gonna send them anywhere. They're just gonna, kill them. It was originally meant to hold all the Palestinians. Yeah. They're just going to kill them. Did I say grill them? Yeah, I was thinking of what the Somalis would do to them. At any rate, when we were talking about Elon
Someone
Musk,
put the Zoolander meme up.
yeah.
Like it's like a little diorama. He said, "What is this? A center for ants?" You know, and it was just like the model, like the architectural model.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Who said that? Trump? Did Trump say that in Zoolander? That would be.
No,
It would have been a
this
perfect
was
line. Okay.
the Ben Stiller character is going up against his rival, and he says, "We made the center for beautiful people, beautiful models," and he said, "This is all wrong," and he smashes the model, and he said, "It's a model for ants, or it's a building for ants." It's supposed to be funny, but it's just some cheesy Ben Stiller comedy.
Yeah, there you go.
But back in the day, we thought that was hilarious.
Yeah. Well, there you go. We're a bit more jaded than that
Oh,
at
here we
this point.
go. I hate to report this, but Israeli settlers filmed chasing a vehicle transporting children going home from school. Oh my God, this is horrifying. I hope this is fake. Oh my God.
Unfortunately, no. It's like you know,
They're on an ATV, like chasing them with AKs, with Galils.
yeah.
I hope it's fake.
No, unfortunately not. Believe it. It's guaranteed there's far worse scenes than that you just don't see. And remind me to put a ha-ha on this one, and then with this one. Let me take a look at it. Okay, so I'm taking a look at this. Yeah, Israeli settlers chase vehicle carrying children near Jericho. A group of Israeli settlers filmed chasing a vehicle transporting children as they were returning home from school. The incident occurred in a Bedouin community near the city of Jericho. You believe it. No, this ain't fake. Yeah, this is a safari to them. This is their idea of sport. They think of these as animals, and then they do their best to annihilate them. And oh, look at some idiot wrote, "Looks staged to me." Some idiot wrote, "Looks staged to me."
Yeah, someone with it's a bot.
Of course. Yeah, Jack Davis.
It's a Russian bot because there's no one there. It's just a blank profile.
Yeah, it's just a blank face. Yeah, just a blank face that said that. Yeah, and but yeah.
Someone said, like your account.
Yeah. I love that. That's an excellent answer. So this is Jericho, occupied Palestine. Jericho. That's so fitting. That's biblical. But yeah, there you go.
But where were they even chasing them? I mean, this is just horrendous.
It's you know, I would assume it'd be the West Bank, apparently near the city of Jericho, the biblical city, and it's yeah, it's mind-numbing. It's everything we expect, and yeah, obviously, it retroactively validates my biological sire and all he said and did. It's and now in terms of Elon Musk's tweets that I referenced, they're the kind of tweets that would have been considered extraordinary coming from an American public figure as recently as a decade ago. And when it's not racism, it's transphobia. Musk has disowned his own daughter, misgendering her whenever he talks about her in public at all. One of the first things he did after buying Twitter in late 2022 was to remove basic protections on the social media platform intended to keep trans users safe. Musk welcomed back not only the anti-trans bigots, but the most hardcore conspiracy theorists and literal neo-Nazis. Not to be confused with historical Nazis as myself. Musk sure doesn't sound like any optimist when he talks about liberal democracies around the world that oppose his far-right Weltanschauung. Weltanschauung, yes? Weltanschauung. His worldview.
Weltanschauung.
Weltanschauung, thank you, his worldview. The United Kingdom has received special scorn from the multi-billionaire, conjuring apocalyptic visions of a future England with mass murder in the streets. And here I'll share you the evidence thereof, both in the chat and, of course, in the text of our infinite call. And let's make that accessible. And with that, here he is in this X post.
Oh, now they're, by the
Yeah.
way, there's this internet rumor going on. Now they're blaming
Mm-hmm.
the *ßIGZAUER for going off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
And that's
basically
why they shot him.
a misfire. Yeah, what's called a
That's
misfire.
what they're claiming.
Yeah, it's what they're claiming. Yeah. Which, by the way, is easy enough to believe. This is basically what Aristides
They have
said.
hair triggers, but
Yeah.
and yeah, they do go off, but
Well, here's what Aristides feels happened is that the police officer who stole the gun from him,
yeah.
quote unquote, confiscated the firearm from him, basically fired it off because he's a trigger happy pig. And he fired it off, but not necessarily intentionally. He's so fucking nervous and just such a fucking aggressive idiot that, he grabbed it and pressed his finger around the trigger. The last thing you want to do, misfired it, and everybody around him heard the gunshot and turned around and blew the guy away. Does that make sense? That's yeah.
It's incompetent, but it makes sense.
Yeah, it's incompetence to the nth degree. It's like you couldn't even conspire it. But immediately, of course, they rewrote the entire reality to say, "Oh, he was intending to kill us all." And but anyhow,
Yeah. Well, I noticed that the weapon they have in the photo doesn't have the same sight on it. It's missing one of the sights. So
interesting.
That is, if you see the one in the video, it doesn't have that extra sight piece on it. So I don't know how they rationalize. I don't know what happened. They added gear to it. It's like someone was trying to collect. He was like, "I'm going to add it to my collection."
Yes, interesting.
And then suddenly it got more gear on it.
Interesting. Yeah.
So
do you feel that's AI generated?
I mean, I think the whole thing is, but it just depends on how far we're going to take it. But no, I think the photo is a real photo.
Okay. Yeah.
But in the video, maybe because it's so grainy, you can only see the sight, like the actual, the first part of it. But there's the extra piece that I don't see in the video. So there you go.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And look, all these observations are important. Now, in the link that I've just provided, Elon Musk is speaking with the far-right activist Tommy Robinson, a girl beater, this past September. And Musk said, "I really think there's got to be a change of government in Britain. And we don't have another 4 years or whatever the next election is. It's too long. Something's got to be done. There's got to be a dissolution of Parliament and a new vote held." Now, bringing down the British government might be optimistic in Musk's book, but to most people it probably sounds like a desire for revolution in the face of government policies he just doesn't like. Invariably, his desire is always framed in apocalyptic terms. Then there's his about-face on the environment. Musk frequently warns of the collapse of civilization, but rarely talks about climate catastrophe. The wrinkle, well, that particular wrinkle is actually pretty new. The multi-billionaire used to tout his environmentalist bona fides when President Barack Obama was in office. But when Trump came onto the scene, he could clearly see the winds changing. He didn't need to pretend that environmental concerns mattered now that Russianism was on the march. His companies got fat on government subsidies, and now it was time to pull up the ladder behind him. By the way, we got a new input from Brendan here. Here we go, that photograph you were speaking about earlier. Yes, that's an old photograph. It's real. That's historic. That's been around forever. Let's.
Yeah, well, they're claiming it's equivalent or something.
Yeah, well, it's not.
It's not. And by the way, that's a Wehrmacht uniform. It's not the *STRALIÄ, but they
Thank you.
claim that it is.
Thank you.
They claim
Thank
it's
you.
Gestapo, but it's not them either.
No,
That's-
thank you.
That dude's in the army.
Yeah, thank you.
Or he might even be like a Feldjäger. I don't think he's even
Yeah.
like he's not. He's like someone on the front. He's a Polish guy, actually. I think they finally tracked him down. He was a Polish guy.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
that's true. Yeah, that's right. You had all of these volunteers in the German armed forces, and so believe me, regardless, he was on the side of right, and he was doing the right thing.
oh my God.
Now, in terms of you know what
I
we're
don't know. Maybe that guy was innocent. Look at him. He
Yeah.
looks.
When we get to the strategic level of operations, obviously,
Yeah, and you can ignore the second photo. That's AI generated. But
yeah, oh, no doubt. No, hey, let me take a look at it just in case. I might not even be able to access it because I'm banned off Facebook. So, you know, if I hit that link, and the second photo you're talking about would be like, yeah, I probably won't be able to access. Oh, what? Justice
Yeah.
for Alex Preddy, executed by ICE? Yeah, that's the second one that clicks onto.
but anyways, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, okay. So you're talking about the one in the comments? That's just a
No,
movie. That's
no.
obviously a movie. At any rate, so let's click off that. In terms of
And I guess
yeah.
also the I guess behind the scenes, Gnome and those other creatures, like, you know,
Mhm.
Krusty Gnome and those other people, they basically said to Minnesota, they said, ICE will leave if you turn over your voter registry. So if that's true, that's like, I mean, talk about treasonous, and that's just sketchy as hell. Yeah.
Well, that's where we've gotten to. I mean, look, this is the tyrannical government. All you militiamen have salivated to fight for all these years. This is your chance. This is your opportunity for glory. Stand and deliver, motherfuckers. You know, this is your tyrannical government, and they're taking your guns away. They're taking your guns away right out of your holsters. They're prying them out of your dead cold fingers, bro. Yeah.
I
What you
mean,
good? Yeah.
that's not enough for them, I guess.
Yeah, I guess not. Chicken shit, punk ass motherfuckers. You're all a bunch of cunts. We always knew it. Anyhow, when it came to Elon Musk, as I said, he figured out now was the time to pull up the ladder behind him. Elon Musk, who's worth 787 billion United States dollars, according to Forbes, donated over $250 million to install Trump and his Republican cronies, his treasonous Russo collaborationist insurgents, into government. And Musk was rewarded with unprecedented and unlawful authority to just choose which parts of the government he wanted to throw away. Musk bragged about sending USAID through the wood chipper, dissolving an agency created by Congress that could only be abolished by Congress. But Musk did it anyway, moving on to countless government programs that he alone decided should not be funded. Notably, none of Musk's own lucrative contracts for SpaceX were cut. All of this is to say that Musk is always selling something, and it's always shit. And everything that comes out of his mouth, which may initially sound optimistic, needs to be understood as the work of a shit salesman. Even his closing line at Davos can be interpreted as a rationalization for his sales tactics, arguing that it is actually better to err on the side of being an optimist and wrong rather than a pessimist, and right takes on a different tone when you remember that he's been over-promising on countless technologies, from fully self-driving auto vehicles, and I do mean auto as in fully automated, to visiting Mars, to flying cars, and pissing off plenty of investors in the process. Well, literally pissing off with their money. He's not failing to deliver, he's just an optimist, you see? Musk might genuinely want to go to Mars one day, the kind of childhood dream that's shared by a lot of people, but Musk's way of talking about it doesn't strike me as optimistic. It's the fantasy of a child with a lot of money, and it helps him sell himself as a dreamer. Musk's attitude about Mars and space travel actually fits squarely with the tone of a comic strip that ran in American newspapers from the late 1950s and early 1960s, arguably the golden age of 20th century futurism. The August 16th, 1959 edition of Closer Than We Think, illustrated by the Detroit artist Arthur Raidbaugh, featured a cartoon of smiling people who had left Earth due to overpopulation, which means it really couldn't have been a voluntary exodus. I'm going to put the link right here into our chat and into the text box of Infinite Call. I'm hoping that people just take a look at that and you'll see what I mean. Sourced comic strip explaining, if the Earth should ever become overpopulated, mass immigration to outer space may become commonplace. Bands of colonists might settle on distant planets, traveling there at lightning speeds in rockets of unbelievable size. Now, Musk is obsessed with 20th century futurism, as so many of us are, but it's hard to call something like the Space Mayflower of 1959 optimistic, judging from the perspective of 2026. Here in the 2020s, it seems downright utopian just to imagine a world where masked federal agents aren't mass abducting preschoolers and shipping them across the country. We don't need Musk promising that his Optimus robot will deliver healthcare and cheaper housing. The kinds of things that Musk did everything he could to destroy while taking a chainsaw to our federal government. If anything, the idea of a post-scarcity world should fill us with hope. But when Elon Musk is selling it, it's impossible to be optimistic. Let me take a look at what was just sent to us by Brendan, our latest entries here. Okay, let's take a look at this. All right, shakes. Feminist historian Irene Coslet claims William Shakespeare was actually a black Jewish woman, arguing the Baird's plays were secretly written by the poetess Amelia Bassano in a new book. The authoress says Bassano used Shakespeare as a pen name while operating inside Tudor court circles, but he slept with the Queen. He slept with the Queen. So it's like...
Well, apparently not. Yeah. Apparently they could just make up stuff now.
Yeah, that's like... yeah, we wasn't just kings. We was literate. We was literate. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, this is getting weird, man. It's like Shakespeare. Come on. He's not even supposed to be real. It's like... Like some Brits claim that he was just like a collection of poets or something. Like a co-op. He was like a poetry co-op.
Let's just put it this way. He was a... Yeah, he was really...
Oh, here's this goes into everything Dietrichonic. Here you go.
Oh God, I can't wait.
Yeah. Oh, you know it's gonna be good. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, here we are. Disheartening department/programs combating child sex trafficking. Ah, yes, read this out loud for our listeners, please. There we
Okay,
are.
according to The Guardian, prosecutors say cuts to funding and training limits, and training is going to limit their ability to bring child predators to justice.
There you go. It's disheartening. U.S. Justice Department slashes funding to programs combating child sex trafficking. Of
Yeah.
course. But of course they would. We can't afford that shit. Besides, it's one of our greatest sources of income. That's all. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
whack.
Yeah. What did Daddy Dietrich tell you all? What did Daddy Dietrich tell you all? When I got the Presidio military base closed, I was called a traitor. I was called, well, apparently you didn't have a problem working with them for years. Dude, I tried reporting. I was told that I was basically the person at fault. Like, how can you threaten our national security by interfering with the operations of the military? And after that, to cover their sorry asses, they had to create the American Month of the Military Child. I mean, imagine that. Like, we have a whole month dedicated to the military child to cover their asses after I exposed their human child sex trafficking ring, the largest in the fucking world, and bringing it all down. And do I get any credit for it? No. They say, the American military provides the best child daycare center in the world, and it provides such optimum child daycare that it needs to be used as the model for daycare centers everywhere, all over the world. Now, when did our military become a child daycare center profession? Was that envisioned in 1776? It's like George Washington said, yeah, we're making this Continental Army because my vision is someday we're going to be kick-ass daycare. It's like, I never understood that to be a military function. I think that militaries are for breaking things and killing people, and whatever else we may disagree on, we should all agree on one thing. Whatever else you use your military for, it should never be one thing. It should never be a family environment. That's just not what I picture a military being. But no, Americans.
I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
You just give them guns like they do in the middle of Africa.
Yeah, that's right.
Congo.
Child soldiers. That's right. Brendan's point is that the United States is the only developed nation, in fact, one of the only nations on Earth, that is not signatory to the International Convention Against the Abuse of Children in Warfare. That's because the United States Marine Corps is able to use children in warfare by getting their parents to sign a permission slip that enables their underage children to enlist or enroll into the United States Marine Corps. So you have kids in the Marine Corps who are 16 years of age. They're under legal age. They're too young to have sex. But they're old enough to join the United States Marine Corps if their parents sign off on it, which is pretty much their parents' way of, well, I never wanted him in the first place, and this is like the next best thing to a delayed abortion. But because of that, we're not signatory to the conventions against children in war, and that enables a lot more countries to use children in war, which is, yeah, America's great, real fucking progressive. Now, meanwhile, the President Musk himself installed into the all too appropriately named White House, Donald Trump, is suing JP Morgan Chase and its CEO Jamie Dimon over claims of political debanking. In a new lawsuit, Trump says the financial institution cut off banking services from him, for political reasons in the wake of the January 6th attack on our national capital. The president is seeking at least $5 billion from the bank, my bank, which is said in a statement, which has said, responded in its own legal counterstatement, that his lawsuit has no merit. JP Morgan said it does not close accounts for political or religious reasons, but because they create legal or regulatory risk for our company. It's not the first suit over this issue. In a case that's still ongoing, the Trump Organization and Eric Trump also sued Capital One last year. Do you remember what that was about, Brendan? Eric Trump overran his Capital One card. And they said, well, now you owe us interest. And that's when Trump came out and said, man, we got to cap this interest. Yeah, his poor son Eric, couldn't afford to pay all the interest. It's like, how many millions did he run up in credit? I can't even begin to imagine. But Jamie Dimon is learning what happens when a CEO dares to defy Donald Trump. Top Wall Street bankers during the Trump 2.0 era have tread carefully around the subject of politics generally and President Donald Trump specifically. The consensus has generally been smile and nod, stay in your lane, don't become a target. But when a Trump affordability proposal earlier this month targeted banks' profit engine, the mood shifted. Publicly and forcefully, Wall Street executives were telling Trump no. It's not going over well. On Thursday, the notoriously litigious president sued JP Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, alleging the bank improperly debanked Trump after his January 6, 2021 assault on our national capital. Trump is seeking $5 billion in damages. Trump has previously threatened the suit, which was likely in the work for months. But perhaps not coincidentally, its filing in Florida state court came just one day after Dimon told a room full of powerful people at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, that Trump's proposal to slash credit card interest rates roughly in half would be an economic disaster. The White House referred questions about the case to Trump's outside counsel, Alejandro Brito, which sounds like a pyramid of integrity by his very name. His law firm hasn't responded to my request for comment. Dimon's public critique breached what has become an unofficial, often uneasy agreement among the leaders of corporate America. Stay out of Trump's way, even when his policies directly affect the bottom line. When Trump last spring rolled out steep global tariffs that threatened to sap corporate profits, all the executives stayed quiet. Ditto when Trump began going after the Federal Reserve, a body whose independence is vital for any stable business environment. Even when Trump started explicitly meddling in private companies, carving out a cut of revenue for the government from companies like Nvidia and Intel, like a mobster overlord taking his cut directly into his pocket, openly. No one spoke out. Corporate America, comest by its trepidation honestly. Since Trump's second midterm began a year ago, he and his maladministration have investigated, sued, or brought charges against an array of perceived enemies, including legacy mainstream mass media machine companies like CBS, the New York Times, and the Wall Street Journal. He threatened Apple with massive tariffs yesteryear over a perceived slight from CEO Tim Cook, and Trump said he would block Exxon from entering Venezuela because Trump didn't like the CEO Darren Woods' lack of enthusiasm for, as expressed during a meeting of oil executives earlier this month. Privately, some trade groups were drafting plans to push back against the Trump maladministration in defense of their business needs, their business interests. People familiar with the matter were telling the Fourth Estate at the time just that, but those plans were shelved as members worried about inviting the ire of the almighty White House. And CEOs across the board are very alarmed by the maladministration's attack on the Fed's independence. That's according to Jeffrey Sonnenfeld, the founder of the Yale Chief Executive Leadership Institute. Sonnenfeld and his research team have found that 80% of the CEOs they've surveyed believe that Trump is not acting in America's best interest by pressuring the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell to cut interest rates. Notably, that survey was conducted before the Department of Justice launched its criminal investigation into the bank and Powell himself as an individual. The red line is being crossed here because for Wall Street, the president has seemed to finally cross a red line with the proposed 10% cap on credit card rates. In a Truth Social post on January 9th, the president, who is struggling to convince voters that Republicans care about the cost of living crisis, said the public will no longer be ripped off by credit card companies, which charge an average interest rate of 20% on card purchase. Even though such a cap would probably need to come from Congress, the statement rattled Wall Street, prompting rare critical public statements from executives. On the bank's earnings call, Jane Fraser, Chieftainess Executrix Officier, the CEO of Citigroup, said, "A rate cap is not something that we can support." Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan, no stranger to being publicly dressed down by Trump, said last week that a cap wouldn't have the effect that Trump is seeking. If you bring the caps down, you're going to constrict credit, meaning less people will get credit cards, and the balance available to them on those credit cards will also be restricted. But Diamond's economic disaster statement at Davos was a more direct critique, coming from the most prominent figure on Wall Street, and someone who has had a rocky personal relationship with Trump to begin with. Let's talk about this Trump versus Diamond affair. Trump and Diamond have had an uneasy relationship for years. In 2018, in a comment Diamond almost immediately walked back, the Wall Street Titan told a panel at the bank's headquarters that he could beat Trump in a head-to-head presidential race because I'm as tough as he is. I'm smarter than he is. Trump responded online, calling Diamond a poor public speaker and a nervous mess. Diamond's approach to the president during his second midterm has been far more measured. In his Davos interview, Diamond said he disagreed with some of Trump's policies, agreed with others, but largely avoided a question about why he and other CEOs have been so unwilling to stand up to the president. He may have seen the writing on the wall. After a tepid statement on JP Morgan's earnings call disagreeing with Trump's credit card rates plan, it would be dramatic on subprime, and his criminal investigation of Powell, not a good idea. Trump called out Diamond publicly. On January 15th, Trump said, "Jamie Dimon probably wants higher rates. Maybe he makes more money that way." 12 days later, after the Wall Street Journal reported that Trump had previously offered Diamond the Fed chair role, Trump announced he would sue. On Truth Social, Trump said, "There was never any such an offer, and, in fact, I'll be suing JP Morgan Chase over the next 2 weeks for incorrectly and inappropriately debanking me after the January 6th protest." Today, planet Earth's first historical ultra power is leading the world into a different kind of anarchy. The United States of America was the operating system of the world, but now the American brand is the Triple C: chaos, corruption, and coercion. Although America's 5th dictator after Jackson, Lincoln, Wilson, and Franklin Roosevelt named Donald John Trump did not single-handedly bring about the decline of the post-1945 order, he has, in his first year since returning to office, accelerated and even embraced its demise. Trump's appetite for territorial expansion eviscerates the most powerful post-1945 norm, that borders cannot be redrawn through force of arms. And his disregard for domestic institutions has allowed him to run roughshod over any attempts at home to check those foreign expansionist dreams. Estranged allies are already reaching out to one another and the communist Chinese empire of the East to hedge against an erratic American empire. Whether these actions succeed or not, they weaken the United States and make the monolithic communist Chinese superstate relatively more attractive for smaller powers seeking security. In Trump's zero-sum global order, it is the United States that will eventually pay the price. When BlackRock CEO Larry Fink became co-chair of the World Economic Forum yesteryear, he called up United States President Donald Trump and asked him to come speak, which he did. Fink also called Scott Galloway, an author, podcaster, and New York University Stern marketing professor who has a very different view of what will make America great. As Galloway said at the annual Fortune Global Leadership Dinner, Larry Fink called me and said, "I want you to come." That was more than enough. Galloway last attended the WEF in 1999. 27 years ago, if I do my math correctly. He praised the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's speech as the best of the week, saying, "All 27 European Union states should have been sitting behind him. Right now, it's like Germany and the 26 dwarves. The call sign of America back then was consumerism. It was more cooperation, alliances. Now I feel the American brand is chaos, corruption, and coercion. America has been the operating system of the world. There's just a sense of unease. In 1999, we said, we want more. Now we want to make sure things don't get worse." In soliciting both Galloway and Trump to come to Davos, Fink understands the power of WEF in bringing opposing Weltanschauungen, that would be the plurality of worldviews, under one roof. The results of the 2026 Edelman Trust Barometer were that 70% of this year's respondents expressed an insular mindset. They don't want to talk to, work for, or even be in the same space with anyone who doesn't share their Weltanschauung, their worldview. Richard Edelman concludes that CEOs need to urgently address the sense of grievance that's consuming the business world. What leaders achieved at Davos is never immediately obvious. The details of the Greenland deal, for one, are still sketchy, but by showing up, Davos participants were at least coming together with an instinct to connect. That's a good place to start, or at least it was until Trump and Thucydides converged at Davos. I've been calling this week's World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, a tale of twa speeches. One of them, by United States President Donald Trump, was pockmarked with misinformation and ended with an announcement of immediate talks to acquire Greenland, a call that was later walked back, capping a day of needless drama. The other speech, by Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, cited the Athenian historian Thucydides, whose history of the Peloponnesian War deploys the famous aphorism, "The strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must. It's a sagacious manner of expressing jungle law, which is exactly what happens when big country X says it wants to snatch small country Y. Carney called his fellow leaders to recognize the world as it is, a ruptured order with the fiction of international law no longer useful. In an address that will go down as a Davos classic, Carney laid out the case for countries to join forces and stand up to bullying. To quote his T, "When we only negotiate bilaterally with a hegemon, we negotiate from weakness. The middle powers must act together, because if we're not at the table, we're on the menu." Carney's next speech was to his fellow Canadians. Having gained plenty of international attention for his speech in Davos this week, Prime Minister Mark Carney is back on Canadian soil, where he reinforced his message with a Thursday address in Quebec City, where he was meeting with his cabinet. In a much more muddled message, the true danger posed by Donald Trump may be that the Trump maladministration's affordability messaging is only confusing Americans. The other Davos speech that caught everyone's attention came from United States President Donald Trump, who covered plenty of territory, including daddy issues and Iceland, whose residents must have wondered why their tiny country was even mentioned. The president keeps getting distracted from the topic of affordability, and the comments that he and his maladministration do make aren't connecting with many Americans. It is testimony to America's unmatched power that hundreds of the world's richest and most influential people elbowed their way into a room this week last to listen to Donald Trump ramble, lie, and insult them to their faces for more than an hour. But listen they did, at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, perhaps groaning inwardly when he suggested that communist China on the Asian mainland has no wind farms. It is the largest generator of wind power in the world. That economic growth in America will soon be faster than it has ever been anywhere. It will not. Or that there was nothing wrong with old-fashioned imperialism. Please. Mr. Trump commands the world's attention because no one knows what he will say next, and his office giveth him the muscle to turn terrible ideas into misaction. This week's crises concerned Greenland. Though Mr. Trump struggles to remember the Danish subcontinental super-island's name, he called it Iceland 4 times in his speech, he yearns to annex it. He says America needs it for national security. But since America can already build as many military bases on Greenland as it likes, and American firms are free to bid for mining contracts there, cynics suspect that what Mr. Trump really cares about is adding an enormous piece of real estate, which looks supersized in the Mercator projection, to American territory. The threat, such thinking, if we can dignify it with that term, poses to world peace, is self-evident. Although Mr. Trump switched to a more conciliatory tone, suggesting he would not use force against a fellow member of NATO and promising to make some kind of deal, he revealed a snarling contempt for Europe and for alliances based on democratic values. I myself, the son of Adolf Hitler, advise that Europeans must preserve what they can of NATO, but prepare for a world without it. Meanwhile, the markets sell America trade forced Trump to taco on Greenland. the stock market cut through to Trump on Greenland in a way our allies' messages failed to resonate. In other words, the markets reached Trump where reason could not. President Donald Trump threatened a massive new trade war against Europe in his bid to acquire Greenland, and the financial markets immediately tanked. Then, on Wednesday, he backed down. Trump dropped. I almost said dumped. Trump dropped his tariff threats after meeting with European leaders in Switzerland. On Truth Social, Trump said NATO leaders agreed to a framework of a future deal on Greenland. He told reporters, "I think it puts everybody in a very good position." But the preliminary agreement came just the day after bond yields spiked and stocks sank as investigators claimed, registered the alarm over Greenland and raised fears of a surge in "Sell America" by trading. Some observers saw an old pattern at play in the president's sudden backpedaling. CNN reported that Trump is being mocked for another taco. An acronym, TACO, Trump always chickens out. Moment. Likely because he was spooked by the result of his own actions. The Greenland misadventure has investors newly wary, as the Financial Times has acknowledged. Altaf Kassam at State Street Investment Management has attested that the president's unpredictability is chipping away at the credibility of United States institutions. Others are more willing to stick it out, confident in the long-term trajectory of the United States economy. Mark Dowding at RBC Blue Bay Asset Management affirms, "We have seen plenty of bluster from Trump before." So, what did the commentators say? Madison Mills at Axios argues that the Sell America trade is not as bad as it sounds. Investors are not worried that the American economy is crashing because of Trump's misactions. Rather, they think they can make more money abroad. That is true because of profits, not global tensions. International stocks outperformed the Standard & Poor's 500 in 2025, making them more lucrative to stockholders. But financial realities should keep investors attached to the United States. To quote Xi, "There is no alternative to United States Treasury bonds in terms of liquidity, safety, and scale." Jamie McKeever at Reuters confirms that investors are struggling to adjust the fundamental shifts in the world's geopolitical tectonic plates. How can the markets price in the end of NATO and the American alliance, or the rise of a multipolar world divvied up between the American, the Russian, and the Communist Chinese empires? Financial markets had maintained relative calm in the face of all that instability. This week's market sell-off, however, was a sign that the calm is fracturing. So what next? Europe is quietly lining up its weapons for the next trade war when it comes. Per Fortune magazine, the superpeninsular subcontinent owns $8 trillion of United States bonds and equities, making Europe the world's biggest lender to the United States. The Deutsche Bank's George Seiraveios, having gone on record to state that if Trump is willing to disrupt long-standing alliances in pursuit of his aims, it is not clear why Europeans would be as willing to play this part. Europe holds the trump card as America drowns in record debt. America's debt problem has shifted from a distant worry to a live fault line in global power politics. With borrowing surging and fiscal discipline eroding, the financial underpinnings of United States influence look more fragile than Washington likes to admit. At the same time, Europe has quietly accumulated the leverage that comest from holding vast quantities of United States assets and running a more constrained, rules-based budget regime. I see a world in which the country that issues the dominant reserve currency is increasingly dependent on foreign capital, while its closest allies debate how far to use that dependence as a bargaining chip. In this emergent order, Europe really does hold a trump card, and the way it chooses to play it will shape not just markets, but the balance of power between democracies. This brings us to the scale of America's debt problem. The starting point is the sheer size of the United States balance sheet. Treasury data show that the average GDP, gross domestic product, for fiscal year 2025 was $30.36 trillion, compared with United States debt of $37.64 trillion, meaning the federal government already owes more than the economy produces in a year. By early January, watchdogs were warning that the national debt had climbed further to $38.4 trillion after President Donald Trump's first year back in charge added an estimated $2.25 trillion to the tab. For an empire that still presents itself as the anchor of the global system, those numbers are not just accounting curiosities. They are strategic liabilities. Looking ahead, the trajectory is even more alarming. Projections cited by the International Monetary Fund suggest America's general government debt will reach 143.4% of gross domestic product by 2035, a level that will see the United States overtake traditional high debt cases like Italia and Greece. The Bipartisan Policy Center noting that the United States is already running some of the largest fiscal deficits among advanced economies, with an overall shortfall of about 6.5% of gross domestic product in 2025, driven by Social Security, Medicare, and national defense. That combination of high starting debt and persistent deficits is why analysts now describe United States borrowing as an Achilles heel in a fracturing world order. But Europe's tighter fiscal corset, well, that betrays its own ticking clock. Europe's position is hardly carefree, but it looks more restrained upon the surface. Eurostat's latest figures show that at the end of the third quarter of 2025, the general government gross debt to gross domestic product ratio in the euro area stood at overview at the level of 88.5% of gross domestic product in the EA20, well below the ratios now common in Washington. As one Dutch analysis put it, despite the alarming United States figures, Europe is bound by stricter agreements that limit how explosively public debt can grow. That institutional corset, from the Stability and Growth Pact to national fiscal rules, giveth investors some confidence that the euro area will not drift into United States fiscal free-for-all. Yet, Europe is not in a rosy position either. The same Dutch work warns that the real-time bomb for Europe is aging, with projections from the Congressional Budget Office indicating that national debt will rise explosively over the coming decades if pension and health systems are not reformed. In other words, Europe's advantage is less about pristine public finances and more about timing and governance. It has Well, it has lower debt today and a framework that slows the buildup, but it also faces demographic pressures that will test that discipline. Nevertheless, Europe has become America's biggest creditor. For all its internal challenges, Europe has amassed enormous financial claims on the United States, officially the American state itself. Officials and market data suggest that Europe holds $2.34 trillion in United States treasuries, with European governments and institutions among the largest foreign holders of American debt. Those treasuries, well, the holdings, are spread across European states, including the United Kingdom, and they sit alongside a broader stockpile of United States assets owned by European investors. One recent estimate arguing that Europe could, in theory, weld an $8 trillion sell America weapon if relations with Washington deteriorate. Other analysts go further, suggesting that European and allied investors together sit on roughly $10 trillion of United States assets that could, in a crisis, be weaponized through coordinated selling or regulatory pressure. Yet, as one assessment cautions, that is easier said than done because the bulk of these assets are held by private funds outside direct government control. The leverage is real, but it is diffuse, and any attempt to use it would risk damaging European balance sheets as much as American ones. All of this bringing us to the Davos warning. Debt as geopolitical vulnerability. As leaders gathered for the World Economic Forum in Davos, the conversation around American debt shifted from technical concern to geopolitical risk. One influential voice argued that in a fractured world order, America's fiscal position is its Achilles heel, a weakness that rivals and even allies can exploit. Another analysis framed it bluntly, saying Europe holds the trump card as the United States faces a mountain of debt because European creditors can, in extremis, impose their will at their pleasure by threatening to dump treasuries or restrict capital flows. Financial market professionals are starting to echo that language. In a note to clients, the strategist Jim Reed warned that financial markets may play a big part in how this situation resolves itself, highlighting the risk that investors could one day demand sharply higher yields to keep financing Washington's deficits. If that happens, the United States would find that its ability to project power abroad is constrained not by military limits, but by the tolerance of bondholders in Europe and beyond. And here's where Trump's confrontational trade politics meet financial dependence. The paradox is that the same maladministration that presides over this ever-mounting debt is also escalating trade and security brinkmanship with allies. President Trump has threatened to upend trade arrangements and security guarantees, even as the United States relies on heavy inflows of foreign capital to offset our external deficits. One recent analysis noting that offsetting the United States trade imbalance requires precisely those inflows, and that, meanwhile, the Treasury Department must keep rolling over and expanding the stock of United States bonds. That is a precarious place to be picking fights with the very partners who buy those bonds. European officials are acutely aware of this contradiction. Reports from Brussels and other capitals describe quiet discussions about whether to signal that Europe is ready to pull the trigger by reducing its holdings if Washington, for example, cuts a Ukraine deal over European objections. The fact that European governments collectively hold such a large share of United States paper giveth those whispers weight, even if no one is yet ready to test how markets would react to a coordinated sell-off. Wednesday's news seemed to calm the markets, with CNBC reporting that Tuesday's Sell America trading reversed on Wednesday, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average surging nearly 600 points after Trump announced his phantasmagorical Greenland deal. But at a rally in Detroit earlier this month, Donald Trump told the crowd that his upcoming speech at the World Economic Forum would tackle one of his core issues: affordability. Yet the address he delivered in Davos this week was not quite what he'd telegraphed. In what can only be described as a stump speech, the president strayed from that focus, roaming from Arctic defense to the Minnesota fraud scandal to the policies of sleepy Joe Biden. When he returned to the topic of affordability, he claimed that grocery prices are going down. They are not. And that drug prices have declined by 2,000%. They have not. Although Trump campaigned on the economy, weak polling has recently spurred new plans to make life in America more affordable. At one point, Trump plugged in a plan to curb predatory lending practices by capping credit card interest rates at 10%. But the deadline proposed on Truth Social for the policy to go into effect had passed the day before. Trump also used his speech to promote his plan to lower housing costs, which he recently unveiled in an executive order. The policy is aimed at preventing corporations from buying up single-family homes and has bipartisan support. These proposals were a blip in his 80-minute speech before he quickly pivoted. Trump has lately been laser-focused on foreign policy. Nearly 3 weeks ago, United States troops captured Venezuelan Presidente Nicolás Maduro and brought him to New York for trial. Since then, Trump has flirted with military action in Iran and attempted to bully Denmark into giving up Greenland, threatening a sweeping new tariff strategy that, had Trump not reneged last week, would only have raised costs for Americans who are already paying en masse for his tariffs. Which brings us back to the Board of Discord. The Board of Peace is expected to try and mediate global conflict and ultimately replace the United Nations. Yet Trump's Board of Peace is neither an alternative to the United Nations nor a harmless vanity project, but in fact a threat to international cooperation, and Donald Trump has committed yet another impeachable offense by conspiring its very existence. Nearly half of the countries on Trump's Board of Peace are banned from entering the United States. When nations decide to create international organizations, they usually take some time to work out the details. The United States and its allies spent 4 years gradually laying the groundwork for the United Nations throughout the Second World War. But President Donald Trump is not a fan of such drawn-out processes, to say the least. Last week, 12 months after the United Nations Security Council authorized the creation of a Board of Peace to oversee the United States brokered ceasefire in the Gaza, the White House sent invitations to about 60 governments to join the new, nimble and effective international peacebuilding body. Washington also shared a draft charter for the board that expands its scope from Gaza to addressing conflicts everywhere. Recipients had a week at most to decide whether to sign on. By January 22nd, when Trump held a signing ceremony to launch the board at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, more than 20 nation-states, ranging from Albania to Vietnam, had volunteered to participate. The Board of Peace may have many of the formal features and protocols of a standard multilateral institution, but it may ultimately be a symptom and an accelerant of the decline of the multilateral security system. This isn't merely scandalous or unethical. It's impeachable on its face and dangerous to the survival of democracy worldwide. Donald Trump is he is conspiring to abuse a United Nations resolution to rationalize, justify making himself king of the world via a new Board of Peace that Trump says might replace the United Nations, with the ability to pass the title along to his son, Don Jr., if he continues to please his father. No, this is not any exaggeration on my part. It all started when the United Nations Security Council voted to accept Resolution 2803 on November 17th to make it effective the Gaza peace plan agreed to by Israel and Hamas in October of 2025. Resolution 2803 called for a 2-year international stabilization force and a Board of Peace to oversee the process in region. It was explicit, however, that this would be a board with a very limited portfolio. To read it therefrom, the Security Council, welcoming the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict, welcomes the establishment of the BOP, Board of Peace, as a transitional administration with international legal personality that will set the framework and coordinate funding for the redevelopment of Gaza pursuant to the comprehensive plan, and in a manner consistent with relevant international legal principles until such time as the PA, Palestinian Authority, has satisfactorily completed its reform program, as outlined in various proposals, including President Trump's peace plan in 2020 and the Saudi-French proposal, and can securely and effectively take back control of Gaza. In response to that, Trump and his maladministration attorneys create an entirely new, private, non-governmental, treaty-based international organization with its own legal personality that is not a United States government agency, corporation, or standard NGO, or non-governmental organization / nonprofit. This new entity, called the Board of Peace, would, point, make Trump its chairman, with essentially absolute power and a veto over every action. Point, make the chairman the only person able to invite or approve new member states into the group. Point, give Trump the sole ability to appoint his own successor as heir / successor / chairman in dynastic fashion, namely Donald Trump Jr., or any such candidate as reflects that bloodline. Point? Keep the Board of Peace in existence for perpetuity should the current or subsequent chairman decide. Point? Make the entrance fee for permanent members $1 billion United States dollars each, money the chairman controls. The draft charter Trump has proposed for his Board of Peace doesn't even mention the Gaza anywhere. As a result, it appears designed to replace the United Nations as a new governing body for the entire world under the direct and personal control of the person of Donald John Trump, who will secede from the presidency to the kingship of planet Earth. We are living in the age of Antichrist. When asked if Trump intended the board to replace the United Nations, he replied that it might do so, adding, "The UN should have settled every one of the wars that I settled. I never went to them. I never even thought to go to them." The White House has already named the first 4 executive board members: Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the Cubano-Americano, the multi-billionaire and Trump friend Steve Witkoff, the former British Prime Minister Tony Blair, and Trump's transgendered son-in-law Jared Kushner. Vladimir Putin has also indicated he will be joining and suggested Russia's $1 billion entrance fee could come from funds already seized by the United States government. This give us an inch and we'll take a goddamn mile attempt to co-opt the power and role of the United Nations and givest it entirely to the Trump dynastic family house, creating a new international royal family that will rule the world for generations to come, is described by Jacob T. Levy, a political theory professor at McGill University, as impeachable. Regardless of whether this organization ever even looks in the direction of Gaza, it's an assault on the international order, subordinating the decisions of states to the personal jurisdiction of the Trump family dynasty. It's hard to be shocked anymore, I know, but we should be shocked. This international power grab also comports with Trump's misstatement when he told a reception for CEOs at Davos last week that his becoming a dictator for the world would be a good thing. To quote, "I'm a dictator, but sometimes you need a dictator," unquote. It's an echo of his misstatement last August when speaking of people's comments about himself as he was ordering troops into the streets of Washington, District of Columbia. Quote, "A lot of people are saying, maybe we like a dictator. Already they're saying, he's a dictator. The place is going to hell, and we've got to stop it." Unquote. With no elections, no accountability, and no checks and balances, this Board of Peace is a direct assault on democracy worldwide. The Chairman Trump is unanswerable to voters, unanswerable to Congress, unanswerable to courts, and unanswerable to international law. This is the direct antithesis of democratic governance. The chairman overrides all collective decisions, and even if member states vote, their decisions mean nothing sans Trump's approval. This isn't democracy. It's veto by monarchy. This is designed to normalize authoritarian governance worldwide, fulfilling Putin's dream. If the United States president can create a parallel global authority that ignores all democratic norms. Why shouldn't other strong men like him and Xi Jinping do the same? Or simply start ignoring United Nations mandates and rules, saying they now submit to the Board of Peace's authority instead? It's also corruption. Plain and simple. The billion-dollar fee to stay in good standing is legalized bribery, making the entire scheme simply a form of extortion, dressed up as governance. Pay to play or be expelled. Because membership can be terminated at the chairman's whim, even after payment. This isn't a real treaty organization. It's a protection racket that violates the most basic anti-corruption norms the United States claims to defend. Nice little country you have there. We'll help you bring peace if you pay up to the Trump family. It's also establishing a new form of dynastic rule with the Trump family at its center. House Trump appointing his own successor isn't even subtle. It's a proposal for hereditary power without even the pretense of merit or consent. And because the Trump family, not the American people, controls the future of the organization, it's not even a nod in the direction of the democracy our founders and generations of Americans have fought and died to bring into being and keep alive. Even if voters were to decisively reject Trumpism at the ballot box, the Trump family dynastic house would still keep power at a level above the United States of America itself. This mirrors the anti-logic of autocracies the United States claims to oppose, including the Russian Empire, North Korea, and the Gulf monarchies that are all so dear to Donald Trump. America fought a revolution to escape dynastic rule, but now Trump wants to establish one here and then export it worldwide. Trump's Board of Peace is a direct threat to American constitutional government because the United States itself, under the terms of this charter, becomes subject to Trump's personal authority. Under this proposed document, the United States itself can be expelled unless it pays a ransom or pleases the chairman personally. This also undermines the American presidency as an institution and future American presidents, because a future democratically elected president could be extorted or sidelined by this private Trump-led entity. It also bypasses Congress entirely with no treaties, no ratification, and no oversight. This isn't America first. It's Trump and his family's dynastic house first. Raw personal power with America optional. And it takest a direct whack at the international order established by the United Nations 80-plus years ago. The BOP Charter doesn't even bother to mention the Gaza Strip, its supposedly humanitarian justification. International law is thus replaced by the Trump dynastic family house's personal jurisdiction, and nation states are no longer equal actors. They becomest simple clients dependent on Trump's personal favor. The structure also rewards authoritarian regimes and punishes democracies. Dictators can pay, flatter, and comply, whilst democracies are constrained by law and public accountability, and thus forever and grossly disadvantaged. Already, Magyarország, Hungary's Viktor Orban has said, "We have, of course, accepted this honorable invitation," after the United States pulled back from 66 United Nations organizations. Order 66! and is now $1 billion in arrears on our dues. The 21 nations already committed to signing up also include Bahrain, Morocco, Argentina, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, Hungary, Israel, Indonesia, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kosovo Matoya, Pakistan, Paraguay, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, the United Arab Emirates, Uzbekistan, and Mongolia. This dangerous precedent doesn't bring peace to Gaza or any place else. Instead, it replaces law with loyalty to the Trump dynastic family house. If Trump can get away with this, so can the next demagogue, because once democratic norms are abandoned, they never magically return. It sets a precedent for private, unaccountable, global power. Which is why Jacob Levy is right. This is impeachable on its face. This phony Board of Peace is a personal project, a personal power project that treats democracy as an inconvenience, the rule of law as optional, and the world as a Trump family inheritance. We should be as shocked and furious as are the leaders of Europe's top democracies, who have said they will not participate, and moving quickly toward impeaching our wannabe Antichrist and his courtiers. President Donald Trump givest, and he takest away, stirring talk of a new world order as leaders signal shifting global alliances in his object lesson of how to turn American allies into Red China's friends. By the way, ꜶSTRALIÄ8977 says, hello, Douglas and Brendan, hugs and best wishes. Hope all is well with you guys. And at Matt K2277, FDA has approved the level of cockroaches in chocolate imports. It is nearly impossible to get rid of cockroach infestation of cocoa beans. Coats and cheesecake! Okay, well, it is getting late, guys, and let's give hugs to our man, Amor Fati, and of course, hugs to Matt K227 as well. Okay, hugs at Amor, and there we go. There we go. At Matt, here we go. And with that, we will say us good night. Well, my love to you all. Join us again on Wednesday. We'll come right back to bitching about this very topic, I have no doubt. And plenty of others that no doubt will be thrown at us by a completely corrupt and degenerate regime that now has entered the age of Antichrist officially and is bringing us toward a one world order under a blood monarch. If you aren't shocked by this, if you aren't on your knees and fucking praying to whatever God you believe in, your head is so far up your ass in rectal defilade that you're high on your own fumes, and it will take major extractive surgery to pull you out. All right, everyone. Wednesday, same time, same place. Be here, and by God, bring others. Bring others. That's an order. With that, if you have anything to say, enter it now so that it can be published when the episode uploads. Fare thee well. Join us midweek. Same time, same place. And, by all means, spread the word. Share the link. And bring another.